Vijayawada branch of SARCF ICA heartily welcomes our Honorable Vice President Sunil Aniket Talati sir and mana Mantrivaryalu Jogi Ramesh garu Sadaranga Vijayawada branch ఆహ్వానం పలుకుతారు. మంత్రివర్యులు జోగి రమేష్ గారికి అలాగే ఆనరబుల్ వైస్ ప్రెసిడెంట్ ఐసిఏఐ సునీల్ అనికేత్ తలాటి గారికి సాదర స్వాగతం. Welcome to the two-day national conference SMILE, CA from Pandemic to Prosperity. Friends, as you all know that we are just past the fervor of the pandemic and we are entering into the prosperity. On this happy occasion, the two-day national conference SMILE being organized by Committee for Members in Practice and also hosted by our own Vijayawada branch of SARCF ICA. I welcome you all for this two-day conference SMILE. You all know that the SMILE is a powerful jewel that everybody wears on their face. It is a priceless and a effortless smile that everybody wears, which will give very pleasant surprise to each and every person. Thank you one and all. Welcome to the SMILE two-day national conference once again. Now I request everyone to kindly settle down. I request all the backbenchers to kindly come and sit on the front bench. I request everyone to kindly sit down. Now the program is about to start. I request our dynamic secretary, CA Nitta Ravi Kishore, Vijayawada branch of SARCF ICA, and our dynamic chairman, Gaddam Shrita Shireen, chairman Vijayawada branch, to come on to the dais. Now I request our mentor, trainer, CAD Prasanna Kumar Garu, Central Council member, ICA, to come on to the dais, along with CA Gnanchand Mishra Garu, Vice Chairman CPE Committee, and CA Chamastan Garu, ex-officio of our branch and Chairman SRCF ICA. I request Jayant, Narayana and Narendra to hand over a book bouquets and shawls to the respective guests. Prasanna Kumar Garu will be honored by James. Prasanna Kumar Garu will be honored by James. Gnanchand Mishra Garu honored by Narayan Garu. And CA Chamastan Garu will be honored by CSP Narendra Garu. Now it is our pleasure to invite CA Rajshekhar Reddy Garu, a member AP RERA,
to come on to the dais. I request Poonachandra Garu, our chairman, to hand over a book bouquet and a shawl to our beloved member A.P. Vera. Friends, it is a proud honor to welcome our Sunil Aniket Chalati sir, Vice President ICA, the dynamic person, the thought process and quick understanding and a sharp vision will be honored by DSR past chairman.
गणपतिं मनसा स्मरामि वसिष्ठवामदेवादिवन्दित महागणपतिं मनसा स्मरामि वसिष्ठवामदेवादिवन्दित महागणपतिं
Thank you, sir.
Atasoma Sargamata, Amatoma Jyotirgamata, Mrityotma Amritakam. It's time for the lighting of the lamp. I request all the MC members to kindly join for the lighting of the lamp. I request all the MC members to kindly join for the lighting of the lamp, along with the dignitaries on the dais. అది తర్వాత
I request all the persons who are sitting on the back side to come on to the front rows, please.
गणनायकाय गणदैवताय गणाध्यक्षाय धीमहि गुणशरीराय गुणमण्डिताय गुणेशानाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालच
Friends, it's time for our CA motto song.
य एषः सुप्तेषु जाग्रति य एषः सुप्तेषु जाग्रति कामं 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 कामपुरुषो निर्विमाणः तदेव शुक्रं तद्ब्रह्मा तदेवामृतमुच्यते तस्मिन् लोकः शितः सर्वे तदूनात्यपि कश्चन एतद्वैता
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Now it's time to release the souvenir by our chief guest, Jogi Ramesh Garu, Honorable Minister, and also our Vice President, Sunil Aniket Talati, sir. I request all the MC members to come once again join for the release of the souvenir. All the MC members are requested to join on the stage for the release of the souvenir. The souvenir will be given to all the delegates. Thank you very much. Friends, Vijayawada branch of SARC is hosting the two-day national conference Smile, CA from Pandemic to Prosperity. Friends, we are very much thankful for the organizing the event, and the organizers for the event are Committee for Members in Practice. And now it's time for Vijayawada branch Chairman CA Gaddam Shrita Shireen to give away her welcome address to this conference. Thank you.
Jogi Ramesh Garu, and Honorable Vice President, ICAI, CA Ankit Sunil Talati sir, and CA Rajshekhar Reddy Garu, member of APRERA, and respected first person of SARC of ICAI, CA T Channamastan, and our popular beloved Central Council member, CA D Prasanna Kumar Garu, who is also the Program Director, and another Central Council member, CA Jan Chandra Mishra, and past Chairman of Vijayawada branch, and senior members of Vijayawada branch, and chairman and managing committee of other branches, and fellow members across the industry and in practice, a very good morning to one and all. It's given me an immense pleasure to welcome you all for the 2 days national conference Smile, with the theme Empowering Profession with Enlightenment Emboldening from Pandemic to Prosperity. This is auspicious and momentous occasion for us as we are hosting this conference after 2 years of pandemic period. And on this day, I am very fortunate to be the chairman of Vijayawada branch. And our institute motto song goes by Yesh Yuktesh Jagrati, which has been the guiding source for entire CA fraternity. And it continues to guide and show us the correct path. I take this opportunity to share the past journey of Vijayawada branch. Vision with action can change the world. With this thought, our visionaries, all the past chairmen, committee members, and senior members of Vijayawada branch, with the help of past presidents of ICAI and SARC chairman, have built the Vijayawada branch brick by brick to what we stand today. The branch was formed on 18th August 1971, and Vijayawada branch is having membership strength of 1,330. And is one of the dynamic and vibrant branches of Southern India. And it is organizing various programs for the benefit of the members and students. And it is having its own premises, having the seminar hall seating capacity of 200, and ITT lab with the seating capacity of 80, and reading room with the sitting students capacity of 150. And the students pursuing CA course in and around Vijayawada are about more than 5,000. And examinations for CA course are being conducted in Vijayawada for more than 13 centers. And Vijayawada branch YouTube channel has gained a subscriber base of 23,900 and in the last 2 years, and is increasing day by day. And the channel has around 14,57,962 views and more than 459 video uploads to its credit. It is a repository of knowledge both for the members and students. And also, I would like to inform that 2 of our past chairmen of Vijayawada branch, CA Murali Krishna and CA GVV Satyanarayana, who have extended their services at SARC level. And Vijayawada branch has awarded the first best branch in All India category, at All India level in the large category in the year 2020, and also second best branch in the All India level in the large category in the year 2021. And Vijayawada Students Association also awarded first best branch in the Southern India in the year 2020 and 21. We have many furthers on our cap, and it is our collective effort and duty to keep adding the same. Most of you are aware that Vijayawada branch is pioneer in conducting virtual programs since pandemic has begun. This year also, since I started my chairmanship, we have, along with many programs, we have successfully conducted a virtual refresher course on annual report with the Committee of Corporate Affairs and AP state level conference on real estate transactions and various programs on the eve of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav and many career counseling programs, including mega career counseling program for the first time ever. And I also owe my gratitude to the colleagues of the committee members, students, staff of the Vijayawada branch for supporting all the programs, branch activities also. And I would also like to recognize the contribution of our event sponsor, ICICI Bank Limited. They are going to deliberate some offers that would be providing to the CA fraternity and the public at large. And I also recognize the contributions of Takeaways, Visubharati Institutions and Chitragupta Accounting Services Private Limited. And I also recognize past chairman CA Godavarti Srinivasarao and immediate past chairman CA K. Purnachandra for their sincere and committed efforts and extending support to the managing committee for hosting this conference. With the meticulous guidance of our program director CA D. Prasanna Kumar Garu and our own ex officio and chairman of SARC CA T. Chinnamastan, we could bring together a galaxy of speakers and a multitude of topics for all of us to enrich your knowledge. On this momentous occasion, let's celebrate the knowledge of wisdom. Thank you, one and all. Jai Hind. Jai Hind.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much for the elaborate welcome from the Vijayawada branch. Now I request our mentor, CA D. Prasanna Kumar Garu, who needs no introduction, to kindly deliver his message.
Most respected Sri Jogi Ramesh Garu, the Honorable Minister for Housing, Government of Andhra Pradesh, the Chief Guest of today's function, Honorable Vice President of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, our leader, great visionary, CA Sri Aniket Sunil Talati ji, respected CA Rajasekhar Reddy, the member of AP RERA, who is present here, CA Chinnamastan, the Honorable Chairman of SARC of ICI, CA Gyan Chandra Mishra, my colleague in the council from Central Region, CA Shireen, the Honorable Chairman of Vijayawada branch, CA Netta Ravi Kishore, the Secretary of Vijayawada branch of SARC of ICI, my dear colleagues in the profession, ladies and gentlemen, so good morning to all of you. It's a proud privilege for me to participate in the 2 days national conference organized by the pivoted Vijayawada branch of SARC of ICI. Friends, on behalf of the Committee for Members in Practice, under whose auspices we are conducting this particular program, I welcome you all for today's for the 2 days conference. As you know, the Committee for Members in Practice has been doing lot of services for empowering the members in practice in the institute. Not only that, they are also bringing out lot of beneficial schemes for the benefit of not only members, students, and the employees of the institute also. Friends, there's one course known as Faceless for drafting a representation before statutory authority, which is conducted by the Committee for Members in Practice. It is the course curriculum is under revision. I'm sure in the faceless regime and in the digital era, it is going to be useful to all the members. Apart from that, the Committee for Members in Practice is also coming out with the audit tools, which I've been talking about for a couple of years, which is very close to the heart of our Honorable Vice President. So that is also in the advanced stage of finalization of the RFP, and when that is finalized, I'm sure all the small and medium practitioners will be provided the audit tool by the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. And CA Prakash Sharma ji, the Honorable Chairman of the Committee for Members in Practice, and CA Purushottam Lal Khandelwal, the Vice Chairman of the Members in Practice, spoke to me in the morning, and they wanted me to convey the best wishes for successful conduct of the 2 days national conference here. Under their dynamic leadership, a lot more is done by Committee for Members in Practice during the current year also. So friends, I too welcome Rajasekhar Reddy. So who is from Vijayawada. We're all proud that a member of Vijayawada is a member of AP RERA also, recognizes a lot of services, knowledge levels. The Honorable Chief Minister appointed him as AP RERA member. We're proud of him. Sir Raj Secretary, we welcome you on behalf of the Committee for Members in Practice. I too welcome Gyan Chandra Mishra, my colleague. So he has also climbed from branch in Ghaziabad branch. Then he went to Central India Regional Council. He was the chairman of Central India Regional Council. Then he came into the council for the first time, a dynamic leader and doing a lot of service for you. So I too welcome you for this today's meeting. You know, Honorable Vice President, young, energetic and dynamic leader. Born in 1985. He looks a little younger, but still, when you look at Vice President, you'll see he is 50 plus or 60 plus. But he's as young as 34 years only. But he became Vice President with a great personality. The moment he qualified in 2009, in 2010, he became the managing committee member of the Ahmedabad branch. He was there for 2 terms, 6 years. Then he climbed to WRC, Western India Regional Council. He was there for 3 years. Then he came to Central Council. Last term we were together, both of us went. The age-wise we got a lot of difference. My daughter was born by the time he was born. So age was a lot of difference, but we joined the council together and were happy. In the second year, in the second term, the very first year, he became Honorable Vice President of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India at that age. He is the person who has come from branch, regional council, and the central council. This is thereby he knows the 360-degree view of the entire institute from grassroots level itself. So when such person is there in the helm of the affairs, I'm sure the branches will have a great future. He is one person who tells if there is no branch of ICA, there's no ICA. This is the slogan he has got. He has got such a great attachment with the branches of ICI. You know, the SSP, that is the buzzword today. That is actually the heart and soul of the institute. We're doing a lot of services from remote areas itself for the students and many students and members and the entire stakeholders of the institute. When SSP was introduced in 2009, who do you recall we faced a lot of challenges. Night and day, I'm not telling just for the sake of praising. He, along with the Honorable Vice President and also Manu Agarwal from Kanpur, both of them joined together. Anytime we go, I used to see them Sector 62 Noida office, doing a lot of debugging and improving the SSP. And today, SSP is in the shape where 99% accuracy, all the services are made. The entire credit squarely goes to 2 persons along with Honorable Vice President Aniket Talati. Friends, in the council, we are 32 members and 8 government nominees and 32 elected members. Whenever a subject comes for any agenda item comes, each one speaks on some topic or other of their interest. But as far as the Vice President is concerned, any subject matter, be it AASB or ASB or any other matter, he used to participate with diligence and contribute a lot. I used to wonder, God has given, I should have got son of this kind. God has so much of knowledge. Everywhere he speaks and speaks sense. He's not for sake of talking. He speaks sense. He spoke sense. That is a great leader we find in our Honorable Vice President, sir. Infrastructure, very, very close to his heart. I've been there in the same institute building, the head office building in Indraprastha Marg. I was there for 3 years. This is my 4th year. But the moment he became Vice President, he has taken the entire tour of the building and came down and gave orders. This is not the ICI. This is not the type of infrastructure we want to have. We should have the world-class infrastructure here. Now he has to initiate the process. If you visit head office, I welcome all to visit the head office. If you visit anytime after 1st January 2023, you'll find a new head office, which there's the matchless one is a world-class infrastructure is there. That is how our Honorable Vice President thinks, and he's trying to improve the infrastructure and globally also. And friends, he's coming up with a new policy. There's a new capital grants policy, new infrastructure policy, and center of excellence policy, and also revenue grants also. There's a new policy, some revision is taking place. I think soon when we will announce, so you'll all be happy that the institute is taking care of all the units of the ICA also. Friends, the Honorable President and Vice President. So normally we all say, when we say wife and husband, we say they are made for each other. But Honorable President, Vice President, they are made for each other. They are together. Any decision they take a single voice. That is the greatness that we have. Friends, we need a person at the helm of affairs who has got leadership qualities, who is a subject expert, who has got political understanding. He has got to be with knowledge and visionary. If all this blend of all this quality, if we have to see one, I don't think there's a match for Honorable Vice President Aniket Sunil Talati. He's the one and the only one outstanding out of 32 who deserves to be in that position. We're happy that we have got such a great personality as the Vice President of ICI. Friends, with this, I welcome our Honorable Vice President to Vijayawada. First time he's landed in Andhra Pradesh. Sir, the entire Andhra Pradesh fraternity welcomes you to Vijayawada, sir. We know Jogi Ramesh Garu, a simple personality, great visionary, and a great leader who is connected with the masses. Anybody who wants to talk to him, though he's a minister, as an MLA also, anybody goes to him, he welcomes everyone with a smile. You can look at him, very smiling face. The same smiling face, because, sir, we're really proud that you are present amongst us to inaugurate this. So we welcome you, so on behalf of the Committee for Members in Practice. With these few words, my dear friends, I welcome you all. I am sure with the renowned speakers that you have, and we are going to have a feast of knowledge in the couple of days, we are going to enrich ourselves. With this, I thank you very much. I thank Vijayawada branch, a performing branch. Already chairman also spoke about the achievements of the branch. I'm sure year on year, year after year, you are going to take ICI to greater heights and see the flag of ICI flying high. Thank you very much. All the best.
Hello. Thank you, Prasanna Garu. Thank you very much for the great words about the Vijayawada branch and about our Vice President and our Minister and everyone. Thank you very much, sir. And before we hear from Chinnamastan Garu, a brief announcement from the Gnanchand Mishra Garu. Anyway, he is going to address us for the first technical session. But a brief announcement from Gnanchand Mishra Garu for the CP. Mishra Garu, please.
So thank you, MOC. Ya Devi Sarvbhuteshu Vidya Rupena Sanstita. Namastastai, 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 namo namah. At the outset, I want to worship the goddess of knowledge, Ma Saraswati, because of whom we are serving to the society to the best of our knowledge and abilities. Very distinguished chief guest of today's program, Sri Jogi Ramesh ji, very young, dynamic, a great technocrat and great visionary leader, and of course, a person for whom any adjective is very less, our Vice President, CA Aniket Sunil Talati ji. Amongst us, member of RERA of Andhra Pradesh, our own fraternity member, CA Rajshekhar Reddy Edda ji, Chairman of the Southern India Regional Council, CAT Chinnamastan ji, Chairperson of the branch, Vijayawada branch, Sretha Sreem, Secretary Nitya Ravi Kishore ji and his entire team, Galaxia past chairman present over here, very newly qualified chartered accountants, blooming buds of the profession, our students. Good morning to all of you. Indeed, if I say from core of my heart, since yesterday evening till this moment, the reception we got in Vijayawada will remain forever in our life. And kudos to the team, to the seniors, that how you people have trained your youngsters, that they are this much dedicated. So my folded hand request to the young members would be, please follow the footprint of your forefathers, our great visionaries who have taken the branch to this level that the branch Friends, will not take much time because I know that time is very short. Two things I would like to take quickly. One about the CPE committee. Friends, so far a lot of programs have happened across the country, both virtual as well as physical mode, but seeing the requirement of the branches and of course the regional councils, the committee has come up with some decisions that now the virtual programs shall be restrained to some end, and we will promote the physical programs again because we have come out of the corona pandemic, which was really very situation where the persons were not able to even meet each other. The second thing that we are planning to have come up some output based learning program in which the learning sessions being given by the faculties shall be adjusted by the participants. At the same time, there must be some output based mechanism by which the persons who have joined the program, the committee comes to know that they have really learned something. Friends, one thing that I would like to tell you here, the person behind the show, Prasanna sir, I am taking his name at the last. The reason is, he is such a dedicated person for the profession. He is really a jewel of the institute, I am telling you. His dedication, hard work, and thoughtfulness. I am following him for last about 5 months because I am first timer in the council. But I really want you people to give a big round of applause for him. I have seen such a person who works day and night, and probably among the 32 council members, if I say, except president and vice president, he is the third person who gives his 100%, means 100% time for the profession. So Prasanna sir, I am indeed very encouraged from you, and I am sure that leaders like you will take the profession at next level always. So thank you, Vijayawada branch, for giving me this opportunity. Friends, I am joining you after 10-15 minutes only to discuss Caro 2020. Hence, I will not take much time. I compliment and congratulate the branch for organizing such a wonderful program, Smile. And I can see that smiles will come on the face of all very shortly when our Honorable VP will start speaking. So thank you very much, one and all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. The conference theme is served, the smile and everybody's face. Thank you, sir. Now it is time to listen to our dynamic leader, our own person, ex officio of our branch, the chairman, SARC of ICAI, CAT Chinnamastan garu.
So, looks like more than height of vice president. No, still is the vice president only height, all of us. Yes. Respected chief guest of this inaugural session, Honorable Sri Jogi Ramesh Garu, and Minister of for a housing welfare scheme of
Sir, konja sound penchara, mic kuda kanchi adjust cheyi.
the Minister of Housing Welfare Scheme of Andhra Pradesh government and guest of honor and our esteemed and beloved Vice President of ICAI, CA Aniket Sunil Talati, my friend, I can say that friend in need and friend indeed, the RERA member, Andhra Pradesh, CA Rajshekar Reddy Ida, and beloved CCM from Ghaziabad, Gyan Chand Mitraji, and the beloved our Central Council member, Prasanna Kumar Garu, Vice Chairman of Professional Development Committee, and the Chairperson of Vijayawada branch, Cheta Shirin, and Secretary Netta Ravikishore Garu, and the office bearer and MC members, and the chairmans and the MC members of various branches, and the past chairmen and MC members of Vijayawada branch. Very good morning to all members. Before my address, I'll cut short less than 2 minutes because I got the instructions also. The president has to reach the Tirupati by visiting Guntur, Nellore, Ongole before 5:30. There is a similar program by today evening. So I cut short my speech. Before I cut short my speech, I'll address only 2-3 points. The Vice President, sir, this is the branch out of the 45 branches of Southern region is the highly vibrant branch. This is the branch having the management committee elections out of 13 branches of AP. So this is the branch, is the benchmark branch for all the 45 branches of Southern region and also few of the branches of other regions. Sir, this branch having the revenue, I can say that it's at par and equivalent of our southern region. You can imagine how this branch and management committee earlier, now how this branch is working. Members, coming to this about our vice presidents. Wherever we visiting, myself and the regional council members, you know about the SSP. All the SSP activities now is a handling by at the place of Bombay and Kanpur. And members of the Southern, students of the Southern are requesting, they want the service center at the Southern also, because Southern states having different languages. So I requesting in the different platforms, different council meetings, but no other council member has responded for this request, including Prasanna Kumar sir. Prasanna Kumar also said that, Mastan, this is not our hands, it is the hands of the president and vice president. But I become the vice chairman in the orientation program, and in the meeting at the Delhi for all the region chairman, I requested the vice president immediately responded, let identify the resource at Chennai, want to give the one activity to the Southern region, that is the Chennai office. We are on the process. He is the only person has responded for this. And members, I saw that so many situations I discussed with the vice presidents also regarding the capital grants and the budgets. He is the only practical person, whatever you required in practically by keeping these provisions and restrictions, he is the only person allowing to do that more activities regarding the students and the members. With that concept, we conducted for all the 45 branches of MC members at Ramoji Film University orientation program 2 days. Sir, Vice President, sir, you are the inspirational leader like his father and our past president of CA, Sunil Talati. During his term as a president in the year 2007 and 8, introduced an impressive and elegant slogan, catch the young, was the instrumental for 100 of students opting for the CA course. In the presence of our esteemed Vice President in the helm of affairs of ICI, we are sure the profession would reach further heights of the glory in the months ahead. Members and the students, again, I'll tell you the one more practicality. The result as announced yesterday. The earlier practice, the result usually announcing afternoon, maybe after 2 o'clock, after 3 o'clock. Because of the Vijayawada program, because of the Hubli program, they announced early morning by 7:30, 8 o'clock. Every student has felt happy because of they get morning, the result, whether positive or negative, they discharge by the evening. If you would have announced the evening, then they should carry this impact the night also. This is the one good result, either the behind the Vijayawada branch and Vice President, sir, I can tell you about my regional council also. We has initiated the new UNIQ program, that is articles placement and the campus placement of for the graduates. It is going on almost all the more than 50% of the branches, and more than 1,000 students has recruited more than 100 forms, and we approached more than 100 colleges, and this is a process which is going on. This process will help the graduates to get the employment, and it will help to the institute also. Once joining as a graduate in the CA office, the students are creating the interest to join in the CA course. We saw that out of the 1,000 students, we saw that more than 150 students has registered for CA course. Earlier, they never thought that they want to join in the CA course. Because of this recruitment process, they came to the CA courses. And other one is at SARC, we are providing the coaching classes for all the level, CA foundation, inter and foundation, final level. But at foundation, the SARC is providing free of cost to the foundation student who studied in the government schools, who studied in the government aided schools. This is given more than 3,000 students got the benefited, either virtually and physically. And President sir, the last one, for better administration and the better utilization of the capital grant, which is allowed by the head office. Every quarterly, we are conducting 2 meetings with all the MC members of 45 branches to effective utilization and to find the gaps, and we create that bridge between the head office and the branches. This is the helping so many branches. And at SARC, we also appointed one exclusive dean for the student activities. There is so many students here participated. I want to give the one suggestion finally to all the students. Students, you are preparing very well exams, and 95% of the students are feeling that institute is not passing. Institute is not allowing to pass. To fill this gap, I give the only one suggestion. To pass, knowledge is the half. That means half only you are reaching. The next half is you had to write that mock exam as many as possible, weekly 3 exams, each subject. So knowledge should pass through brain, through hand, through pen to the paper. Then the marks will come. So you are preparing only 50%. You are not preparing for the writing the exams. So all the coaching centers is offering the preparation of the exam. They are not offering to how to write the exams. How to write the exam should be, you are the tutor, you are the coaching center person. Let you prepare self exams, self writing the exams, then easy to pass. And finally, members, we have the first time the ICA has been given the honor of hosting 21st World Congress Chartered Accountants between the 18th and 21st November at Mumbai. Appeal, all the members get the register. That will be a different program altogether in the history. So I request, spread the word and catch the group of people, find the good registrations. With this, I thanks to Vijayawada branch for giving this wonderful opportunity. I thanks to dignitaries and the participants. Thank you all. Thank you. Jai
Thank you,
Hind,
sir. Thank you
Jai
very
ICA.
much. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for the great words about the Vijayawada branch as a closely following to the Vijayawada branch as a ex officio of the branch. Thank you. And now it's time for to hear Mana Manishi, Mana Vijayawada Chartered Accountant, CA Rajshekhar Reddy Garu Ida, to deliver his message. Thank you, sir. He has raised to the occasion of the Principal Secretary range as a member of AP RERA. I welcome Rajshekhar Reddy Garu to give his message. Thank you.
Respected Chief Guest, Honorable Minister for Housing Scheme, Sri Jogi Rameshana, I would say handsome and dynamic minister in our AP state government. And I also welcome Vice President ICAI, Sri CA Aniket Sunil Talatiji, and Central Council members, Sri Prasanna Kumar Garu, and Gyan Chandra Mishra ji, and one of the best, and my lovely friend, Mr. C.A. Chinamastan, Chairman, SIRC, and also Sri Srita Shirin Garu, Chairperson, Vijayawada Branch, and Secretary Sri N. Ravikishore Garu, and my dear professional colleagues and other dignitaries. A very good morning to all of you. I would say this is one of my pride moments to be among our CA fraternity members. Really, I'm pleased very much. And of course, I'm happy to share with the dais with Sri Jogi Rameshana. And also when Vijayawada branch member committee approached me for being one of the guests, so my feelings were a mixed one, because I used to attend as one of attendee for the programs, usually from Hyderabad branch and other branches to Delhi seminars. Of course, on different political scenarios, I used to attend. So when they approached me, I felt very happy, because so first time I'm going to meet my members fraternity. So with what becoming a RERA member, so gives me a special pride moment. So thanks to Vijayawada branch, and to share some of my cherished moments with all Vijayawada branch members. Then I at this juncture, I would say my sincere thanks to Honorable CM Y.S. Jagannath Reddy of Andhra Pradesh to place a confidence on me and appointing me as a RERA member. Definitely, I'll reach his expectations from and of course, by protecting our interest of the CA profession, definitely I'll prove myself the best. The start accounts are always best, that I will prove that. There's no doubt on that. And one more thing, my sincere and heartful thanks to ICAI. Why? Because today I'm here, I'm invited because of my chartered accountancy profession. There is no doubt on that. Because of chartered accountancy, today I reached this stage. I always say, earlier also I told, chartered accountancy gives many skills, many. Either it may be leadership skills, management skills, administration skills, and whatnot. And all apart from this, the courage, the courage that gives a chartered accountant that they can do anything, either in politics, either in cine industry, either in management of the multi-crores businesses, of course, world banks, like similar organizations. Anywhere you search, whether in, even if you see our central government also, there are many chartered accountants in cabinet. They proved they are our best. So there is no doubt, there is no second thought on that. Chartered accountant is always good. And they build the nation, as the SEA tagline says, build the nation. Yes, we build the nation. There is no doubt on that. Though it's a very tough time that we had last 2 years. Because of COVID, we lost. Unfortunately, it's very sad we lost some of the members. By serving our clients, it doesn't, in turn, it is serving to the nation. We serve the nation. We are being serving the nation. Of course, we lost the members. Very sad that moment, but still we are serving the nation. So members, it's very, good that Vijayawada branch is conducting 2 days national conference to enrich our knowledge. And one more thing, I request members, the present members who enrolled with the ICAI, to look for the passion also, beside the profession. We do regularly our professional things, morning to evening, GST matters, income tax matters. Why not other professions? Why the other passions? Like I recommend the politics is one of the best places. Many people says politics, but I feel it's a good opportunity, good platform to serve the nation also at the same time. Like building the nation financially, we are chartered accountants, and to serve the nation, it's a good platform. So you develop a passion also to serve the general public at the same time, whenever you get the time. Of course, that skills we have already. So use that one to serve the public. And as Sir said, Prasanna sir, I assure you, our members, always I am ready to help to my mother profession in whatever way I can do. Definitely, I contribute, though I am in a different platform as on date, definitely I am there to support and help whatever things that Vijayawada branch or else ICAI, whatever I could do my best with my capability. So sir, and Sir Talati sir, and Prasanna sir and other members, let me know whatever things I can do. I do my profession, to my mother profession. So coming to today's program, I congratulate the organizers for the selection of the good technical topics for today and tomorrow's session. So I could see from schedule of technical session, the interesting and valid topics of professional interest in the areas of our day-to-day professional services. And while thanking the organizers for giving me this wonderful opportunity to share my thoughts, I also offer my heartiest greetings and good wishes for remarkable success of the conference. Thank you very much, and thanks a lot to Vijayawada branch committee. Thank you.
Mike Amma. Hello. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for giving us such a wonderful message that CA with dynamic skills, including politics. Thank you, sir. And now it's time to hear from our beloved Vice President, ICAI, Aniket Sunil Talati, sir. Honorable Vice President, the technocrat and whatnot. I think he's already briefed by our CCM Prasanna Kumar, sir. Thank you. And over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. And a very good morning to all of you. To the very respected chief guest of today's function, Shri Jogi Ramesh Garuji, Honorable Minister for Housing Welfare Scheme, Government of Andhra Pradesh. Sir, you have been described as handsome and smiling. Let me tell you, sir, that I not only concur with what has been said by Prasanna ji as well as Reddy ji. In fact, now your handsomeness and smile of the Andhra region or the Telugu speaking states is not restricted only to Telangana. In Gujarat, there was a time we used to watch Hindi movies. Today, Telugu movies are far overtaking Hindi movies even in Gujarat. So yes, the smile of Andhra, the smile of our Telugu people is not only restricted to these two states, but is spreading across thanks to leadership like you and the wonderful work that the state government is doing. I was being told by Prasanna ji and also the branch team about all the wonderful housing activities that are happening under your leadership. To the pride of our profession, somebody who has taken up a very important mantle, the public service, by being a member of the state RERA, Rajashekar Reddy Garuji. Sir, thank you very much for being here today, and more importantly, for giving us the confidence and something which all the young members must learn even after achieving the state of principal secretary, the status and the recognition that he gets, the words that he has for our alma mater, for our institute. Sir, the institute is made by professionals like you and members like you. I congratulate and compliment you on behalf of the entire profession. Yes, friends, we must recognize members like him who are contributing in public service. Even at the institute, let me share with you that this program is conducted by the Committee for Members in Practice. We heard about the Committee for Members in other industries, Committee for CPE, various other committees which are there. One important committee, sir, that we have is members in public service. And these are members of the profession who are currently in active politics, so as to say members of parliament, members of legislative assemblies, members who are in the administrative side, like sir is in the RERA. Similarly, we have officers at IAS, IRS, IPS, different levels who are chartered accountants. And this is one very important facet of our profession, that we not only serve our clients, we not only take care of our clients, but the larger public good. As the past president of India had once said, that chartered accountants are partners in nation building. And I think it is through this activity that partnering of nation building is done by our chartered accountants. He has rightly requested all of you, please just don't look at professional work and yourself, try and involve in the society and make sure that this tag that APJ Abdul Kalam ji gave us, partner in nation building, is truly upheld. To my two very distinguished colleagues in the Central Council, smile. You will always see Prasanna Kumar ji smiling. And I think aptly that the entire conference has been conceptualized, designed and executed by him. Let me share with you, friends, that Chinnamastan mentioned about the result and how early in the morning the result was there. I think the president signs it. Of course, as vice president, I'm the vice chairman of the exam committee. Gyan Mishra ji is also a part of the committee, but he will also agree. The one person who reached the exam committee meeting before everybody else, who left after everything was finished, and morning 7 o'clock when the result was signed, there is only one such dedicated Central Council member we have in the institute, and that is Prasanna Kumar Garuji. So I think you should all, as members of this great state of Andhra Pradesh, be extremely proud of the kind of work that he is doing at the Central Council. And I'm not here just praising him because as vice president, I must recognize a council member. You ask any council member in the north, out of 365 days in a year, sir is spending over 300 days just in Delhi to ensure the best services are available to members and students. So fantastic work being done, Prasanna ji, and I'm glad to be here. Smile. It was said that we are all smiling. Why will I not smile when we have wonderful chairperson of SIRC in the form of Chinnamastan ji, who is also your ex-officio member, Madam, who is the chairperson of Vijayawada. Let me tell you, friends, this entire experience of mine, Prasanna ji mentioned that for GC Mishra ji and myself, it is the first time that we are coming in Andhra Pradesh. At 9 o'clock when we arrived, Madam and her entire battery of chartered accountants, and I was happy to see many of whom were women, were there at the airport. I got the warmest reception that one could imagine at the airport. at the hotel. And then today morning, thanks to Naiduji, one wonderful darshan that I could have. I think this is a fantastic opportunity for me to come to Vijayawada. I'm definitely going to say it is one place or one state every council member must visit. Thank you, madam, and your entire team. I always used to wonder, especially the last 2 years, Vijayawada is getting an award. Best branch, even the student association was awarded. But let me tell you, Prasanna ji, Chinnamastan ji, and madam, this is truly deserved. The kind of work that all your past chairmen, your current managing committee is all doing, putting together. It is creating a world-class conference like this. Smaller, finer things, which are very important. Look at the topics that have been shortlisted for the benefit of membership in these 2 days. It would have been very easy for Prasanna ji or the organizers to keep topics on income tax, 194, TDS, all the traditional areas that are there. And probably the hall would have been more people. But I went through the entire program structure for 2 days, and all the topics are forward-looking. GST litigation, not about filing forms or annual compliances or monthly and quarterly compliances. But Bimal Jain ji today is going to talk to you about litigation, which is going to be one of the largest areas which you will all have to develop into. And more importantly, the focus that has been given on technology by all the faculties who are going to come and teach over these 2 days. Virtual CFO services. Because when we spoke about exam, let us also appreciate that in this examination, 12,500 chartered accountants have qualified. And if all of them want to get into practice, and all of them also only want to do income tax and GST, how will the profession grow? The profession can only grow, as Reddy ji say, if we develop into different areas, get into public service, get into newer areas of practice. And that is what, dear friends, your institute is trying to do. We recently had a proposed amendment in the course curriculum. Sir, we are amending our entire CA course. And in this course now, we are going to have technology as an ingredient in every subject at the final level. Ethics is going to be a part of all of this. And it is extremely critical today when I am here in the SIRC, when technology is taking shape, when you have the largest startup ecosystem in this southern India, when you have the best IT companies of the world, not just the country, but the entire world in this profession also move forward and adopt technology. Your institute will be doing that, but it is for each one of you also to appreciate. Sir, in fact, this is a statutory body which is regulating the profession of chartered accountancy. Of Parliament, way on 26th of January 1950. Even before that, the profession of chartered accountancy was created on 1st of July 1949. That is a matter of pride and matter of smile for all of you. Today we have celebrated the 74th CA Day on 1st of July. We will be entering very soon the 75th year of our profession. And when we are entering that, sir, the presence of the institute is in 5 regional councils. That is 5 different regions. We have today 166 branches across the country. But the profession is not restricted only to India. We have 44 overseas chapters, 33 representative offices, presence in 77 cities of the world and 50 countries of the world. Friends, your profession is no longer a profession of India or maybe restricted to the Middle East. It is truly a global profession with our chartered accountants, who will now be close to 4 lakh spread across the world. And this has given us the opportunity. For the first time, we are going to be organizing the World Congress of Accountants. What is the World Congress? It is the Olympics of accounting profession. Once in 4 years, sir, the World Congress is organized. It was previously organized in Australia. Before that, it was in Italy, and largely organized in Europe and North America. For the first time, India and the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India is going to host the World Congress in Mumbai from the 18th of November to the 21st of November, where we are seeing already participants from 75 countries, and the target is to have 6,000 delegates from 150 countries of the world. I invite you, please be a part of this gigantic effort that GC Mishra ji, Prasanna Kumar ji, the entire council together is putting across, to show not just our members what is happening in the world in the areas of sustainability, in the areas of assurance, audit, indirect tax, direct tax, but most importantly, to showcase to the world the growth of Indian accountancy profession. And it is going to be a great opportunity for you to showcase your strength. Finally, as I'm seeing on the right side of this hall, all women chartered accountants who have taken over and are in large number, let me share with you a very important statistics. Today, 45% of the students pursuing CA are women. Close to 30% of our membership today are women, and the pass percentage of our women is far more than the boys who are appearing in the examination. And this very fact is going to ensure that we have a fantastic balance in our profession. It was mentioned about the result that was declared recently. Extremely proud for all of you to share, and you should feel proud and have a smile on your face, as the conference theme says, that your institute has been able to ensure that the result, which used to take 60 days, all the seniors will remember who have appeared in the examination, 60 days from the conclusion for the result declaration. We have already declared the final result. On 21st, we will be declaring the intermediate result in less than 45 days after completion of the exam. And this has been possible due to efforts of Prasanna ji, GC Mishra ji, and the entire exam committee, where the entire process of examination has gone online. One simple statistics before I end, so that you all feel the pride of the profession, as Reddy ji feels, as everybody else on the stage has expressed. There used to be a time when you used to apply for membership or for a change in constitution of firm, for empaneling or registering an article. You used to go to Chennai, for some areas used to go to Delhi, and after 2 months, you would get your membership or your firm registered. Yesterday, President signed the result at 7:30 a.m. At 9 a.m., we got the results uploaded on SSP. At 12 p.m., we had certain students who applied for membership, and at 6 p.m., they became members of the institute. This is the speed with which the institute is working. This is the adoption of technology that your institute has done. And I think with this conference, I am confident all of you will learn from all the speakers that are going to deliberate over the 2 days, the nuances of and importance of technology, and of course, the very important area of GST litigation, which Bimal ji is going to take all of you today in the later sessions. With these words, let me once again thank Vijayawada branch, and especially my elder brother in the council, Prasanna ji, for inviting me to this conference. I have had a wonderful and fantastic experience of being in Vijayawada, and I look forward to the Tirupati Darshan tomorrow morning. Thank you very much.
Hello. Sir, thank you, sir, for the great words that you have given, really boosting the things. as we know that the speed at which that ICA is working, really the results are miracle that we didn't expect the results will come in such a fast manner. I request all the newly qualified chartered accountants who are passed in the yesterday declared results to come at the MC desk and enroll yourself, and so that you can receive a memento from the hands of our Minister Jogi Ramesh Garu and also our Honorable Vice President, so, Aniket Sunil Talati, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Now it's time to hear from our favorable and mana manishi, mana madhyana unna mana mantri varyulu Jogi Ramesh Garu, a senior YSRCP leader from Pedana constituency from Andhra Pradesh. ముక్కుసూటి మనస్తత్వం, చక్కగా ప్రశ్నించే అలవాటు, అన్యాయాన్ని ఎదిరించే అలవాటు. సో ఆ అలవాటే ఆయన్ని ఆలవాలంగా చేసుకుని మంత్రివర్గంలో స్థానాన్ని సంపాదించి పెట్టింది. సో అనగానే వర్గాలకి ఆశాజ్యోతి మన పెడన కాన్స్టిట్యుయెన్సీ జోగి రమేష్ గారు. సార్ ఆయన 1970 ఇబ్రహీంపట్నం జోగి మోహన్ రావు గారు పుష్పవతి గారికి జన్మించిన బిడ్డ. థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్. థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్.
ICAI నేషనల్ కాన్ఫరెన్స్ విజయవాడలో నిర్వహించడం ముందుగా నిర్వాహకులందరికీ కూడా మా దగ్గర నిర్వహించినందుకు అభినందనలు తెలియజేస్తా ఉన్నాను. నా తరపున గౌరవ ముఖ్యమంత్రి జగన్మోహన్ రెడ్డి గారి తరపున కూడా మీ అందరికి కూడా కృతజ్ఞతలు చెప్తా ఉన్నాను అమ్మా. తలాటి గారు, మిశ్రాజీ, ప్రసన్న గారు, మన విజయవాడ చైర్పర్సన్ శ్రీతా సిరిన్మ, అదేవిధంగా వేదిక మీద ఉన్న పెద్దలు అందరికీ కూడా, నా ప్రియమిత్రుడు రాజశేఖర్ రెడ్డి, రేరా డైరెక్టర్, అదేవిధంగా నా చిన్ననాటి మిత్రులు మా నాయుడు గారు, మా సుబ్బారాయుడు అన్న, ఈరోజు మిమ్మల్ని చూస్తూ ఉంటే ప్రపంచం కరోనాతో అల్లాడుతూ ఉంటే మనం పటిష్టంగా ఉన్నాము. మన భారతదేశంలో వ్యవస్థ, ఆర్థిక వ్యవస్థ, చాలా దేశాలు కూడా చిన్నాభిన్నం అయిపోయినాయి. ఈ పరిస్థితుల్లో ఆర్థిక వ్యవస్థ ఒక బలమైన దేశంగా, బలమైన శక్తిగా నిలబడగలిగామంటే మన ప్రజలకి, అంటే ప్రభుత్వానికి మధ్య వారధులు, ఆ వారధులే ఈ దేశాన్ని ఇంత పెద్ద ఎత్తున నిలబెట్టగలిగిన శక్తి ఒక అకౌంటెంట్స్, చార్టెడ్ అకౌంటెంట్స్ దగ్గరే ఉందని గర్వంగా అయితే చెప్పగలం. ఒక కుటుంబం, ఆ కుటుంబంలో పెద్ద ఏ విధంగా అయితే తనకు వచ్చే రాబడి, ఖర్చు రెండు కూడా బేరీజ్ చేసుకొని ఆ కుటుంబాన్ని సమాంతరంగా నడపగలడో, ఆ కుటుంబం బ్రహ్మాండంగా ఆర్థికంగా ఒక్కడుగు ముందుకేసుకుంటా పటిష్టంగా తయారవుతుంది. అదేవిధంగా ఈ రోజున ఒక కంపెనీ నడవాలన్నా, లేకపోతే ఒక వ్యాపారస్తుడు నిలబడగలనన్నా, అతన్ని నిలబెట్టే శక్తి, ఆ కంపెనీని నిలబెట్టే ఒక ఆ వెనకుండా నడిపే మనకే దక్కుతుంది అనేది మాత్రం నేనైతే వాస్తవంగా చెప్పాను. ఎందుకంటే ఆ శక్తి, యుక్తి కూడా మన దగ్గర ఉంది. మనం ఉంటేనే ఆ కంపెనీ మనగలదు. ఈరోజు నేను ఒకటే, ఇతర దేశాలతో మనం పోల్చుకుంటూ పోతే అమెరికా లాంటి దేశంతో పోటీ పడగలుగుతూ ఉన్నామంటే మంచి ట్యాక్స్ పేయర్స్. అంటే ఈరోజు జిఎస్టీ వల్ల, అంతకుముందు జిఎస్టీ పెట్టేటప్పుడు చాలామంది చాలా రకాలుగా ఇబ్బందులు పడి గొడవలు చేసిన పరిస్థితులు ఉన్నాయి. ఈరోజు జిఎస్టీ వచ్చిన తర్వాత మన భారతదేశం సుమారుగా నెలకి 1,00,000 కోట్ల రూపాయల పైచిలుకు ఆదాయాన్ని అంటే జిఎస్టీ ద్వారా పొందుతాం. అంటే సంవత్సరానికి 12 లక్షల కోట్ల పైచిలుకు ఆదాయంతో సమృద్ధిగా సంతృప్తిగా దేశం నడగలుగుతుంది. ఈ ట్యాక్స్ వ్యవస్థ అంతా కూడా ఇటు వ్యాపారస్తులకి ఇటు ప్రభుత్వానికి అనుసంధానం, వారధులు చార్టెడ్ అకౌంటెంట్స్ అని చెప్పేసి మనం అందరం కూడా స్పష్టంగా చెప్పగలగాలి. ఆ వ్యవస్థని పటిష్టంగా తయారు చేసుకోగలగాలి. ఈరోజు ఈ 2 రోజులు మన సమావేశంలో చాలా అద్భుతంగా నాకు తెలిసి చర్చలు జరుగుతాయి. ఆ చర్చల ద్వారా ఇంకా ఏ విధంగా ఇటు ప్రజలకి మేలు చేయాలి, అంటే వ్యవస్థలకి, అంటే కంపెనీలకి, పారిశ్రామికవేత్తలకి, లేకపోతే చిన్న చిన్న వ్యాపారం చేసుకుంటూ ముందుకు అడుగు వేసే ఒక కంపెనీ యాజమానులకి ఏ విధంగా న్యాయం చేయాలి, అదేవిధంగా ప్రభుత్వానికి ట్యాక్స్ రూపేణా మనం ఏ విధంగా కట్టించగలగాలి. ఇది సమాంతరంగా జరిగితేనే వ్యవస్థ బాగుంటుంది, మనం బాగుంటాం. ఇప్పుడే తలాడి గారు చెప్పారు, ఐసిఏఏ సంస్థ చాలా గొప్ప సంస్థ. దీనిలో కొన్ని లక్షల మంది ఈ సంస్థలో భాగస్వాములై ఉన్నారు. చాలా దేశాల్లో ఈ సంస్థకి బ్రాంచీలు ఉన్నాయి. కొన్ని సంవత్సరాల్లో, కొన్ని రాబోయే రోజుల్లో ప్రపంచం మొత్తం కూడా శాసించగలిగే సంస్థగా తయారవుతుంది అనటంలో ఎటువంటి వెనకడుగు వేసే అతిశయం లేదు. అంటే డెఫినెట్గా మన చార్టెడ్ అకౌంటెంట్సే ప్రపంచం మొత్తం కూడా ఏళ్తారు అనటంలో ఎటువంటి సందేహం లేదు. ఎందుకంటే మన భారతదేశంలో నుంచే మొత్తం దేశాలన్నీ కూడా మన మీద ఆధారపడతాయి అనటంలో ఎటువంటి ఇది కూడా లేదనిపిస్తుంది నాకైతే. అదేవిధంగా వైస్ ప్రెసిడెంట్, ఆయన తెలుగు రాదు కాబట్టి ఇంగ్లీష్లో ట్రాన్స్లేట్ కాబోయే ప్రెసిడెంట్ యంగ్ కుర్రవాడు, మంచి సమర్థవంతంగా ఈ సంస్థని, ఐసిఐఏ సంస్థని మరింతగా ముందుకు తీసుకువెళ్ళాలని చెప్పేసి తలాటి గారిని, అదేవిధంగా ప్రసన్న గారు, జ్ఞాన్ చంద్ర గారు, ఈరోజు హోస్ట్ మన సిరినమ్మ, అందరికీ కూడా మనస్ఫూర్తిగా కోరుకుంటూ, చాలామంది మన పిల్లలు చార్టెడ్ అకౌంటెంట్ అంటే సిఏ అంటే చాలా కష్టపడాలి, ఇంజనీరింగ్ చదివితే వెంటనే అయిపోద్ది అనే ఒక ఆలోచనలో ఉంటారు. కానీ కష్టపడితేనే కదా ఫలితం. చాలామంది తయారవ్వాలి. కోర్సు కూడా 3 సంవత్సరాలు అయితే మనం కష్టపడలేక దాన్ని లాగుతూ ఉన్నారు మన వాళ్ళంతా. కొంచెం కాన్సన్ట్రేట్ చేయండి. ఏమన్నా మీ రోజుల్లో ఇప్పుడు 3 ఇయర్స్లో కంప్లీట్ అయిపోతా ఉంది. అచ్చా, అట్లయితే బాధ లేదు. మీరందరూ కూడా మంచి భవిష్యత్తులో ఇంకా మంచి కంపెనీలు పెట్టాలి. మీ సంస్థ ద్వారా బ్రహ్మాండంగా ఇటు ట్యాక్స్ పేయర్స్కి ట్యాక్స్ కట్టించుకునే, అంటే ప్రభుత్వానికి అనుసంధానంగా వారధుల్లాగా బాగా పనిచేయాలని ఐసిఐఏ మన ఇన్స్టిట్యూట్ సంస్థ మరింతగా, ఇందాక చెప్పినట్టు నేను ప్రపంచంలోనే ఒక గొప్ప ఐసిఐఏకి ఉన్న పేరు ప్రఖ్యాతలు ఇంకా పెంపొందించే విధంగా ఇక్కడ ఉన్న పెద్దలందరూ కూడా వారిని ముందుకు తీసుకువెళ్ళాలని కోరుకుంటూ, నాకైతే దీని గురించి పెద్దగా తెలియదు అన్నది, అందుకే పెద్దగా తెలీదు. ఏదో మీరు మన వాళ్ళు ఆహ్వానించారు, వచ్చాం. తప్పనిసరిగా మా తరపున గౌరవ ఈ రాష్ట్ర ముఖ్యమంత్రి, మనసున్న ముఖ్యమంత్రి, ఈరోజు చాలామంది అనుకుంటారు డబ్బులన్నీ తీసుకెళ్ళి ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారు బటన్ నొక్కేస్తా ఉన్నాడు, పేదవాళ్ళకి వెళ్ళిపోతామని. ఆయన పేదవాళ్ళు అనేవాళ్ళు పెరిగితేనే దేశం ముందుకెళ్తుంది అనేది ఒక గొప్ప ఆలోచన. ఎందుకంటే పేదరికంతో మగ్గేవాళ్ళు పేదరికంతో మగ్గుతూ ఉంటే, ధనికులు ధనికులుగా మారుతూ ఉంటే, అంటే రెండిటికి వ్యత్యాసం చాలా ఉంటుంది. కానీ ధనికులమైన మనం పేదల్ని చేయి పట్టి చేయూతనిచ్చినప్పుడే అందరం కూడా సమానత్వం ఉంటుంది. దయచేసి మనసుతో ఆలోచన చేసే ముఖ్యమంత్రి, అందరూ బాగుండాలని కోరుకునే ముఖ్యమంత్రి ఈరోజు భారతదేశంలో ఇంత పేదల హృదయాల గురించి ఆలోచన చేసి పేదల మనసుల్లో ఉన్న భావాన్ని గుర్తెరిగిన ఒక యువకుడు 3648 కిలోమీటర్ల సుదీర్ఘ పాదయాత్రలో కష్టాలు చూశాడు, కన్నీళ్లు చూశాడు. ఆ కష్టాలు కన్నీళ్లలో నుంచి వచ్చిన మేనిఫెస్టోని ఈరోజు అమలు చేస్తా ఉన్నాం. ఏదో ఒక రోజు మనం చిన్నప్పుడు చూసాం, మన ప్రభుత్వ పాఠశాలలు కనీసం వర్షం వస్తే కారుతా ఉండేవి, బల్లలు ఉండేవి కాదు, బ్లాక్ బోర్డు ఉండేది కాదు. ఎక్కడా కూడా మనం చదువుకోవటానికి వెళ్ళాలంటేనే ఇబ్బందులు పడిన పరిస్థితులు. ఈ రోజున ప్రభుత్వ పాఠశాలల రూపురేఖలు మొత్తం కూడా మార్చేస్తూ ఉన్నాం. అంటే అందులో చదువుకునేది మన పిల్లలే. ధనికుల పిల్లల్లాగా పేదవాళ్ళ పిల్లలు కూడా ప్రైవేటు పాఠశాలలకు దీటుగా ప్రభుత్వ పాఠశాలని ఈ రోజున బ్రహ్మాండంగా తీర్చిదిద్దుతూ ఉన్నాం. పిల్లల్ని చదివించే ఆలోచనతో ముఖ్యమంత్రులు చాలా మంది వస్తూ ఉంటారు, వెళ్ళిపోతూ ఉంటారు. కానీ మన పిల్లల గురించి ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్లో ఉన్న 5 కోట్ల మంది పిల్లల గురించి 75 సంవత్సరాలైంది మన దేశానికి స్వతంత్రం వచ్చి. చాలా పార్టీలు వచ్చినాయి, చాలామంది ముఖ్యమంత్రులు పనిచేశారు, వెళ్ళిపోయారు. మన పిల్లల గురించి ఎవరు ఆలోచన చేస్తారు? మనం అంటే మన తల్లిదండ్రులు బాగున్నారు, చక్కగా కొంత CA దాకా వచ్చాం. మిగిలిన పిల్లల గురించి ఎవరిని ఆలోచన చేస్తారు? సుమారుగా 90 లక్షల మంది పిల్లలు చదువుకుంటా ఉంటే వాళ్ళ గురించి ఎవరు ఆలోచన చేస్తారు? ఒక తండ్రిగా ఒకళ్ళో ఇద్దరు గురించి ఆలోచన చేస్తారు, తండ్రి తల్లి. కానీ 90 లక్షల పిల్లల భవిష్యత్తు గురించి ఆలోచన చేస్తున్న ముఖ్యమంత్రి భారతదేశంలో ఉన్నాడంటే ఒకే ఒక్క ముఖ్యమంత్రి జగన్మోహన్ రెడ్డి గారు మాత్రమే. ఎందుకంటే ఇది వాళ్ళ అమ్మాయి, అంటే జగన్మోహన్ రెడ్డి గారి అమ్మాయి ఎక్కడో చదువుతూ ఉంది. వాళ్ళ పాపలాగానే మిగిలిన పిల్లలందరూ కూడా చదువుకోవాలి, అదే ఆలోచన. అందుకంటే ఈ సమన్యాయంతో బ్రహ్మాండంగా పరిపాలన చేస్తున్న జగన్మోహన్ రెడ్డి గారి ఆలోచన విధానం కూడా మీకు చెప్పాలి కాబట్టి, క్యాబినెట్లో నేను మంత్రిగా ఉన్నాను కాబట్టి ఆయన ఆలోచన విధానాన్ని మీరు కూడా తెలుసుకోవాలి కాబట్టి ఈరోజు మీ అందరూ కూడా చెప్తూ, మంచి చేసే మన ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారిని మీరందరూ కూడా ఆయన్ని కూడా మీ అందరి ఆశీస్సులు దీవెనలు ఆయనకు కూడా ఎప్పుడు కూడా ఉండాలని చెప్పేసి మనందరూ కోరుకుంటూ, ఈరోజు ఇటువంటి మంచి కార్యక్రమంలో పాల్గొనే అవకాశం కల్పించిన ప్రతి ఒక్కళ్ళకి, ICAI ఇన్స్టిట్యూట్ ప్రతినిధులందరికీ కూడా మనస్ఫూర్తిగా నమస్కారాలు తెలుపుకుంటూ మీ అందరి దగ్గర సెలవు తీసుకుంటున్నాను. నమస్కారం.
థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్, థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్ జోగి రమేష్ గారు. జగనన్న ప్రభుత్వం గురించి మనందరికీ తెలిసిందే. ఎంత ట్రాన్స్పరెంట్ గా 1,00,000 కోట్లకు పైగా పేదవారి అకౌంట్కి డైరెక్ట్ గా ట్రాన్స్ఫర్ చేస్తూ, అవన్నీ మన మన పరికరాలు కొనుక్కోవడానికి వాటికి ఉపయోగపడుతుంది. అవంతా కూడా మన ట్రాన్స్పరెంట్ గా మనకి మళ్ళీ చేరతాయి మన GDPకి. దట్స్ రియల్లీ ఎ గ్రేట్ ఐడియా. థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్, థ్యాంక్ యూ ఫర్ గివింగ్ ద గ్రేట్ మెసేజ్. నౌ ఇట్స్ టైమ్ ఫర్ ది felicitation of our chartered accountants, newly chartered accountants. I request all of them to kindly come on to the dais. I request all the chartered accountants who are newly qualified yesterday to be on the dais. Thank you, Jogi Ramesh Garu, for really gracing the occasion and blessing us. Thank you, sir. I request all the chartered accountants to please come on to the stage to receive a memento from the hands of our Honorable Vice President. I request all the chartered accountants, newly qualified chartered accountants who are present here. I request volunteers to kindly hand over the mementos to the Vice President so as to he will hand over the things to the other members. I request our chairman, Getam Shita Shirin ma'am, to hand over a mementos to the first. Rajshekar Reddy garu. Rajshekar Reddy garu. CA Sunil Aniket Talati sir, Vice President. Shri Gyanchand Mishra garu. Now beloved SARC chairman.
Respected Chief Guest, Honorable Minister Sri Jogi Ramesh Garu in absentia, Honorable Vice President ICA, and all the dignitaries on the stage, and ladies and gentlemen present here, and those who joined us through virtual mode, good morning. I am Nitta Ravikishore, Secretary of Vijayawada branch of SARC of ICA. I feel honored to propose this vote of thanks on behalf of Vijayawada branch of SARC of ICI, the host of the conference, and on my own behalf. We are all happy and grateful for this successful inaugural session. We are grateful to our chief guests, special invitees for sparing their valuable time for us and gracing this function. A big thanks to Sri Jogi Ramesh Garu, Honorable Minister for Housing, for providing so much value to our audience. I must mention our deep sense of appreciation for Honorable Vice President ICA to be a part of this session. We are grateful to CAE Rajshekar Reddy Garu, member AP RERA, for supporting our endeavors. I would like to express our deep sense of gratitude to CA T. Chinnamastan Garu, SARC Chairman and ex officio of our branch, for gracing this occasion and his valuable support in organizing this conference. We would like to express our gratitude to Central Council members CA.D. Prasanna Kumarji, the architect of this conference, and CA Gyanchandra Mishra ji. We are all inspired by your words. There were some remarkable incidents in this session. Really, we will never forget this kind of gesture. We would like to thank all the known and unknown hands who have contributed for the success of this inaugural session. Once again, I would like to thank each one of you. I am grateful for giving me this opportunity. With sincere feelings of gratitude, I would like to take your leave. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the vote of thanks. Now I request our CPE Committee Vice Chairman Gyanchand Mishra Garu for the first technical session on Karo. Friends, we are running short of the time, and Mishra Garu told us that we will complete the session by 15 minutes and another 15 minutes by the ICSA time. And then we are looking to the another technical session by our advocate,
Okay. On this side, I believe targeting here. Okay. Okay. So good afternoon, friends. We'll request all to kindly settle down.
May I request all the delegates to kindly be seated. The first technical session will be commenced immediately. I request all of you to please be seated. Mishra ji, it's all yours.
So
you can start.
Okay, okay, thank you. So friends, good afternoon. This is first technical session on Caro 2020. I think the audit professionals and basically the chartered accountancy profession more known for the audit than accountancy. So this is need of our that we must be attentive toward the audit provisions which is applicable from 1st of April 2021. So starting with the first slide. This one. Not working this. So before starting, this slide is basically a statement of our past president and of course the first president of ICAI, GP Kapadia sir, dedicated to him. And a very strong message he gave about 74 years back, which is still very much relevant for all of us. So the message is throughout the world, there is a great awareness among citizens in general and that every learned profession should develop a sense of social purpose. So friends, 74 years ago, he asked the professionals to develop sense of social purpose and social obligation. And this should be more so in the case of accounting profession, which because of the present context in the country has assumed considerable importance. 74 years back, he told that accounting profession, since we are accounting professionals, hence accountability must be in our blood and we should be accountable to the society at large and our country. The chartered accountant is a person on whom every member of the society could rely and rely upon. Friends, if you go through the sentence, he twice wrote rely and rely upon, not single time. His certificate would be one by way of a seal and a hallmark of which would inspire confidence in the minds of all concerned as certificates. Okay. By a person fully competent and holding a charter from the supreme legislature of the country for the purpose. So friends, I'm sure that if we go through this two very important lines given by our past president, whole of the summary of the code of ethics is embodied in these two stanzas. Now coming to the Caro 2020, I'm sure that as discussed by the managing committee members, our other speaker, my friend CA Bimal Jain ji is amongst us and program is delayed. So I will be covering very few points which is really of relevance and which really needs attention of the members for the purpose of reporting. So Caro 2020 has 21 points. Caro 2016 has 16 points, one is deleted. And I have given the description how the clauses have been merged and how the Caro 2020 has been taken into for the purpose of the members at large. So the next one. So 7 new clauses have been introduced, and the old clauses retained with some changes are 9, and the clauses retained with no change, those are 5. So total 21 clauses and 47 sub clauses are in Caro 2020. So these are the clauses which are newly added, which are modified, and which are retained. So before going to the clauses, first I would like to let you know that the applicability of Caro 2020 to be seen very seriously, because if Caro 2020 is not applicable, reporting of Caro 2020 is not applicable on any client, and we report, then also there might be the situation when the auditor could be subject to the penalties under section 450 of the Companies Act, under section 147, and of course, there might be contravention of the code of ethics also, because until unless there is requirement to disclose something and we are disclosing and the information of the client is in the public, then also this might be a case of the gross negligence, and disciplinary proceedings could be initiated before the member. So my request to all the members present over is, please go through very seriously and observe whether Caro 2020 is applicable on the client or not. If it is applicable, then only we have to report. Otherwise, we under the report of 143.3 main auditor's report, we have to just state that Caro 2020 provisions are not applicable on the client. So very briefly, I will discuss, and this is important to discuss because applicability is the main part. Applicability, then reporting. If not applicable, no reporting. So Caro 2020 is applicable to foreign companies as defined in 242. So foreign company have been defined under Companies Act, section 2, subsection 42. That is applicable on the all companies, including foreign companies. Non-applicable to banking companies, number 1, but it is applicable to the NBFCs. Please remember, NBFCs are not banking companies. Hence, for the banking company, it is not applicable. Insurance company not applicable. Section 8 company not applicable. And not applicable to the private company if the following 4 conditions are satisfied: that this private limited company is not a subsidiary or a holding company of a public company, and this all 4 conditions are to be satisfied. Hence, everywhere and. So the second one is paid up capital plus reserve and surplus of the private limited company is less than or equal to 1 crore rupees. Total borrowings from bank or financial institution is less than or 1 crore rupees at any point of time during the financial year. And total revenue, including revenue from discontinued operations under Schedule 3, is less than equal to rupees 10 crores during the financial year as per the financial statement. So friends, 2-3 points I would like to tell you here that needs to be deliberated. First, here the term used is paid up capital plus reserve and surplus. Reserve means all types of reserve. Any type of reserve that is in the financial statement that is to be included in the reserves and surplus. One thing to be taken care of, surplus also has been mentioned. Hence, you have to take care that if in any financial statement, the profit and loss account has debit balance, so that will be also considered for this purpose. The third one, borrowing from financial institutions and banks less than equal to at any point of time. Now, this any point of time needs to be deliberated. Any point of time means, suppose a person has taken a CC limit from the bank, and during the day, the limit goes beyond 1 crore, and in the evening that regularizes. I am just giving an example. In the morning, the limit was 95 lakhs. One check of 10 lakhs is debited in the account. Limit goes to 105 lakhs. In the evening, you deposit, you get some RTGS of 20 lakhs. Now limit is 81 lakhs. Whether Karo will be applicable or not. So very technical, technically if we go, then Karo is applicable. Because at any point of time doesn't mean at the end balance. It might be so. This is very tricky situation that an auditor have to observe whether the Karo reporting is applicable on any transaction of the loan or not in this case. So again, total revenue as given in schedule 3rd, but one thing that should be less than 10 crore rupees. I will discuss bit about it again. One person company we have already discussed. A small company. A small company, if the company is a small company which has been defined under section 285, then again Karo is not applicable. And the limit for the small company has been increased. Paid up share capital is less than 2 crore rupees, and here turnover as per preceding year is less than or equal to 20 crore rupees. So please see here, in case of a small company, the term used is paid up capital, but in case of private limited company, it was paid up capital and reserves and surplus. This is the first differentiation. And turnover, in case of a small company, we have to see the preceding year turnover, not the current year turnover. Suppose we are going for to prepare the balance sheet for the year 31st March 2022, then we have to see the turnover of 31st March 2021. It is to be taken care of here. So friends, this is basically applicable. I have given some examples over here, but very less time to. One thing I just wanted to clarify over here. Among all these parameters, first we have to see whether the company is small company or not. If the company is a small company, then you need not go to check any condition. Then Karo is not applicable. Now, I have given some comparisons and some examples also, but I have not much time to discuss with you. I am directly coming to the points which need to be discussed very quickly. The amendment points I am coming. So friends, I am coming on some amendment points. These are the newly added classes. We will discuss quickly few of the classes which really needs attention as of now, and where the auditor is to be very precise and specific while going the audit process. So this one new class that has been added, transaction not recorded in the books of accounts. So basically, this is the class, if any transaction which has not been recorded in the books of accounts and which has been found during the process of the income tax assessment. So the auditor has to ensure that whether those transactions are duly recorded in the books of accounts or not. So there are 2 points which need to be deliberated here. One, during the process of the assessment proceedings, if there is any transactions which has been disclosed or surrendered by the client during the assessment proceeding, then only you have to mention in your report that this amount was disclosed or surrendered by the client during the income tax proceedings, and those amount have been duly disclosed in a proper way in the books of accounts or not. This clause indicates this. So here are two things that is very important. In the guidance note recently given by ICI 3 days back only on CARO 2020, here search, suppose one client surrenders or discloses during the course of search and survey, whether that will be applicable or not. Earlier we were not very clear about that, but in the guidance note the institute has clarified it, that if any client discloses or surrenders any income during the course of search and survey and its assessment proceedings, then that will be duly disclosed under this clause. Now, clause 14 that has been newly brought in, internal audit system. So internal audit system, basically there are again 2 points. The point states whether the internal audit system as undertaken by the company commensurate to the size of the business or not. So again, this is a professional judgment of the auditor that the internal audit system, whether it is compulsory under section 138 or not. If it is compulsory, then again, they have to ensure whether looking the size and nature of the business, whether the internal audit system being introduced by the company is adequate or not. And if internal auditor is not required to be appointed compulsorily, then also if the company is undergoing the internal audit process, then also it is the duty of the statutory auditor that while drafting the report, they have to take care whether the internal audit reports contain anything which needs to be considered while reporting the CARO. So it is very important again. In case of the bank auditors, so concurrent audit is sort of an internal audit only. While drafting the bank audit report, this is up to the statutory auditors of the branch that they have to ensure that the concurrent audit report being given by the concurrent auditors are duly considered while drafting the report of the statutory audit. So these are the points regarding this. Now, again, the point is cash loss, this clause number 17. So cash loss incurred by the company. Here, class is not complete. You may go through the classes. I am just taking it from my own. The cash losses incurred by the company. There are two things of the losses. Cash loss, to calculate the cash loss is very easy. Non-cash item to be added in the profit loss, and the cash loss or profit, whatever it will become. But point is, cash loss incurred and cash loss suffered. There are two things. Cash loss incurred denotes the loss incurred during course of business. Suffered means loss might have happened in extraordinary situation also. Suppose your cashier takes 10 lakhs rupees to deposit into the bank and he flies away. So that is not cash loss incurred. That is cash loss suffered, because to the theft, the cash loss which was taken by your employee are depositing into the bank and he flies away, that is not cash loss basically incurred, that is suffered. But now the question comes whether cash loss incurred to be disclosed or suffered to also to be disclosed. Cash loss incurred to be disclosed, suffered to be disclosed separately in the auditor's report notes to accounts if the auditor likes so. If that is significant, looking the size of the amount. One very important point is statutory auditor resignation. Friends, this clause has come into effect because in last 1.5 years, rather 2 years, and I will not say 31st March 2021, before that, about 8,000 auditors across India have resigned. So the MCA came with why the auditors are resigning so fast. So they came with this clause that if auditor resigns, then what is to be taken care of? There are 3 points which the new auditor has to take care of if the previous auditor has resigned. Number 1, concerns. He must ask to the previous auditor what were the concerns, why he resigned. This guidance note has clarified again. You need not to troubleshoot his concerns, but you must know what was the reason. So first is concern. Second is objections. What were his objections? Suppose someone says that I resigned because I didn't got my fees. Again, there is involvement of ICI also. We know we have to communicate to our previous auditor. So at the time of communication, whether he has asked that he did not get the fees. So this is the very important point, and one very important point at the time of resignation also, we must keep in mind earlier what people we used to do. Okay. So in case of in resignation, we have to ensure earlier what we people used to do, we used to write only 1 line, 2 line resignation. Due to my personal reason, I am not able to continue with the audit of this company. Hence, I tender my resignation. Now that is not going to fulfill the needs of the both auditors, outgoing and incoming auditors. And friends, there are again 3 points. Ability of company to meet its liabilities and transfer of unspent amount of this under clause 20 CSR funds, ongoing projects, non-ongoing projects, reference to negative remarks of subsidiary under CARO clause, and other. There are some amendments also, modifications also that has been given. As the time not permits to discuss all the clauses in detail, hence I will conclude my deliberation here. But my request to the branch would be that you kindly forward all the PPTs that I have prepared on CARO 2020. I once again wish all the best to all the members and the students present over here, and I am really happy to be amongst all of you on such a wonderful occasion, and the hospitality and the honor you people have given, that has been tremendous. Once again, I congratulate and compliment to the branch for such wonderful program in the interest of the members at large. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. DC Mishra, sir. It was a very short and very crispy presentation. Thank you for that. Now may I invite the delegates from ICICI Bank, who are the main sponsors of this event, Sri Roy Chowdhury, who is the state head APROT, to please come on to the dais. I also CA Shilpi Jain, head of SME partnership and API distribution channel, to please come on to the desk. Welcome them with bouquets. The
This is not reflected. So good afternoon, everyone. Namaskaram to the people all here. While this takes a little bit of time to get this screen viewed, right? Oh, it's already up. Great. So like you see here, we are the partners in your progress. But before that, I would like to congratulate the young chartered accountants here who are carrying this baton of new digital technology to the generations to come. And hence it is eminent and important for all of you to give a couple of minutes of attention in understanding what is that is going on in today's scenario and the era of digital transformation. I always tell people that it's never about digital technology. It is about the people driving this digital transformation in the country. And being a CA myself, I can very well, relate to the days that you are all experiencing here today, that it not only gives you a stage to progress yourself, but a stage to take the country to the next level. So it's a huge responsibility on our shoulders, guys, that we have to take the country forward. A quick review on what ICICI Bank is all about. There's not much of a difference though. You are ICAI, we are ICICI. So a lot of times that I've been hearing ICI, I was almost relating that, yes, it's my organization. Anyways, ICI and ICICI, both are my organizations. So our total deposits are close to 10,64,572 crores. Our CASA deposits, which is your current accounts and savings accounts, is close to 5,18,437 crores. We have advances to the tune of 8,59,000 crores. We have a CET ratio of 17.6%. We are the most technologically advanced bank in the country and recognized so by various banking awards across globally. We have presence in more than 16 countries today. And as a group, we are covering from life insurance to general. So guys, I already have a higher stage. Thank you. So from prudential life insurance to general life insurance, general insurance, home finance and securities, it's all that you can get under one roof in ICICI. We as a team always aim at an ICICI Bank 360-degree approach. So from customer-centric approach to leveraging the internal synergies that we have, decongesting the processes, increasing the operating profit, and of course, capturing the opportunities available in the market has been our strength. Today, we are here to contribute not only as a bank, but with the financial drivers of the country, that what is it that we can bring in the market together. And here you are, guys, you're already hearing a lot about the e-commerce space, which is building up, the number of unicorns that are coming up and doubling every year. How? Why? Have you ever asked this question? After the pandemic, after the digital drives that are happening, demonetization that happened, what is it that the country is driving, with so much speed? That e-commerce is the buzzing word. It is the solutions the digital space is driving today. And you know what? We are the brand ambassadors of those digital solutions. And when I say we, it is all of us here today, present in person and digitally, virtually, online. I will quickly take you through the complete ecosystem which ICICI Bank has tried building with the help of the chartered accountants themselves. So there are many chartered accountants like you, like me, who are working 24/7 behind the, ICICI Bank engine to bring these kind of solutions to you. One of these being a Tally Bank plugin. Tally is day in, day out system used by all of you, used by your customers, used by various in the country. What is it? We have always talked about doorstep banking. What doorstep banking used to mean? It used to mean going to a customer's home and providing him banking services or financial services. A lot of professionals even today expect that the bank statements or the balances in the accounts should be delivered right in their offices. But is it possible? Yes, it is now possible. With this bank plugin and the Tally integration, which is absolutely unique, and we are having a kind of a one of a kind. I mean, the only bank providing this solution in the market today. We have taken a platform, we have built a platform whereby a customer can initiate transactions right from its ERP platform, whether it is a desktop-based ERP, which is Tally or Busy used in the market, or a cloud-based or a customized ERP like Microsoft Navision, Oracle, or SAP being used by your customers. So you don't have to go to a bank to ask for a customer's bank statement. If you're using Tally, if you're using an accounting platform, right there, ICICI Bank is delivering the bank statement and helping you initiate any kind of transactions right from that platform. We'll quickly take you through what is it that this ERP provides us. It helps you in seamless BRS and real-time balances. It gives you an edge to have Insta vouchers and direct payments. It is a plug and play integration. So it is not something which takes days of time. It is within few hours that you're on and your banking is delivered on your Tally. It helps you create a system whereby real time the transactions are getting reconciled. All across India today, many chartered accountants are using this facility. I repeat, guys, you are the brand ambassadors. You are the new chartered accountants who will be taking it to the market. And the senior veterans present here, my request to all of you that please, with the digital space building up, this is very much an important thing that as CAs, the trusted knowledge providers in the market, the financial knowledge providers in the market, it is our responsibility to educate our customer and onboard them on such unique solutions. The advantages of bank plugin, the Tally Bank plugin that we are using and providing today varies not only from providing an accounting platform, but gives you a two-factor authorization mechanism. So none of the transactions that gets executed through Tally is not something which is not secured. Like your corporate internet banking platforms, this is also authenticated by OTPs. We have current account mode of operations. So like you have the levels of approvals in a banking environment, the same workflow is maintained in your Tally. So like when you're using your internet banking platform to approve a transaction, the transaction once made gets approved by the MD or the signing authorities. The same workflow is brought in your Tally. It is a seamless end-to-end banking reconciliation process, which means that every time a transaction is happening at the bank end, gets automatically reconciled in your Tally, giving you a lot of help and I would say space to do many more things, which as a CA we are supposed to undertake. So this helps us reduce a lot of our efforts in reconciling, and that's why this product has become a lot in demand today. And almost any chartered accountant or the financial industry expert starts using this system, gets habitual and endorses it to all the other customers that he's currently engaged with. It definitely saves times and effort. Along with this, to give you a platform where, like today, we are gathered here and interacting on these solutions, we are open to having many such customer connect programs along with you to have an awareness campaign among all your customers with ICICI Bank experts. I'll quickly play a video for you. The voice is not coming here. Okay, so we'll switch to the demo. I really want all of you to spend 5 minutes, and I'll invite my colleague Anirudh to help us showcase how the Tally plugin and the bank functionalities work together.
Thanks a lot, everyone, for providing us with a wonderful opportunity to showcase an industry-first product to a highly skilled and enthusiastic set of audience. So, moving on, contributing to a wonderful insight given by Shilpi ma'am, I'd like to highlight to you that Bank Plugin is an industry-first product that helps you connect your. Oh. Is it? Yeah. Excuse me. Is it not executed? I have now it's visible. Yeah. So presenting to you ICICI Bank plugin, which helps you integrate your bank accounts with your desktop ERP software itself. It helps you connect not only multiple accounts within your ERP, rather you will also be able to consume various business banking solutions from the desktop ERP itself. Like as you can see, Bank plugin has been embedded into your ERP instantly. And now we proceed. Over here, you will be seeing that there are different buttons, the various business banking functionalities that we were talking about. So exploring this check balance first, what this enables us to do is we'll be able to link multiple accounts in the single window, and we'll be able to compare both the company books balance, as you can see, as per Tally balance, and this is the as per bank, that is the live bank balance. So hence, we can compare both of these in a single glance, and we do not need to trouble our company owners anymore for the bank statement or the bank's balance. Fine. You can compare both of these in a single screen without having to log into internet banking or any other place. Then comes bank reconciliation. So over here in the bank reconciliation, we fetch your bank statement directly onto your accounting software itself, so that you do not need to open it in a separate web page or have a PDF or have a printout or so. As you all know that bank reconciliation has always been incomplete without the bank statement, and hence we have thought of fetching this statement onto your accounting software itself. It's just loading. Just So just by selecting the Yes. So over here, basically what we'll be providing in this module is that against each and every transaction, as you can see, this is your bank book, nothing but your bank statement actually present inside this. And against each and every transaction, you'll be having a very clear indicative status, like whether this transaction has been reconciled or not. Just so to help you save time and eliminate the manual hassle that you currently have to, compare the bank statement and the company book separately. Just removing that manual hassle, you can immediately see on the screen itself and get to know the status, whether it's reconciled or not. And not only just this, to further help you save your time, you can just immediately select any transaction and go to create/match voucher only to find your time saved. When you see that these transaction ID, instrument number, all these details which you previously used to fill in manually, right, after seeing from the bank statement, all these details have been automatically taken from the bank statement itself and fed into your voucher, so as to save your time as well, and also giving you an assurance that whatever is present in my bank statement, same has been replicated in my voucher itself. All you need to do is just simply select the ledger, like against which ledger do you need to reconcile it, and proceed ahead with the tally process, only to find the transaction reconciled right in the, you can say 30 seconds or a minute. Fine. So right when we accept this, you will be finding that the status will be changed from match not found to reconcile with tally. So this way, you can very easily reconcile transactions using this module. And finally, we are also having an additional module of initiating payments, wherein you will be able to initiate the payments using your existing payment vouchers or on ad hoc basis as well. And the best part about those payments is that whatever payments that you'll be initiating through the plugin, all those payments will get automatically reconciled. That is, all you need to do is just process the payment with an OTP, and rest assured about the reconciliation part that the plugin will be doing it on itself. Thanks a lot.
So in the interest of time, everyone, this was just one such solution that the bank has done. So what we have tried doing is, we have API Connect products. Now what APIs today does is, it helps or enables a customer to start transacting from its ERP platforms. So in market, you will find three kinds of customers. Now, guys, I'll just take 5 minutes and give you the gist, or the ways to pass that or come in the category of that 0.2 to 2%. So this is the Kunji, the guide to the success. Please pay attention. I'll just take 5 minutes on the clock. So we are covering three kinds of platforms here. A customer who's using his own platform, SAP, ERP, Oracle. A customer who's using cloud-based platforms. So this is something new for all of you. Yes, like you have Gmails, there are accounting platforms like Zoho Books, Marg, and others that are available today on cloud, which can be used. ICICI Bank has an API IDP portal. It is called ICICI Bank's Developer Portal, which allows anybody, it's a sandbox, anybody can come, use those, have those use cases tested in the sandbox and integrate those APIs. And similarly, we have connected banking use cases, which helps us to integrate with Zoho and other such platforms available in the market. Not only that, ICICI Bank has launched InstaBiz. We will be circulating this video separately with you. This is not playable here, which allows you to open a customer's current account right there in the app itself. So you don't have to go to a branch. That current account can be opened and linked in the InstaBiz app, and it allows your customer to avail Insta OD up to rupees 25 lakhs right there on the app itself. It also gives your customer a platform to engage with the Banking Plus partners. So bank now says that you don't have to only do banking with us, you can manage and grow your business. So say, for example, I'm a corporate who's enjoying the benefits of Airtel. Those benefits are now extended to all SME customers. So be it a small customer, but those offers are now available for all SMEs and all of your customers on ICICI Bank platform. I'll quickly close the case here, and we look forward to more, enthusiastic and integrated engagement next time. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, madam. Thank you very much for the session, which is scheduled later today or tomorrow. Friends, it's a time to listen to CA Bimal Jain. I request CA Bimal Jain to please come on to the dais, and I request CA G. Srinivas Rao, past chairman of Vijayawada branch, to welcome Bimal Jain ji onto the dais and hand him over and welcome with a book bouquet. Sri Bimal Jain is a member of Institute of Chartered Accountants of India since May 1994 and member of Institute of Company Secretaries of India since December 2006, along with a bachelor's degree in law. He has more than 21 years of experience in indirect taxation and specializes in all aspects of GST, service tax, VAT, CST, central excise, customs, foreign trade policy, SEZ, EOUs, export-import laws. He has working experience of more than 18 years in renowned companies like LG Electronics, Honda Motorcycle Scooters, Hindustan Development Corporations, to name a few. And he has hands-on experience in providing opinion and advisory services, carrying out diagnostic review of business operations, process review, structuring of business model, undertaking litigation services at all appropriate forums, including SETSTAT, representation before the TRU, CBEC, DGFT, etc. for various matters concerning to trade, industry, and commerce. He is chairman of Indirect Tax Committee of PhD Chamber of Commerce, chairman of Corporate Advisory Committee of IPEM Group of Institutions, member of Indirect Tax Committee of ASSOCHAM and FICCI, special invitee of Indirect Tax Committee of ICI and ICSI, member of eminent faculties in Indirect Tax Committee of ICI, ICSI and ICMA. He has given keynote speaker. He was a keynote speaker at Guinness World Record made by ICSI in largest taxation. Give me a second, sir. I have prepared for you. And he is won Business Leader Award from Amity School, Noida, Best Speaker Award from NIRC, ICA, ICAA, Young Achievers Award at Igniting Minds 2015, Best Participants Award in MSOP 117th batch of ICSI, and it's over to you, sir.
At the outset, let me thank Vijayawada branch inviting me at the national conference today, and topic is GST. I do not know how many of you really know me in person, but really I'm interested to know how many of you are doing GST as a practice. Can you raise your hand honestly? And those who are not raising hand, rest assured you have to do GST. No choice. No choice. Being chartered accountant, if you do audit, accounts, financial, direct tax and indirect tax, without GST, you'd be surviving. I have my serious doubt. Nevertheless, if you're not doing GST, GST will take you to do the GST. That is the GST love and passion. Now, the topic which is given to me, a technical topic, but I will make it practical for all of you. Just I need 1 hour from each one of you. Can I have 1 hour from each one of you? Can I have? No, still I'm not getting voice because your mobile is on and your emojis are going on.
So can you give me your 1 hour, keeping your mobile set aside? If you want to send emoji, please send to emoji to your friends, to wife, to husband, anyone, and say 1 hour, don't disturb. Is it possible? And sending emojis is intangible. Do tangible part in the evening. So I'm starting late. I'm starting almost 10 to 1 o'clock. I was given 1 hour, 30 minutes. I was supposed to start at 12 noon, and I'm just, when lunch is there and you're hungry to take something, I'm being asked to make my presentation, that too on topic of. So GST is such a topic today, as on date, we all are struggling with. Let me check. There are so many young chartered accountant and qualified chartered accountant got mementos from our vice president. What is the normal fees normally we get for GST return filing? And please be interactive. I'm not doing any PowerPoint presentation, so I want to interact with each one of you. And do not hesitate and sigh away saying so. Maybe you'd be sighing because your colleague is sitting next to you. But just on an average, how much fees we get for filing GST return? Please tell me. So senior member sitting on the first row, he's saying starting from 500 to 1500 rupees. Oh, mostly chartered accountants are not doing this job. Okay, all right. So today I will make a point. If you're just listening to me properly, I will create the professional opportunity for each one of you, how you need to interact with your client and why your client will pay money to you. It is not only normal fees. Believe me, this normal fees of 500, 1,000 rupees and 1,500 will not work. And why we are wasting our time. Today, I'm going to tell you how you can present yourself before your client like ICICI Bank, smart enough. They thought of if they get opportunity by sponsoring the program and before Bimal Jain, they can get 15 minutes to present you. This is called marketing. And we have to adopt such marketing in our area as well. Then only we can earn from GST. And let me start with one simple client query to me. Client came to my office, and you should be honest today. And that client was dealing in tea. So what he was asking me over phone, sir, with 5 kgs tea bag or 10 kg tea bag, I'm giving some item as a gift. And that gift is like silver coin, gold coin, stainless steel utensils, sometime color television, lot many items are there. So we are giving such item as a gift. His question was whether this item given to the customer, this dealer and distributor, credit is available or not available. Am I right? Credit is available or not available. What is your take? Credit available to this tea dealer? Credit is available? Say, how many of you say yes, credit available? Please raise your hands. And how many of you say credit is not available? Those who are sitting like this, they are thinking, okay, let me be a spectator. It will not work. You have to be on either side, yes side or no side. There's no in between. Either you have to say yes or you have to say no. Of course, you will say credit is not available under section 17, subsection 5. Kindly allow me to make my point. Under section 17, subsection 5, clause H of CGST Act, any goods lost, stolen, destroyed, written off, or disposed of by way of gift or free sample, credit is not available. Before I answer him, he said, sir, if you're saying credit not available, then I don't require. Then if you tell me credit is available, I will come down to your office. If credit is available, I will come down to your office And when you say credit available, then I'm ready to take opinion from you. So whole India is taking opinion only when you are telling them as per their convenience, right? Pan India. So I said, okay, you come to my office, don't pay anything. Let me do something for you. He came to my office and he asked, sir, please tell me credit available or not available. I said, before I answer credit available or not available, let me throw you two important points as if I'm addressing to my client. And issue watch, listen very carefully. If I say credit available, which learned senior member on first row sounding a lot, credit is available because it is in the course of furtherance of business, right? That is the only argument he's having. But listen very carefully. I said, boss, credit is available to you, but you have to be ready with the two more exposure on you. And these are really beauty of GST. P GST rate is 5%. P GST rate is 5%. And let's say this party is giving gift item and GST rate is 18%. Let's assume. Then I told him, if you take the credit which you wanted, then what is your turnover? How much turnover you got? He said around 500 crore rupees. See, the fellow is having 500 crore rupees turnover, but taking my opinion only when I will say credit is available. See, smart enough. And opinion charges maybe 50,000. Are we getting 50,000 here? Oh, Vijayawada is not getting 50,000. Oh, free. Free gift. Client is very smart. Now, what client is everywhere, pan-India. Problem is, if 3 chartered accountant on first floor, second floor, third floor, and client is mine, I'm at third floor, I'm charging 2,000 rupees. You will find the challenge of second floor chartered accountant would be offering 1,000 rupees. And first floor chartered accountant would be offering 500 rupees. And those who got the award today, becoming chartered accountant, opening new office with only table and chair at the ground floor, they will say, sir, please come. This year free, pay from next year. And that is how we are cutting our own hands and legs. This is not the practice we all are looking for. And this is what the worst part of our profession. We are not maintaining the quality because we are not getting paid properly. We are not getting paid because of our own problem. Listen, this client. So this client says credit. I said, credit, I will give it to you, but now you should be ready. And how much credit he wanted? 2 crore rupees. Then I told him, since you are giving this free item, which is 18% GST leviable, the concept in GST, composite supply and mixed supply. Have you heard of? Composite supply means 2 or more taxable supply, naturally bundled in conjunction with each other. And that would be taxable on the basis of principal supply. Am I right? And what is the definition of mixed supply? Start 2 or more supply, not naturally bundled, and that is being sold under single price. So this tea fellow was selling 5 kg bag, 10 kg bag, only charging, let's say 1,000 rupees or 2,000 rupees, and that gift item was going as a part of single price. Is it a mixed supply or not? Say yes or no? It's a mixed supply. So what happened? Whole combo going to be taxable at the rate of 18%. Am I clear to all of you? I said, boss, credit of 2 crore available, but you should be ready to pay 18% GST on 500 crore rupees, which you haven't paid. Then he was telling me, sir, I came here for taking credit. And now you're exposing me for payment of. Then he was little, alarming, and he was telling me, sir, why this fact was not said by my chartered accountant, Now, everywhere problem is chartered accountant. Client is earning a lot more money, but what is the problem? Chartered accountant, starting from our Honorable Prime Minister to everyone. No, these are the public forum. We don't say, but we have seen July 1, 2017, how we are being greeted. CA day and GST day. Everywhere we are the problem, and how much we are getting? 500 rupees. Am I right? And he was giving me only 30,000 rupees for giving this opinion, or 50,000 rupees for this opinion. Then I told him, boss, why are you complaining about your chartered accountant? Do you pay him much? Reasonable? No, he has signed my GSTR 9 and 9C. I asked him for 500 crore rupees company, how much you have paid for GSTR 9 and 9C? Said 50,000. It is only thappa. That's what he said. It is only, that is the problem of, we are not doing anything properly. Then I told him, now be careful, and days are not far off when you will get love letter from the department, which is called notice. Which is called notice. So a lot of us are getting now love letter from the department. Are you getting or not? Oh, well done. At least we started getting, eyes on us. So this guy now understanding the problem, now he's telling me, Bimalji, I've understood everything, and I know that you're the right doctor who can give me the right medicine. I'm not, complaining or negotiating for 30,000 or 50,000. Do one thing, you run through our business and let me know where I'm right, where I'm wrong. I said, it is called diagnostic services. Health check. You know diagnostic and health check? You go to a hospital for health check for 3,000 rupees, and doctor will start checking you and put, that here. And if it is keeping more than a minute, you will start thinking something wrong inside, right? Something wrong. So you will look at the doctor and say, everything going fine? But you know whether it is going fine or not. You're asking doctor, and doctor will say, boss, 10 test. This test, please get it done. Then I will tell you what is the problem. And what we normally do, if client, I'm only offering statutory audit, I'm only doing audit. If he's asking FEMA question, service tax question, company tax, every answer I will give. Only with the fear, he should not go back to second floor chartered account. Is it not correct? That's what we are doing. But those days are gone. It's a specialization now. And this guy now coming back and telling me, Bimalji, leave it aside, whatever I paid to my chartered accountant who did 9 and 9C for 50,000 rupees, you please do diagnostic and health check. I said, I will charge money, a good chunk of money. He said, sir, no problem. Because I know that I have done big mistake in my business. I need to correct it. So he asked me how much fees. I said, I'm going to charge you 15 lakh rupees, 1.5. And that to 50% extra. If I get you the benefit, and 50% you give me advance, then I will start particular assignment. Why I'm telling you? Because these are the credential and excellency we have to create in our practice, which is being offered to the client. And client must get benefited, then only he will pay you. Otherwise, if you show him you are getting him benefited, definitely he will pay you. So this is one of the example. Let me start how to handle notices, prepare and handle the notices. There are two kinds of notices in GST as on date. One is called scrutiny notices. You may have filed your GSTR1, GSTR3B, and initial days, how we have filed GSTR1 and GSTR3B. Do you know all about it? We all chartered accountant was having, article staff in our office. There was one article staff in my office named Komal, a girl, on a lighter note. So there was a girl called Komal in my office during 17-18 when GST got introduced. She was used to file GST return for my client. And during those days, there are so many senior chartered accountant, medium-age chartered accountant, they are sitting, they will agree with me. They were also learning GST along with Komal. So Komal came to me and I wanted to check something that under this table, what figure will go? When she was asking me this question, I look at that GSTR1 and within myself, I was telling myself that Bimal, you do not know where this will go. It was a fact. I'm telling you, we were not knowing where it will go. And now I'm acting smart before Komal. Komal, you do not know this? You should be knowing that. Whereas I do not know about it. Komal has gone back. And I asked Komal, Komal, this is bare minimum expected from you. And I'm not letting me know that I should know that, right? Komal gone back. Her friend Rahul was sitting next to her. And Komal said to Rahul now, Rahul, do you know where this figure will go? Rahul looked at and said, Komal, I do not know about it. Then Rahul suggested to Komal, why can't you call that help desk? Have you tried help desk? Have you tried help desk? So initially, then Komal calling at the help desk and asking, this particular figure will go under which table of GST R1? Then the fellow sitting at help desk is telling to Komal, you are a client? Komal said, yes, I'm a client. Then that help desk fellow is telling to Komal, why can't you ask your chartered accountant? How this Komal will say that I'm only calling from chartered accountant office. And during those days, important to watch, whatever you want to fill, fill. Wherever you want to fill, fill. But return must go. During those days, we have only make a criteria, return must go. Kuch bhi dalo, kahin bhi dalo, return jana chahiye. Am I right? And we all have filed return like that. Now you're getting scrutiny notices because your return is not matching. GSTR 1 disclosures is not matching with GSTR 3B. Let me take one example. And during those days and even today, you will find when we are filing GST return in a daytime, it normally doesn't go. It go only in the night, everywhere, pan-India, one nation, one tax. One nation, one tax. So one fellow was having only 1 lakh rupees liability. How much? 1 lakh rupees liability. So while filing GSTR 1, it was not going, he added one extra zero, 1 lakh become 10 lakh rupees and GSTR 1 gone, submitted. He saw 1 lakh rupees liability and he has filed GSTR 1 with 10 lakh rupees. Now he has to file GSTR 3B. How much tax he will pay? 1 lakh rupees, am I right? 1 lakh rupees, right? So there is 9 lakh rupees difference. Do you know anything happened to this 9 lakh rupees? Any provision in GST law because your GSTR 1 and 3B is not matching? Any provision? For your information, from 1st January 2022, this difference going to be called self-assessment tax. Self-assessment tax. And department can recover this money even without issuance of so-called notice. Are you listening me? And we have done many such mistakes in the past because Komal was only filing the return. And Komal was only saying return gaya, partner was happy. And partner was reporting to a client, yes, your return has gone. And those scrutiny notices are coming to you. How to handle such scrutiny notices? So we have to prepare today. We have to really go forward. And one of the topic I was talking with CBIC chairperson, Mr. Bibek Jory, at a recently concluded National GST Conclave by PSD CCI. And listen this part very carefully. And I'm starting with example, and you have to all add your answer with me. There's a mismatch, 2A versus 3B, am I right? Pan-India. Is there or not? Is there or not? From the back also, is there or not? So let me ask, your 2A is only 10 lakh rupees. 2A you all know, right? If you do not know, then you have to know about it because statutory report, signing statutory report without knowing GSTR 2A, no escape, ignorance of law is no excuse, and charging 500 rupees, no excuse. You have to know what is 2A. 2A was having only 10 lakh rupees. And you have availed credit of 15 lakh rupees. The difference of 5 lakh rupees. Now you got the notice from the department. You got the notice from the department. How many of you have got this notice from the department? Please raise your hands. So many. And those who haven't got the notices, they're okay, blessed. They're blessed. They're blessed. They will be, given a gift tomorrow. So this 2A versus 3B notices we are getting pan-India. Now my first question to all of you. What is the provision in GST law for availing credit? There are 4 conditions, right? Under section 16, subsection 2. Am I right? What are those conditions? As a buyer, let's say I'm a supplier in Delhi, and you all are my buyer, recipient in Vijayawada, AP. And for availing credit, you need to satisfy 4 conditions. Am I right? What are those 4 conditions? First condition, you should have tax invoice copy. Am I right? Maybe if you say yes, it will make my, energy up. So that we are learning together, right? You should have tax invoice copy. Second, you must have received goods and services. Agreed? Third, your supplier must have paid taxes. You have paid the amount to Bimal Jain, but there may be a case Bimal Jain has not deposited pan-India, and credit is disputed for you, and department is saying this credit is not available. But condition says your supplier must have paid taxes. And 4th condition, regularly filing GST return, right? It is for whom? For supplier to regularly file or recipient to regularly file? Please tell me, supplier or recipient? Supplier? How many of you say supplier? And I will request, please honestly enjoy the session. If you know or if you do not know, at least try to give the answer. Even though you are making mistake, I will correct it today. And there's nothing like certificate today. Am I right? Just enjoy. How many of you say supplier must regularly file GST return? That is the provision under section 16, subsection 2, clause D. Please raise your hands. These are for supplier. How many of you say recipient? Oh, this is the best answer. Do you want to invite Arvind Kejriwal here? He is the person, he will say both. It is for recipient to regularly file GST return. 5 years of GST, still we are not to a level of GST knowledge. It's recipient who is regularly filing GST return. And such notices when coming to us, we are charging nominal amount 5,000 rupees, 2,000 rupees for replying. Sir, no way. We do diagnostic. We do health check. We frame legal answer to the query and then defend the case. And that is how we get relief. And for that 2,000, 5,000 will not work. Looking at the differential amount, we charge money. That this much I need to put in my time and efforts. We have to change our approach. Believe me, we have to change our approach. We have to change our mindset also. Those days are gone. So this client sitting with me, I've given only 5 lakh rupees difference. Had it been 50 lakh, had it been 5 crore, because of that extra zero, so many factors are therein. So 4 conditions, right? In 4 conditions, where it is written that credit need to be checked from GSTR 2A, is there written anywhere? I'm asking, is there written anywhere? Then why we are getting notices? First question. Second question, there may be many regions that supplier, while furnishing GSTR1, he has furnished wrong GST number of the buyer. It will not be auto-populated in 2A. Am I right? Am I right? But you have tax invoice, you have received goods and services, your supplier has paid taxes, you are regularly filing GST return. Why credit will not be available? It was B2B supply, registered supplier to registered recipient, but I have captured as a B2C. Is it going to be auto-populated in your GSTR 2A? No, then credit is not available. Please tell me, credit available or not? Available is a mistake of supplier. He's capturing B2B as a B2C. Third case, I have filed my GSTR 3B, paid the taxes, but I did not file GSTR 1. Is it going to be auto-populated in a GSTR 2A? Say yes and no. Credit is not available. I'm just questioning myself to answer whether 2A is really important for availing credit. Legally, no. Legally, no. 2A is not important at all. Not important at all. But I got the notice now. What to be done? For 2017-18, I'm being told more than 38,000 notices are being issued to the taxpayer only because of mismatch. Only because of mismatch. So what to be done? But with these 4 conditions, they have added the 5th condition from 1st January 2022. And what is that 5th condition? That credit must be checked from GSTR to B. Am I right? So they are not referring anything GSTR to A. So legally my answer is GSTR 2A is not dependent. I'm not dependent on GSTR 2A to get my ITC reconciled. Am I clear to all? So first I will write down the answer. So when you're getting notice, what you need to do? What you need to do? First, you look at the provision which is being invoked. And when I'm saying provision to be invoked, you must know, as a tax person, we must know that which provision department is invoking. I asked one question to you under section 16, subsection 2, clause D, who is regularly filing GST return? I asked this question, but you all know that we did not answer. We get into a trap of both. Or somebody was saying supplier, somebody was saying. So we first know the provision, first part. So GSTR 2A is not. So I posted this query to none other than CBIC chairperson. CBIC, sir, why you are sending notices to the taxpayer that credit need to be checked and reconciled with GSTR 2A? He asked, yes, Bimal, need to be checked. It need to be verified. I said, sir, there is no provision of GSTR 2A. It only came by way of rule, and rule cannot override the provision of the act. In the provision, there was no reference of GSTR 2A. It only 2B, which came from 1st January 2022. I know that some of the participants sitting on front row, they are very much interested. Somebody, those who are sitting back of the row, they are saying, is it the case? From the back row, I'm saying that. Is it the case? No, for sure. So I'm asking this question to CBIC senior head, and I given one good example to him, and that is coming from Supreme Court judgment. That is coming from Supreme Court judgment. There's a case of Bharti Airtel. And what was the case of Bharti Airtel, you know? Bharti Airtel, for the period July 17 to September 17, July 17 to September 17, they have to pay the liability, GST liability of 930 crore rupees. I'm not talking about small figure. How much, sir? 930 crore. So what they did, that time GSTR 2A was not available. GSTR 2A came sometime in the last few months of 2018 and beginning of 2019. So they were not knowing that how much credit they are having. So what they did for this period, July 17 to September 17, they have paid the liability through cash. 930 crore they paid through cash. When this GSTR 2A came sometime in October 2018, they could see that they are having enough credit. More than 930 crore credit for the same period, July 17 to September 17. Now they were thinking, why we have paid through cash? We could have paid through credit account. So what they did, they have gone to Delhi High Court and filed a writ petition. And they said, Milord, since GSTR 2A was not available, we were not in a position to arrive at our credit, which was available to us, which we could have used for discharging our output tax for the July 17 to September 17. Since we have paid in cash, now I should be allowed to amend my GSTR 3B for the period July 17 to September 17. If this amendment is permissible, I will use my credit account and whatever I paid through cash would be refunded back to me. Am I clear to all? What is your take? What judgment Delhi High Court has given? Whether amendment possible or not possible? Possible or not possible? Delhi High Court judgment was amendment is permissible. You do amendment, utilize the credit and take the refund of cash 930 crore rupees. I'm not talking a small figure. Matter has gone to Supreme Court. Department will not listen. They will go to Supreme Court. Look at the Supreme Court now. Supreme Court is saying, Mr. Bharti Airtel, GST is a self-assessment tax. Self-assessment tax. You could have taken credit. If you're satisfying condition of section 16, subsection 2, 4 condition, right? Having tax invoice, receipt of goods and services, your supplier must have paid taxes, and you're regularly filing GST return. Am I right? You could have taken credit, and you could have used your credit for discharging your output tax. Who stopped you? Who stopped you? GST is a self-assessment tax, and this GSTR 2A, which you are making a region, it is only facilitation. It is only a facilitation. Then 2A is not relevant for availing credit. That is the Supreme Court judgment, and this I cited to the officer saying that, sir, why you are sending scrutiny notices? Region number 2, GSTR 2A, is not relevant for me to arrive at my credit. Now coming to the third component, GSTR 2B is important. Am I right? From which date? 1st January? Oh, at least somebody, now the sounds are coming in. So I'm finding that some of you are interested to listen to me carefully. But I'm creating 2 situations before you. Credit coming in 2B, but still you can't take credit. And credit not coming in 2B, but still you can take credit. Can you give me one example of first case? Credit coming in 2B, but still you can't take credit. Please tell me, possible? Yeah? Oh, when you're sounding, it means now energy is back. Thanking each one of you. Like I raised the invoice on 30th June. I filed my GSTR1 on 30th June for the June month. That is going to be auto-populated for you in 2B for the June month. But you're receiving goods on July 5. Even though credit coming in 2B, but still you can't take credit for the region you have not received the goods or services. Am I clear to all? But you are filing return for 500 rupees only. How many of us are checking these parameters? We are only checking 2B and 2A, availing credit, reconciling and filing. Return jana chahiye. It is the 500 rupees worth which we are referring to. And coming to the second component, it is not coming in 2B, but still credit is available. Please tell me, any item, any example? Maybe from the back, someone can say, it is not coming in 2B, but still credit is available. And that can't happen with the 500 rupees return filing fees. For that, we need to charge reasonable sum from our client, and we have to tell him, boss, it is not only return filing. It's a lot of analysis I do before return filing. And give me one example. It is not coming in 2B, and that may be a case of 5 crore, or maybe 50 lakh, or maybe 5 lakh. But still you can take credit. Can you give me the answer? RCM? Oh. Yeah, please, from the back. Yeah, please stand and say. Import of goods. Okay. So, wrong GST. I will come back to you. It is when you're importing goods, you're paying IGST on filing bill of entry, but IceGate and GST is not integrated, then that credit will not be reflected in your 2B. Reverse charge, which you are paying under self-assessment, means you're raising self-invoice to yourself and paying the liability. That is not getting auto-populated, that you need to avail the credit. Am I right? So these credit are, even though not coming in 2B, but still credit is available. Now coming to the third component. Sir is sitting here, sir is saying, Bimal Jain as a supplier has made mistake. He has not correctly picked up GST number of Vijay Bada party. or B2B is captured as a B2C. It's a mistake of Bimal Jain. Please tell me it's not coming in 2B. Can you avail credit? Yes and no. How many of you say yes? Honestly, yes, credit is available. And how many of you say no? Oof, there's some party like this. I don't know. They will not open their hands. They will not open their mouth. Sir, for learning, there's one mantra. What is that mantra, you know? You must say something. There has to be some vote, either this side or that side. Beach wala nahi chalega. Again, I'm taking a vote. Bimal Jain, after 1st January 2022, sir, Senior Chartered Accountant, sir, I'm addressing to you only. Thoda time de dijiye mere ko. Just give me some time so that, you know, we can justify the topic. And I really want my delivery is complete only when it is going to you. Otherwise, I would be giving a one-sided PowerPoint presentation. I saw 2 technical sessions before me. It was just like going on from this side and we were doing whatever we wanted to do. I do not want to do like that. I will make it a point. Aapko nahi sunna to bhi suna ke jaunga. I will make it a point. You're not willing to listen to me, but still I will make it a point. You have to listen to me. And that is how today's word, and that is called marketing. Return to file karna hai. Sir is now with me. So what happened after 1st January 2022, Bimal Jain is furnishing wrong particulars in GSTR1, either wrong GST number or B2B captured as a B2C. Please tell me it is not coming in your 2B. Can you avail credit? How many of you say, yes, credit is available? And how many of you say credit not available? And still there the party says, and Nota is more than anyone. Nota is more than anyone. Credit is not available from 1st January 2022. This credit will not be available, please. From 1st January 2022, it must be auto-populated. You have to go back to the supplier and get the particular transaction corrected. It was an argument prior to 1st January 2022, but it is not an argument after 1st January 2022. Am I clear to all? And that too, we are filing return with the fees of. So hope I'm clear to all of you. Hope I'm clear to all of you. Okay, this is the one part of this. Now, scrutiny notices section 61. Listen very carefully. It's such an interesting topic. You will love to listen. And I will discuss. Do you have fake invoice, fake credit here in Vijayawada? Do you have or not? Fortunately. He's saying fortunately no, but I know why it is not there, because there's no business here. On a lighter note, when I'm coming all the way from Delhi, I always check it out that how this AP is growing. I was coming yesterday with one of my friend who drove to me. He was driving a car at 100 km per hour. I asked him, boss, how this AP is doing. Sir, so many welfare scheme. I said, welfare scheme or vote bank scheme? Oh, everyone say vote bank. But the problem is, yes, sir? Oh, all right. Listen now very carefully. Fake invoice, fake credit is there. It is here also. It is only a point that whether you got that client or not. And why client will come to you when you charge 500 rupees? He will go up to Bimal Jain in Delhi only, though he's coming from. But GST is not like that. GST is a one nation, one tax. Now you sitting here can do the work of Delhi client. That language barrier is gone. Earlier, I was not having any opportunity to grasp your client at Vijayawada because I can't speak Telugu. But this Telugu language is gone in GST. GST law is a one common law, Gita, Bible and Quran. Irrespective of any language, religion, race and caste from Kashmir to Kanyakumari. Sitting at Delhi, I can do any practice pan-India. Why we are not waking up? It's a time to wake up. But only point is that if we limit ourselves, none can expand ourselves. We have to really, out of box. So I was on a point, what is scrutiny notices? And listen carefully, very carefully. I do not know how many of you have seen, let me take one quick. By raising your hand, honestly, how many of you know that Bimal Jain, I know he's a GST person, and that is the reason we are sitting today. Please raise your hands. Good numbers, but there are certain numbers, they are only first time listening to me. But they are even doing and not doing GST. In GST, how many return we file? GSTR 1, outward supply, and GSTR 3B. No 3 return, only 2 return. Credit gets matched either from GSTR 2A, which is dynamic statement, and GSTR 2B, which is a static statement. Way forward, the things are going to change. But before that, scrutiny notices. Let's say you got scrutiny notices. What you will do? I'm giving you one Odisha High Court writ petition. One client came to me and he was slapped with a service tax liability of 1516 on TPI data, third party information data by income tax department to a service tax department. Those notices are also common in the market, that the income tax department sharing the data with the service tax department. And on that basis, this client has got a demand of 7 crore rupees. For the period 15-16, he came to me, sir, and he was virtually working on exhibition and distribution of cinematographic film. He was distributor only. And he was in Odisha Pictures, Odisha Picture. Still he got this notice, so-called notice for 7 crore rupees demand. What I did, I'm telling you. And that is the how to prepare and handle the notices. When you get notices, do not get worried that he got 7 crore rupees demand. First of all, you look at under which provision this so-called notice has been issued. Why section is important? And why we should know the section? Because the defense lies there. Defense lies there. If you don't know under which section it is being issued, you will not be able to prepare the defense. You have to find the answer. So I saw that so-called notice, and in that notice, what department did, they have not invoked the right section for taxable category. Under which taxable category it is going to be taxable under Service Tax, Finance Act. What I did, client was asking me, sir, please submit the reply because they are chasing me hard. I said, boss, I want to do one strategy. He asked, what strategy, sir? I said, I'm going to file writ petition in Odisha High Court. Writ petition in Odisha High Court. He was amazed. He said, writ petition on so-called notice? Odisha High Court will say that you got alternative remedy. You first exhaust the alternative remedy before the adjudication authority and appellate authority. Why coming directly to the High Court? I said, I'm taking chance. Then he asked me, what chance you're taking? I said, I'm going to say this so-called notice is null and void beyond jurisdiction because they have not invoked the correct section for demanding the service tax. Knowing the fact that I may be returned back by the High Court saying that you go and exhaust alternative remedy. I quoted my fees to a client. Client says, sir, whatever you will say, you are my doctor, you do whatever you want to do. Like similar we do when we go to health services. We hand over ourselves to the doctor and say, Dr. Saab, whatever you want to do, do. We are here to pay you the money only. Similar is the case, he has said, Bimalji, go ahead. I filed the writ petition. And on the day when it was supposed to be admitted, Honorable bench was after me and telling me, Bimalji, it's a so-called notice. You could have given reply, whatever you wanted. Why you have come here? I only sounded for 1 minute. I said, Milord, If this so-called notice is beyond jurisdiction, then it is null and void. Why I'm supposed to answer this charge sheet or so-called notice, which is not properly drafted under the proper provision? And this was the point which hit to the mind of my lord. If it is beyond jurisdiction, then gone. No alternative remedy. Why I will answer it? So charge sheet is very, very important. We have to go back to the charge sheet and check under which provision it is being invoked. First part. Second part, when you're preparing the defense, you have to prepare well. And one scrutiny notice, I'm giving one example. You paid the amount to me, and I did not deposit with the government exchequer. Possible, right? Pan India, we all are struggling. Am I right? Say yes and no. You're hungry, feeling hungry, right? Oh, allow me, I've come all the way from Delhi. आपको सुनना नहीं है, but मैं आपको सुना के on a lighter note. Just I'm telling you because there were so many, good friends of mine chasing me hard to come for this national seminar. Sometime, we don't feel like that this topic is important for me. There's so many young chartered accountants, so many middle-aged chartered accountants, and we know how we have got our return filed. You do not know, Komal, and we were not knowing at all. And we have become we have become expert in GST by learning from Komal only. Through Komal only. That Komal has taught us what is GST. And today in GST, there's no age bar. We are all born on day July 1, 2017. So even though we are senior chartered accountant, we should not worry about we are young by heart with the knowledge. And those who are young, they will always be young, but experience makes them younger only when they're having proper experience. So listen this part very carefully. I got one scrutiny notices. Our chairperson of Vijayawada branch sitting on the first row. So I will just ask few questions to her as well. Are you willing or not? No, you're not willing. So she's saying no. Don't ask any question to me. But can I ask this question to all of you? Are you all going to be with me? So I raised the invoice for 10 lakh rupees. IGST charge 18% from Delhi to Vijayawada. It is IGST or intrastate? The amount I did not deposit with the government exchequer. Department coming to you and telling you this credit is not available. Am I right? This is what happening pan India. What is your argument? Credit available or not available? Yes or no? How many of you say credit available? Can I request? I don't want to see these kind of faces. So honestly, means few are raising hands and then balance assume themselves I'm on no side. So how many of you say this credit is available which is not deposited with the government exchequer? Credit is available. And how many of you say credit not available? Oh, good friend. Baba Ramdev, you know, right? Keep on doing certain, yoga. That will help you because your heart would be physically fit, and that is required to be because we are all the time sitting on a chair and doing no activity. When I'm saying do some activity, know why I will do. So please, we are getting notices from department. Credit is, listen my answer now. How to argue. And I will also tell you some of good number of cases also. First point of defense would be that the period involved prior to GSTR 2A and post GSTR 2A. Prior to GSTR 2A and GSTR 2A came sometime beginning of 2019. As a recipient, you were not knowing that Bimal Jain, after collecting the tax, is not depositing the tax. Am I right? Am I right? You were not knowing. How This burden of proof lies on you. Section 155 of CGST Act is putting burden on you, but you can always say to the court, doctrine of impossibility. There is one maxim, lex non cogit ad impossibilia. You cannot compel a person to do something impossible. So you will say to the court, my lord, prior to 2019, when GSTR 2A was not available, how do I know that Bimal Jain, even after collecting, is not depositing? And why such liability on our head? And it was envisaged in GST law by way of 37, 38, 39, 41, 42, 43. There would be automated GST return system. GSTR 1 by supplier, 2A getting auto-populated. You will file GSTR 2. Then if you are making add, modify, delete, it will be auto-populated for supplier in GSTR 1A, which I need to accept or reject. And then GSTR 3, I will say to the court, my lord, since they have not implemented automized return system, they did not implement GSTR 2 and 3, there is doctrine of impossibility. This cannot be put on my head as a blame. If I'm satisfying condition, credit would be available. Am I clear to all? Even pre-GST era, there is Supreme Court judgment, KK Industries Limited. Under that, lot many judgment in favor of a taxpayer. You cannot deny credit for the recipient for non-payment of tax by the supplier. Lot many. In GST, there's one judgment from Madras High Court. DY Bethel Enterprises, Madurai bench. And the judgment was, department wanted buyer to reverse credit along with interest and penalty. Along with interest and penalty. This buyer has gone to Madras High Court. And in Madras High Court, they are pleading before the court, my lord, how can they ask me to reverse credit because 2A was not available? First point. Second point, if they have given registration to both the parties, to supplier and recipient, why can't they first go and catch hold of neck of Bimal Jain and recover the money from the defaulting supplier? Why they are coming back to me? They're not taking any action against the Bimal Jain, but wanted me to reverse. That is not possible, my lord. Are you all listening to me? An Honorable Madras High Court given judgment in favor that yes, you can't demand from the buyer. Now I'm telling you one provision. As per this provision also, no reversal required. How many of you has really noticed Union Budget 2022? And this time I want to check one expert in Vijayawada who really knows everything from GST perspective. Union Budget 2022. There's one change under section 41 subsection 2. Listen this change very carefully. It's a very recent change. Part of Finance Act 2022. They are saying, and listen very carefully, I'm interpreting also. They are saying, if supplier has not paid the taxes, then buyer has to reverse along with interest. Along with interest. And whenever the supplier pays the liability, that credit would be available to you. That is what the change they have proposed under section 41 subsection 2. Now look at my argument. Why department, why government has made such amendment? Let me tell you the reason. They have made such amendment in the law to present before the court. Why they are demanding reversal from the buyer? Because of this provision. Are you all getting my point? Because of this provision they are demanding. So tomorrow it should not be litigated and argued. I am taking same example in my favor. And I will say to the court, my lord, this clause is a prospective clause, not the retrospective one. Prospective. So let's say it is implemented from 1st January 2023. So I will say to the court, my lord, if this reversal is being demanded and provided as per the provision, that is applicable only on or after 1st January 2023. Am I right? If that is the date of notification. Prior to that, there is no reversal. Since this is the provision which is talking about reversal, then for the past period, they can't demand the reversal. Are you all getting my point? This is the way we can defend this particular case as well. This is the way we can argue before the court as well. So scrutiny notices, I connected two topics and given my deliberation, but let me tell you. Notice comes in the form ASMT 10. Have you heard of ASMT 10? How many days you need to reply? Tell me, 15, 7, how many? 15? Anyone, please. How many days we have to reply? Sir, we have, tell me, 30 days? Sometimes they want within 7 days, sometimes they want even in 3 days. But officially it is 30 days, which can further be extended by the proper officer. And you will reply in the form called ASMT 11. So in case you are not agreeing with the allegation made by the department, your reply must go. I have seen number of cases, even after getting ASMT 10, we are not replying. For the region, it is there on portal, we haven't seen that. Am I right? We are finding such notices after a year, 2 years. So what we should do? Should we keep mum or reply back? Please. 100% reply back, no choice. 100%. And when you're replying back, so you're defending yourself or agreeing for the liability. If you're agreeing for the liability, pay along with the interest. With a penalty leviable. Yes and no. Say yes and no. No penalty. It will be a case of 73. Because if difference coming out because of scrutiny of return, then it is coming for the differences amount which is there on return. Where the question of fraud, suppression, misstatement, which is 74. 73 does not warrant to pay penalty if you are paying before issuance of so-called notice. No penalty. Am I clear to all? So these are the advantage you are getting, right? So you will reply. If your reply is being not accepted by the department, are they supposed to do anything? Say me. Are they supposed to do anything if they are not agreeing with our reply? Sir, they need to, if they are not agreeing, they have to issue a proper so-cause notice or initiate audit under section 65 or so-cause notice under section 73 or 74. 74 is not invocable for the region. It is coming out from our own return. Am I clear? Now, 2 or 3 practical examples which I want to do with each one of you. And then I will touch base notice part and close today. I know that we are reaching. I'm allowed to make 15 minutes more. Am I allowed? Have you heard of fake invoice? Have you heard of recent circular which is being issued on fake invoice? Yes or no? So are you interested to know what is fake invoice, fake credit? Okay, this is one part. Second part, at the buyer's end, we are struggling with the supplier is not tax compliant. And because of the fault of the supplier, my credit is disputed. Am I right? Am I right? Do you find any way forward in GST law which is going to be corrected? Listen, these two components I'm clubbing together and creating mocktail and cocktail for you. What is fake invoice? I'm a supplier. And before I do this part, let me do that one part, that intra and inter part. Intra and inter part. I told you that I'm supplying from Delhi to Vijayawada. You said interstate. Then I said I will complicate it, right? Let me complicate now. You are in Vijayawada and you wanted to purchase some sari. There's some marriage at your family. So you came to Delhi all the way. And I got the sari shop at Delhi. If it is B2B supply, you are registered, I'm registered. Am I right? I handed over the sari at my shop at Delhi. I handed over the sari at my shop at Delhi. This transaction would be intra or inter? Tell me how many of you intra? Raise your hands. So you want me to charge CGST and this is a learning of 5 years of GST. This is interstate transaction. Don't amazed. Don't amazed. If that is the report card which you are giving me today, then it requires a lot of learning for GST. And we do not get tempted to learn GST for the region. Fees is 500 rupees. Why it is interstate? Region number 1. Region number 1, if it is B2B supply, of course you want to avail credit. Let's say you are also dealing in sari, you are purchasing wholesale, you want to avail credit. If I charge CGST and Delhi SGST, whether this credit will be auto-populated for you in your 2A or 2B? No. And as per section 10, subsection 1, clause A of IGST Act, where supply involves movement of goods. Yes, sari would be taken from Delhi to Vijayawada, either by supplier. So I'm making FOR destination sell. So I'm undertaking responsibility to deliver the sari at your Vijayawada shop, or by recipient. So it is a X works, but you are engaging transporter picking the sari from Delhi to Vijayawada, or by any other person. Place of supply would be where delivery terminates, which is Vijayawada. Transaction would be interstate. Second argument, we need to generate eBay bill. Transaction is more than 50,000 rupees. If I'm cutting invoice for CGST and Delhi SGST, but eBay bill would be saying Delhi to Vijayawada, either generated by supplier or by made by. How come it is intrastate? Second argument. And third argument, one nation, one tax, one market. Why this tagline? Now, Bimal Jain need not require to open any shop in Vijayawada. He need not require to have shop any state. He can sit in Delhi and supply Pan India, Kashmir to Kanyakumari with IGST levy, of which credit is, that is called seamless flow of credit. So those who have raised their hand and said intrastate, even for B2B supply, just introspect yourself. Now I said I will complicate it, right? So it's complicated. Let me make more complicated now. Googling. It is a B2C transaction. B2, I'm registered, but you all are unregistered. You are coming daily to purchase sari, and please try to answer by yourself so that you can learn something good. And after my session, at least you will say, yes, 5 years of GST, first time somebody has come and opened our eyes, ears. So you're coming to Delhi and purchasing sari. B2C transaction. There's no question of credit availment. Now, when I'm selling sari at my shop, as a supplier of sari, 2 questions I can't ask from my customer. What are those 2 questions? For whom you are purchasing this sari? This question, if I ask, I will be getting slapped. Who are you? Whether I'm taking for my wife or for my girlfriend, who are you? And second question, which I can't ask, where you are taking these saris? How you are concerned, boss? Are you willing to sell or not, right? These 2 questions. So, supplier position is very tricky. I can't ask these 2 questions. And I'm selling you 5 designer saris of 10 lakh rupees. And I saw a lot of, good saris in Vijayawada also. So much chak saris. Oh, oh sorry, I'm using little Hindi, don't take me otherwise. I mean to say they're beautiful saris, eye-catching. And yesterday I got one, what is that called? Sol. And that was also again chak one. So I will definitely take back to my home and give it to my wife and say that this is what I bring for you from Vijayawada. So come back to the question. It's 10 lakh rupees, 5 sari I'm selling to you. I'm handing over the sari at my shop in Delhi. Transaction is a intrastate or interstate? How many of you say intrastate? Please raise your hands. Okay, and how many of you say interstate? Still there are someone. Oh, I have seen those guys. I've seen those guys. During lunchtime, I will take their class. I will check their hands and everything, whether everything all right or not. Oh, because they are not raising hands for whatever I say, they are not raising hands. Don't raise your hands. Time will make you to raise hands. This transaction is a interstate transaction. IGST should have been charged. GST is a destination-based consumption tax. Am I right? Am I right? It must accrue to a state where ultimately goods and services are say louder, consumed. Am I right? GST has moved from manufacturing state to consuming state. Mr. Jagan Reddy, Chief Minister of AP, will demand GST because ultimately you are coming from Vijayawada. It's a consumption-based tax. It must accrue to AP. But to whom we have paid tax? Arvind Kejriwal. Delhi. Am I right? IRS means? Oh, yeah. He is reminding me, Sir Bimal, Arvind Kejriwal, IRS. Okay, leave this part. But we have given tax to Delhi. Why it is in IGST transaction? Listen very carefully. There is Rule 46 sub-rule E. What is Rule 46 sub-rule? E of CGST rules, which clearly says, and this is being made as per consensus between center and state, we must note that any person who is coming from outside the state, as a supplier, I must capture name, address, delivery, along with the state name and code in my invoice. If I'm capturing your name, your address, delivery you're taking to Vijayawada, putting AP state code, then GST, SGST component of IGST will accrue to you. And this is compulsory when the invoice value, taxable value is more than 50,000 rupees. If it is up to 50,000, no problem. I can treat inter, whatever might be. But for more than 50,000, this is responsibility on supplier to make a mention on the tax invoice. This is the only tax invoice I'm referring to. So what happened? A lot of us are not following the provision. Even for B2B supply, I got the wrong answer. Even for B2B supply, I got the wrong answer. For B2C, it would be interstate. I complicated, right? So what happened? If you're dealing with such taxpayer, if audit comes up for this taxpayer who treated intra, but this is transaction as a inter, what happened? Department will say, Bimal, pay IGST. And I will say, sir, I pay CGST and SGST. He will say, Bimal, no problem. You first pay IGST along with interest is leviable or not? Yes or no? Interest is not leviable. Look at the learning. I'm just waking up. No interest under section 77, subsection 2 of Finance Act. No fortunate part. They will only say, Bimal, pay IGST, but no interest. What happened for the refund of CGST and SGST? Refund would be coming or not coming? Coming. What happened for the time limit? Let's say this transaction is being catch hold after 4 years and 2 years gone. Refund would be permissible or not? No remedy? There is remedy. For these kind of taxes, wrongly paid taxes, there is no time limit criteria. And refund would be permissible. There is no 2 years time limitation. So try to understand a lot of things. And when we continue to do only work for 500 rupees, let's take the last topic and then I will conclude with the permission of house. Am I right? Can I take last topic? Can I take? Perfect. Sir, audience is ready, then I can carry on. Fake invoice and fake credit is nothing but either I'm supplying goods and services without raising invoice. That is called cash sale. You go to a market and we always look for with invoice and without invoice. Am I right? What such guys are doing, they are selling cash to you, raising invoice to him and sharing that GST component. So here issuance of invoice without supply of goods or services. Have you understood it? Two transactions. Supply of goods or services without invoice. Here issuance of invoice but without supply of goods or services. Match fixing, sir. And they are earning a lot. Government is worried. Government is also struggling with how they will recover this money, and these are black sheep in our system. And because of this black sheep, lot of strict provision coming in search, seizure, and arrest. Am I right? So I'm creating, sir. So fake invoice and fake credit, they have issued one circular. I do not know to what extent the circular is correct, but let me tell you what they have said. So A is issuing invoice, no supply of goods or services, 10 lakh rupees, 18% charged. You have availed the credit and utilized the credit. So first tell me, Bimal Jain raising invoice without supply of goods services, whether there would be any tax liability on Bimal Jain. Please tell me yes or no. As per this circular, what they are saying, no tax liability of Bimal Jain. No tax liability, because there is no supply of underlying goods or services. So no supply in the hands of Bimal Jain. So no tax liability, neither under section 73 nor under section 74. Balle balle, Bimal Jain bach gaya. But they are saying, no, Bimal, we will put penalty under section 122, subsection 1, Roman 2 offenses. And penalty would be 20,000 or the tax amount evaded, whichever is higher. So I get into a trap of penalty. And I will say, when there is no tax liability, there is no tax evaded. That is my interpretation. Hence, penalty would be only 20,000 rupees on me. That is my interpretation. Tax evaded only when there is supply. When there is no supply, there is no tax evaded. That is my, so I'm just reading their circular to my advantage. Now they wanted you to pay the liability. You have wrongly availed the credit. And that too under section 74, they will levy and demand recovery along with interest and penalty. So there, one client came to my office and he was very, this kind of client, what he was referring to client, and then I will close. One client coming to my office and saying, sir, A is giving to B and B is giving to C. Now A has raised the invoice, B has only added the value addition margin and then sold to C. There are three parties involved. And we are finding pan-India, department is demanding tax from all three parties. Am I right? This party has raised the invoice for 10 crore rupees. A has raised the invoice for 10 crore rupees. And B has only added margin of 5%, value addition, 5% or 10%. So 110 crore, 11 crore rupees, I raised the invoice to C. Now B got notice from the department. And department is demanding whole tax, 10 crore rupees from B. What is the point I defended? And what is the point I have argued? GST is a value addition tax. And I told them, sir, if at all you wanted to pay the tax, then A will pay 10 crore, B will pay on value addition, and C will also pay to the extent of value addition. That is what GST, but this circular is going contra. Nevertheless, this is wait and watch. Time will say what will happen. But one important aspect which is going to strengthen the system, he was saying, sir, supplier, we are not able to control the supplier. Our credit is disputed, right? Way forward, there are four provision, which will strengthen our credit in the hands of buyer, but we would be dependent only on Bimal Jain, on supplier only. What are those provisions? Listen very carefully. And these provisions, way forward in time to come, 6 to 12 months, you will find going to be implemented. That is called sequential filing of GST return. And then such notices which is coming will be going away. First one, as per rule 59 sub rule 6, they are saying, Bimal, you will not be able to file GSTR 1 for the current tax period, July, if you have not filed GSTR 3B of June. Are you listening me? They will not allow you to file GSTR 1 for July unless you file GSTR 3B of June. Second provision, 75 subsection 12. They're saying if any difference between GSTR 1 and GSTR 3B, that is self-assessment tax. So you have to be very, very careful. And third and fourth, Union Budget 2022. Listen very carefully. Section 37 says, Bimal, unless you file GSTR 1 for the preceding period, up to preceding period, we will not let you to file GSTR 1 for the current tax period. If I need to file GSTR 1 for July, I need to make sure that my all GSTR 1 till June, it's filed. So what happened? Buyer getting advantage. His credit would be auto-populated in 2A or 2B. 39 provision is saying, section 39 is saying, Bimal, for July month, first you will file GSTR 1. Then only you will get your 3B enabled. Unless you file 1, 3B will not be visible to you. So meaning thereby, you will file 1 for July, create the liability, and pay the taxes to 3B. So we were filing 3B sometime, not filing GSTR 1, filing GSTR 1, but not filing GSTR 3B, everything going to be going away. And henceforth, this is sequential filing, which will pave the way for credit. But you would be dependent on supplier. Know your supplier. If your supplier continue to make mistake for wrong furnishing of GST number, credit is not auto-populated. You need to again come back to me. If your supplier is capturing B2B as a B2C, if intra is being captured as an interstate, no credit. So henceforth, sequential filing. So you have to really identify your supplier who is a tax compliant. Last point. Can I ask 5 questions to all of you? Say yes and no. 5 questions. And quick fire question. Quick fire question. Can I? We as a chartered accountant, we have to pay GST liability on accrual basis, right? Right? Accrual means what? We have to pay from our and client normally pay after 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, 5 months. If you don't pay, what is the rate of interest? What is the rate of interest? 18%. I was willing that today morning when the minister sir was available here, why can't we represent small service provider and MSME? Are we not? I'm having only 30 lakh rupees chartered accountant, my turnover. What is the normal phenomenon in our business? We normally don't get paid on time. It is a delay of 2 months, 3 months, 4 months. But what department is expecting us? Bimal, as and when you raise the invoice, you must pay. Otherwise, there will be interest, and interest rate is it justified in today's world? They wanted, Bimal, you take working capital loan from the bank at 12% and deposit the tax. That is not the ease of business. That is what we are not expecting. And then again, reminded to them, when we demand refund, we file refund claim. Normally, we don't get on time. Normally. And when they delay, what is the rate of interest? 6%. It is at parity. It is not at parity. So what is the way forward for Vijayawada to go and proceed? First of all, GST law is the same for me and for you. But all inside out is going to give you the bread and butter in a proper way. That cannot happen with the amount of 500 rupees. And why I'm telling you, yes, I know here we have to do all-round work. When I was traveling with the same guy yesterday, he is a treasurer of your branch. He was driving car at 100 kilometers per hour. I was thinking during night, that's the reason GST is working so fast. So 100 kilometers per hour, he was driving, and then I was just checking him out. What kind of work? Sorry, I have said your name. You will not take it otherwise. Treasurer, his name is Parvez, right? Parvez. So he was telling me he's doing all-round work. I said, why you are all-rounder? Well, sir, it's a Vijayawada. Here, specialization does not work. Is he right? Say yes or no. Perfectly right. So first question you answered. Second question, if he is all-rounder and the fees is 500 rupees, am I under compulsion to do for 500 rupees, 1000 rupees return filing? Say yes or no. It is no. Big no. Big no. We have created compulsion for ourselves. Why can't we specialize ourselves? There's a Haldiram samosa versus Agrawal samosa. Why we pay 100 rupees samosa to Haldiram comparing 20 rupees samosa of Agrawal? We have to prove our credential before the client. And we have to choose and select. We can't eat everything. We have to select our own wisdom. What kind of practice I want to do? How I want to grow myself. Sorry, Parvez, your example I given to each one of us. I'm Bimal Jain, I'm Parvez here. But how long? We have to change 500 to 5,000, 5,000 to 50,000, 50,000 to 5 lakh rupees. And that is possible only when we pass on the commensurating benefit to the client. Am I not right? Am I not right? Right? Third question to all of you. Being young chartered accountant, all congratulations to them. My heartiest congratulations to them and heartiest congratulations to each one of us who is still after a journey of 5 years not able to properly determine intra and interstate. What is the lesson and learning for us? Why 500 is not changing to 5,000 rupees? Because we are not passing on these kind of value addition in our services to the client. We are being driven, whatever invoice he has raised, okay, he has raised intra, book it intra. So is that the intra. Do one or two small things. Even though you're doing 500 rupees work, when you show your credential, your money will change. And last example which I'm giving you. I passed out in May 1992, long time back. I have not signed a single certificate in my whole career as a chartered accountant. I have not done any bank audit, concurrent audit, internal audit, no statutory report at once. Now he's taking a escape route because Komal is doing, but I'm not signing. Komal may be filing GST return, but I'm not. What message I want to give to all of you, there's no bar that this is the only thing which I can do. We can always look at the career from our individual perspective, and we can transform ourselves from 500 to any X figure. We have to just start out of box thinking. If today this theme is smile, smile cannot come artificially. It has to come by the heart, right? And the smile, when coming naturally, then it will really glow our face, glow our body, and glow in all perspective of wellness and happiness. Last and foremost, topic was how to handle scrutiny notices and notice. I created combo for you, created cocktail. I have taken my 1.5 hours, which was promised to me. So I have not really listened to them. If they have delayed, they have to face the music. But I did my part. That is the same way you have to take the initiative. What others are doing is not important. What is important, what I'm doing. And when I'm being given 1.5 hours, I made it a point that you should not be disappointed. And I should take you along with my journey of 1.5 hours. So they can't say, Bimal ji, aap bolte rahe, hum to sun hi nahi rahe the. I made it a point that I was giving my deliberation. You all were listening. Am I right? Am I right? So let me thank each one of you for giving me this opportunity.
Excellent, sir. That was Bimal Jain. That was Bimal Jain, as candid as always. That's why we love you, sir. We made it a point that you will reach Vijayawada and address us.
100% I will come, and there are certain things which is being written to me. Okay. I wish to inform that State Department of GST of Government of Andhra Pradesh has in June 2022 impaneled 5 chartered accountant firm, 5 cost accountant firm for the purpose of conducting special audit under Section 66 of SGST Act. And this is being written by Chairman of 1819 of Vijayawada branch, CA M.R. Prasad ji. So thank you, sir. This is a good gesture. But here, I met one CGST commissioner today in the morning in the hotel. I also went to, that gym, doing 30 minutes gym. Why I've gone to gym? Because that is what the regular practice I follow to keep myself fit. I met with CGST, that commissioner. I was not knowing him. I even don't know him. He interrupted him and said, "You are Bimal Jain GST? You are Bimal Jain?" He said, "Bimal Jain GST. So my name, he has, Bimal Jain." I said, "Yes, I'm Bimal Jain." "Oh, I'm from the department. I'm commissioner here, central at Vijayawada. We are opening up regional hub here, and we are watching your videos. Your videos are very, very good." Sorry, I'm not saying that was his comment. Your videos are very, very good. And you keep balance. Whenever you're presenting any video, you're not biased to anyone, neither to the taxpayer, nor to the department. And that's what we all are learning together. This kind of privilege and value, that is the real reception. Instead of getting so many garland, what we need to get, wherever we go, we should be recognized by our own name. And that should be Bimal Jain GST. And so I'm keeping this name. Parvez, for you as well. So thanking each one of you and wishing each one of you all the best. You can join my Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, and all free of cost.
Yes, of course, YouTube also.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. I request Treasurer of Vijayawada branch, Narayana.
utilize the services of our post-consular general.
Dear friends, please reassemble in the conference hall. Now may I request CA Narsimhan Elangovan to please come on to the stage. I request Chairperson of Vijayawada branch, CA Sita Shireen, to welcome him and hand over a bouquet to him. CA E. Narsimhan is a practicing chartered accountant with a specialization in information system assurance, a futurist who specializes in IT consulting, information systems assurance, GDPR and privacy law, implementation of internal financial control, SOC. He is an IS auditor and an advisor for various BFSI, sporting organizations, startup entities, tech companies, and many more. He is faculty for CISA, DISA, and courses on blockchain. He is a speaker at national and international forums of IT and emerging technologies. He is the author of Digitizing CA Practice. He is the co-author to the implementation guide on DCMM 2.0, DISA 3.0 Module 6 on emerging technologies, co-author strategic roadmap for CA firms to operate as virtual firms, technical guide on Internet of Things. It's over to you, sir. Please take up the session.
Thank you. Endro Mahanubhavulu, Anduriki na Vandanamulu. A very good afternoon to all of you. Very nice to meet all of you. Chala Rojul Tarvata in-person meeting. And interesting times, the last 2 years. Lot of things have changed. Can I request everybody to settle down, please? Kindly settle down. Thank you. Lot of things have changed in the last 2 years, right? What was not a priority has become a priority. Health was looked into the last, now it has become the first for good reasons. Technology, which was at the back step, none of us realized that it can have so much of potential. Revenue from the most recurring client also succumbed because they had a business problem. And let me tell you, every challenge like this will keep coming. But the real question is, how do we navigate this? And more importantly, can I be ready for the future? How do I be future ready is the first and the most important thing we'll have to look into. And I'm going to start off with a simple clip. Of course, a general disclaimer, the views are personal, nothing on my organization can input. I'm going to start off with a simple clip. And I'm sure this clip will give you a lot of thought-provoking ideas. But let's see how that correlates with our practice. And here it is.
No. It's just construction. Yeah, that's all. No. I'm not driving. Are you okay? Yeah, you? I'm good. Oh, no, not you. Listen, I'm going to have to call my agent. I'm going to get right back to you.
Mr. Burton, this is InsureCorp. We've received sensor data that indicates you were in an accident. Are you injured in any way?
I'm not injured, no.
Is anyone else injured?
I don't believe so.
Okay, where's my agent's number?
We have pinpointed your location and we are showing your car is not drivable. So we are dispatching an Uber car to take you to your destination.
That would be great.
I'm pressing 1. English. E-N-G-L-I, English.
May we give your coordinates to our appraiser drone to perform the appraisal?
Absolutely.
We have received the photos, assessed the damage, authorized the repair, selected a qualified repair facility, and have dispatched a tow truck to take your vehicle to that facility.
Perfect.
Yes, hi, this is... Yes. I'll hold.
We have looked up the other vehicle's insurance, transmitted the appropriate data to create the claim, and filed the California SR1 accident report. Can you confirm the information is correct on your phone, then hit the accept button?
I'll check it right now. Okay, all done.
Thank you. Your Uber car is arriving now.
I see it coming.
Accident, not payment, accident.
Your tow truck should be there now. Don't forget to leave your keys in the vehicle. Thank you for using InsureCorp, powered by Pivotal Labs.
This video is a very, very interesting one. Each of you have your own set of interpretations. My view is very simple. Are we ready to audit a company like this? Can my CA firm work like this? Can automation drive anything and everything in my office? Ladies and gentlemen, it's time we start scaling our practice, and that is possible only through the usage of technology. Today's agenda, I'm going to cover broadly 3 to 4 broad things. One is, of course, the changing times where we are, and something in terms of strategy, something in terms of practice, something in terms of office, and then obviously looking into how do I embrace digital and office automation. Because most of us believe that if I say office automation, it is all about deploying a software solution. If it was so very easy, we could probably just have one robot do everything. But the problem is, no such robot is created. We could probably have an autonomous car of Tesla driving in Indian roads. Little does the Tesla car know where the pothole is or where the main road is. Which means we need to have everything looked from the lens of our practice. And each of you who have a practice firm is different. Just because I have done it, it doesn't mean that you can do it. Just because I have not done it, it does not mean that you can never do it. And therefore, the first thing which I want to give you a perspective is today's reality. Unfortunately or fortunately, when it comes to the month of June, suddenly the clients realize that we have a chartered accountant. And a little later, the clients get to know, hey, you know, there is some sort of a requirement of tax filing and all of those. June, July goes off, August, September, October, after that we are forgotten species. Because a practice is restricted to that sort of an element. Of course, we may have around the clock revenue, around the year revenue, etc. That's also because the service was rendered 6 months back. Today we are having systems who are learning. And the question is, are we going ahead of that? You search anything in your office, ask all your article staff or ask yourself, anything you search. The top 3 websites will be taxguru.com, cleartax.com, and some other blogs. What are they doing? They're trying to get their entire information or entire data set onto their portal and systems. Today, we have 2 types of clients who come to us. One client who wants an opinion. The second client who's already done all possible Google search and coming and checking whether our knowledge is correct or not. Facts be the case, let's look at it from the other angle. When all of us during the pandemic, when we or our family members were some or the other way directly or indirectly affected, we didn't even bother to ask doctor. The first thing which we did in Google was, what are the symptoms of COVID-19? First cough, you are coughing. Slight fever, you are having fever. Sneezing, he is having. Tiredness, everything. And unfortunately, by reading in Google many a times, we feel that we have every possible symptom in the world. Right? And that is where we are now moving into an era where our subject matter expertise is no longer belonging to us, but rather to everybody. And that is what technology has done. And technology has brought in this perspective because there is a declining relevance of traditional practice. Please note, I am not undermining any of the traditional practice because that is the backbone of any country. But the way in which we do is what is the area of concern. Second situation, Google era, who is the subject matter? I had so many cases. Of course, I don't practice in taxes. I am not an expert in that. I know to a limited extent you are much more well versed in that. I have so many cases where people come forward and they have already formed their predefined opinion. They said that, okay, investing in 54F versus 54, which is more beneficial. They themselves have done all their analysis and they just come to us for a confirmation. Why? Because we are in the digital era where so much of information is available online. Then where is the relevance of us as professionals? No doubt you will say, sir, that is a confusing opinion. That is an incorrect opinion. I agree with that. I think, Bimal Jain sir also was making a mention of a 500 rupees versus a 5,000 rupees. That's the value addition we can bring in. But the question is, today information is available. Who is the expert? Practice is becoming less and less attractive for newcomers. That is unfortunately what I'm getting to hear. The Institute Statistics says so. Majority of the newly qualified chartered accountants are preferring to go towards an industry with service of practice because avenues are drying up. Bookkeeping to bot keeping. That's the reality. Robots are doing bookkeeping. It has started in India. It has still not come to a complete large scale sales because it takes time. But it's already started in the US. Major deficit in the supply of talent. In the last 6 months to couple of years, each of us in our offices always had an issue of a deficit of talent. It could not just be over here. Maybe some regions has more talent, some regions have lesser talent. When I use the word talent, I'm referring to employees, colleagues who can help us out with office. And not to forget, audit engagements or the traditional engagements, what we are seeing is risks are enhancing, returns are reducing. Right? And not just that, rising costs, all of those are basically resonating the fact that where we all are sailing through. But then comes the real question. This is where the expectations are changing. This image says it all. A patient says, hey, can't you give me a don't inject anything into me, give it through a wireless. Right? A simple example. My PPT is connected through a wireless medium and therefore it is broadcasted. There is no wire between here and there. Things are changing. Right? The question is, can we stick on to the fundamentals and yet be different? And that's what technology is going to bring into you. The real question is, how do I navigate? And this is where I want all of you to take one step backwards. Think where we are and where we want to hit. And for this, the next three parts which I'm going to speak of is obviously A, growth and strategy. Second is embracing digital. And third, most important, is office automation. Please bear in mind, merely implementing a tool and expecting the tool to solve all your problems is not a solution. Many of the places I go and speak on office automation, all of these things, they say, sir, we have implemented this tool, sir, but nothing is getting automated. That is because the tool is a tool in the hands of a fool. Unless until the full-fledged implementation takes through, unless until the monitoring takes through, it is not going to happen. I'll give you a simple example. I brought in a simple system during pandemic that please fill up timesheets. That's it. A simple thing. Go identify the client, mention the service, and then put the fees, put the time entered, so that I get to know who is doing what work. Every newcomer in my office started following it. All the existing colleagues never followed. It takes time. It takes time. It's not that a single click of a button I will get everything done. It takes time for people to mature, processes to mature, because it is not just technology, it is technology coupled with process. Now, typically from a growth strategy, the first question we need to do is, I am a firm based out of Vijayawada, Guntur, whatever region. How do I actually scale globally? It is possible. It is possible. There are multiple strategies which is possible, and a few of them I'm going to be discussing today, and these are tried and tested. Understand, in case you want to head into the future, the first and foremost is, what is the nature of your firm? Most of us keep on saying, sir, we are general practitioners. Very good. By being just general practitioners for a longer period, you will not be able to achieve anything. Then how do I get into super specialization? Very simple. Form partnerships with 3 or 4 different people with different mindsets and thought process. Let each of your revenues or each of your clients clearly be respective persons. But the service is rendered by one another. The service is rendered by one another. Example, I, as a partner, will only take care of the direct taxation complaints of all the clients, whether it's my clients or whether it's your clients. You take care only of indirect taxation. I will take care of only company law compliance. Another person takes care of only marketing and digital. I think that is the first thing we need to do. Demarcate our boundaries. Because if you start swimming without a direction, you will be left without knowing where you'll be heading. Right? Next, understand the size and scale of firm. It doesn't mean that only firms which are there across the globe are actually big. Pandemic has taught us it is good to be big. It is better to be small. It is good to be big. It's better to be small. Why? None of us have those arbitrage opportunities what small firms can actually have. A simple index. If you look into the top-notch Sensex indication, the returns of an SME index vis-a-vis returns of a large-scale index, the returns of a SME index is much better. Now, obviously, you will say, sir, there is an element of risk. Who does not take risk? We are already navigating in that. I'm only saying consolidate, right? Understand the size and scale. You could still be operating in Vijayawada, made in Vijayawada, working for the world. Why can't we think of that? I'm sure each of you have at least 1 or 2 friends who are settled in US, Australia, Dubai, wherever. Can you not somehow set up a consultancy practice from there to here? You have to try it. Unless we try, we never get to know. Right? So look at the size. What is the clientele you're offering? Is it that you want to handle only SME clients? Is it that you have to handle multiple size? Define all of those. And please bear in mind, these all are very critical for you to decide what is your strategy. Because the tools which you implement will be dependent on this. Okay, sir, I'm using Tally and I want to use for Tally forever. Fantastic. Go ahead. Nothing wrong. Can you bring in automation into Tally? That is the question you need to answer. Sir, I want to do global accounting. Okay. Use the solutions like QuickBooks, Zoho Books, whatnot. There are multiple opportunities, but your strategy will determine what you have to do. Geography. Do I need to be present only here? Do I need to be present anywhere in the world? And today the pandemic has taught us a big cost arbitrage. Sitting from here, I can do work anywhere. Look at yourself, whether you fall under which of these pyramids. The top of the pyramid could be a small firm, a proprietary concern, and majority of the ICAI firms are all in the small firms, 10 to 20 people. And that can do wonders. That can do wonders, just that we have not tapped it, right? The first and foremost, of course, we'll speak about the time matrix and other things. We need to understand where the strategy is. And if I have to do the strategy, it is only I who can do it. But the problem is, I am still sending the OTP to my client so that I can file the GST return. Think about it. I am still doing the electronic payment of taxes, which my client remits to my account. And I'm still ensuring that whether on the 20th or on the 23rd or on the 11th, 13th, have you filed the returns? Have you filed the returns? Call up this client, call up that client. I think we need to move away from that. A few thoughts to actually make you thinking in terms of your strategy. Look into whether you want to be a generalist versus a super specialization. Do I need to have my identity or my firm's identity? Why is that important? Because many a times when you give up, you get more. We think that only if I practice as a proprietor or if I practice as a smaller firm, I may actually make sense. Well, it may not be the truth. You may make bigger brand and bigger impression and bigger revenue once you give up your individuality and head into a larger perspective. Familiarity versus exploring new areas. I am happy because during my articleship or during my few years of practice or during this many years of practice, I did only these type of services. Very good. But can we do something different? There is a game of valuation. There is a game of insolvency. There is a game of virtual CFO practice. So many new things are coming up. Why can't we up the game? Sir, we are doing cost and budgeting, strategic financial management. We do so many things. Have we applied any one of those strategic financial management principles to our client in terms of evaluating? Bring that as a service. How many of them know to purchase a commercial property? There is a concept called as a lease discounting rental. It is completely strategic financial management. You can go ahead and advise your client with a 50% investment, with a 50% investment of a LDR, you can get probably double the amount. The question is, you need to start re-looking into these things. Non-tech versus tech practice. Sir, I am very, very away from technology. Nothing wrong in it. Question is, as long as today, let me admit it, all of us are tech savvy. We know how to operate WhatsApp. We know how to operate the basic solutions. We are all tech savvy. But the question is, how do I use the technology to solve my business problem? That is the element which you will have to bring in, right? And that is where your technology practice versus your non-technology practice. When I say non-technology practice, I'm referring to still being onto my traditional areas, but powering it with technology. Can I use a simple bot for my accounting? Can I simply use, my clients are sending all the statements in PDF. I am simply asking to send it in Excel, and the entire using the Excel, I can upload it. That is possible. Simple solutions are there, right? Whether I'm looking into marketing, will I be into the marketing role or front-ending role, or will I be into the operational role? I will be doing it. And please bear in mind, everything is important. It depends on which hat you want to wear, right? Whether I need to focus on startup clients or legacy clients, I need to focus on local or global, I want to be front-ending or back-ending. All these are questions you need to look into. A simple example, the cost of living in a Vijayawada is much, much lesser than compared to a cost of living in Mumbai or Delhi. Speak to Mumbai firms, get your work here. He bills the client 10x. You try to bill at least that Mumbai firm 2x or 3x. If X is your cost, you still have left with at least 1 to 1.5x. Right? These are strategies which you have to start thinking into, right? And this makes it very, very important when we have to grow. There are a few very basic things which you have to look into. The first and foremost is starting from flexible working or flexible or a leave policy. Because today we know that our practice is revolving around the institute, around the exam, around these things. Correct? Can I have people working for me without even they coming to my office? There is a lot of possibilities. Go ahead and explore it. Can I have a hybrid culture where they work 3 days in their office, 3 days in my office and 3 days outside, or 3 days in their own premises? I'm okay with it. As long as work is moving, I think that's important. And let's not stop it there. The junior versus senior culture is slowly disappearing. Why? Because everybody has to rely upon everybody else. A simple example is, you may have a very senior partner who may have tremendous amount of expertise. Please channelize that. Junior partners will have to learn, but the junior partners can use that expertise of senior partners and see how you can make yourself felt digital. Do a simple video session. So do a simple webinar. Do a simple thing. Now there's a tax filing season. Do a 5 or 10 simple steps to reduce or plan your taxes. You can speak about so many things, right? And this is where your presence in the digital world will be felt. Harness technology. I call this as a Zoho strategy. They have most of their branches and probably even their founder is now completely having their operations in a tier 3 or a tier 4 city. Right? He says to his colleagues, do 3 to 4 hours of agriculture, finish all your work, hit the button at 11, work for about 5 to 6 hours, take a break, again come back for 4 to 6 hours, finish, and you're over. You're doing your passion, you are at a place where you want to, you're still exploring your skill set thanks to the technology which is powering you. It is possible, right? And very important, one of the very important skill which we all as professionals will have to learn is the power of saying no. Do not accept a client if they do not offer a particular range of fee. Now you define your range of fee. You feel that maybe 5,000 is good for you. You define what is good for you. The choice is yours. But do not undersell yourself. We have put in so much of hard work to reach at this stage. I think the power of no is very, very important. If you thought telling yes makes you powerful, telling no makes you even more powerful. Look at the strategy. Why is India considered to be a very, very emerging geopolitical power now? Right? Even though US has put sanctions on most of the countries who are directly or indirectly supporting Russia. Most of our oil is imported from Russia. And despite that, the US has given a waiver of sanction which comes to India, because they know that we are the future in terms of market, in terms of money, in terms of growth. There's a lot more things which we'll have to look into. And one of the biggest thing which I make a mention is, because all of these things are nice to speak on stage and listen. Few days later, it just gets dissolved because of this one simple thing, culture. The culture is the tone which you set into your systems, into your offices, into your organization. And unfortunately, it is said, culture eats strategy for breakfast. If you set the wrong expertise and thought process, right? And therefore, how do I unleash the power of collaborations? Speak with other CA firms. Speak to them. See whether can you partner with other professionals across India. There are law firms, there are practicing company secretary firms, right? See whether can you embed your practice along with them, right? Other professionals outside India, right? You have markets like Canada, you have markets like Dubai. I know some CA firms who do exclusively Dubai VAT filing. There is a front office there in Dubai and back office here. They sit and do all the filing thanks to digital and technology. It is possible. Whether have we explored it? What is the power of network? Are we associating ourselves with other firms other than, other associations other than the CA association? You have trade bodies. Go speak to them. Take a small session for a trade body, right? You have to do those additional things, and that is where it will give you the edge. And not to forget, law firms, PE, venture capital firms, mergers. Please understand, we are in an era where all of this information is available on the digital. If I just want the list of CPA firms based out of one of these regions, I will get it. List of CA firms based out of it, go ahead and reach to them, write to them. And these are powerful strategies where sitting at your office, you can still go ahead and make a lot of sense, right? And once you set up a team, you work anywhere because you're all operating virtually, right? And there are a host of new areas of practice, not to forget. This list is just probably a simple example, right? Starting from insolvency, valuation, virtual CFO, IT audits, forensic. The list is endless. Please look into it for yourself, right? Definitely one of the, it's anyways, any which gets printed in your material, but yes. The question is, am I willing to go to that extra inch? And how do I embrace digital? That is the second thing which we have to address. When I speak about embracing digitals, I call this as a 5-fold strategy, starting from the leadership. And the leadership is none other than all of us. Getting to understand where my vision is, getting to understand where I can innovate. Can I specialize in certain things? Can I do newer models of delivering the same service? Right? Can I embed certain things in a newer and a more efficient manner? Repackaging. Can I repackage the service? Right? I know a couple of CA firms who charge their clientele the fees based on the number of journal entries they pass. Of course, they have a minimum cap and based on which they are able to do it, right? Now, I have told my clients that if you give your financial statements in a PDF or your bank statements in a PDF, I am going to charge you more fees. The client started giving in Excel. And I use a simple bot or a solution to automate this entire thing. I save so much of time. You could say, sir, let me give it in PDF, we'll sit and convert in Excel. That is the work which I don't want. Right? So understanding where you need to position, and that's what leadership is all about. Getting the right set of talent. It could be a culture which you're building in. It could be your attempt to digitize. The fact is, we all listen through this. The question is, does it translate into the last most pillar in our organization? It could be our own newly joined article staff. It could be a third-year-old article, or for that matter, a paid assistant who's been working with us for all. Have you told them, hey, there is an opportunity to declutter. There's an opportunity to automate. There is an opportunity to bring a solution. It is possible, right? And then is technology. Can I use technology to enable services like using analytics? Can I simply create a dashboard? Can I simply create a Power BI report? Can I simply use a simple RPA or a simple automation to take my Tally data entry into the Excel data entry to Tally? And all of those is technology. And please bear in mind, it is not a first step. It is a series of steps which has to take place. For example, how do I improvise the process using technology? How can I define SOPs within my organization? And last is growth. Do I have certain people who are dedicatedly looking into growth? Do I have people who will do dedicated business development? Acquiring new clients is also equally important, right? Do I have people who can position my firm a little differently? These are questions you need to ask yourself. And not to forget your digital presence. And these are a few of those elements which I think in today's era, we need to probably have. Not all of them, it depends. It could be a website, I think that's a mandatory, right? Do I have a search engine optimization? Have I used a search engine to optimize my website? And what is a search engine optimization? Anybody searches me on Google, is my firm name or is my services appearing? And that's basically what is search engine optimization. Most of them, they go to Google Map and they say, hey, nearest CA near me. Are you identified your services within a Google Map? Those are questions you need to look into. Do you have blogs? Do you have webinars? Right? These are questions we need to answer. And not to forget, social media. I'm sure all of us have a WhatsApp account, but how many of us have a business for WhatsApp? That's a question to ask yourself. And what does a business for WhatsApp do? It can help you to basically automate a few very basic things. For example, anybody comes and asks, sir, where is your office address? You can simply set a shortcut in business of WhatsApp and it will automatically set the address. You could go ahead and send a predefined income tax checklist, create a Google form and send it. Any client who says, sir, first give this, only then we'll speak. So there are a lot of things which you can actually use it just by simple embracing social media. So how do I get started? That's the bigger question, right? Identify within your areas of practice. What are the new things which you can actually give? Add those things to your new offerings. Bring them, tell them, hey, these are the new things which I can offer. Offer them as freebies and slowly start charging them. A simple example, you are probably you have a lot of expertise in GST. Now you learn something from a GST seminar, an income tax seminar, a notice seminar. Great. Can you convert that into a concept and sell it to your client? And charge even a small amount of rupees. But I think that is where you have to get started, right? And please bear in mind, these notices are yet to come. With technology coming in, there's a lot more things which is happening at the government's level. They're integrating your income tax, MCA, ROC, your GST, everything possible, and you will get one new set of record, right? Now, can we bring in some sort of a model around that? That's exactly what we need to look into. And these are a few of the examples of making your presence and your strategy felt, right? First, your websites and your digital. Second, let the world know that your knowledge is beyond tax. A very, very important thing. Unfortunately, we restrict ourselves that my knowledge is only on tax. I think we need to go beyond that, right? Follow the 80-20 rule. And what is an 80-20 rule? 80% of your revenue comes from the 20% of your services which you render or 20% of your clientele. Can you enhance that capability much more? And that's where you can bring in. Use the help of interns to start writing articles, blogs, simple information, right? Can you innovate? Look into competition. Look into what they're following in the global practice. IFAC has a beautiful website, International Federation for Accountants. Lot of free material is available. Can we use that, modify it and customize it for my Indian requirements? Those are questions we need to address. And are we obtaining regular feedback? Are we liaising with them? Are we speaking with them? Can we renovate our service models? And that is the question we'll have to look into. Right? And now coming to the third element, automation with the help of tools. A few of those is what we're going to look into, and what are the essential tools into when it comes to our profession. The first and foremost essential tool is a system what is called as a practice management system. And it's a simple solution or a tool which can help you track what are the services. You can say, sir, I know all my services, I know all my clients, but that is in the back of your mind. Can you move away from that? Because only when you move away from that, will you be able to remember or will you be able to look into other things? And these solutions can help you. It could be for tracking time, it could be for tracking the work, it could be for attendance, billing. How many of us spend at least 2 hours for just doing the salary payroll processing? I have 10 employees, enter the 10 employees number, mention the amount, you will get an OTP, enter the OTP, and that's how we make the payment. Simply use the software by Razorpay Payroll. It's free. All that you have to do is sign up, enter your employee details, one-time master you have to create. You just have to process, make a payment to the Razorpay wallet and execute. It's done. My payroll processing, what was taking at least an hour, is now taking 5 minutes. And that's exactly what I'm referring to. Simple solutions which can actually bring up, right? How many of us have a system of a communication tool? Most of us, fortunately or unfortunately, use WhatsApp as a communication. And unfortunately, WhatsApp has so much of information that we don't know which is the final, which is the original source of truth. Let's look into a collaboration set of tools, right? Sharing of files, spreadsheets. Pen drive is still being used. I think probably it has much more risk, which is actually there, which probably by using online collaborative tools, it could be a SharePoint, it could be a OneDrive. I think you can eliminate it, right? Look into branding, your website, your email marketing. All of this becomes very critical and important. And not to forget, your last, which is the most important, domain-specific automation tools. It could be for accounting. It could be for analytics. It could be for audit. You have a host of them, right? And this is typically the 5 area of services which most of us end up. It could be accounting, it could be audit, it could be compliance. Compliance could be tax, GST, whatever, right? Advisory and office management. And for each of this, we have a bunch of tools. An example could be, if I think of accounting automation, there are simple things which you can get started with. First and foremost, do all of my clients have a standardized chart of accounts? Meaning, is repairs and maintenance in client A is the same ledger of repairs and maintenance in client B? If the answer is yes, you can build a bot or a simple solution which can automate the financial statements, right? Can you use macros? And today macros writing is not a complicated art. You have macros available for, for free. If you go to the Microsoft Office website called Power Automate, you have a lot of macros or bots which can do some things for you. Visit Upwork.com. You can hire freelancers for as low as $10 to $15. So there's a lot of things which is possible in this particular approach. Or can you move to a cloud-based accounting? Can you probably focus on integrating your bank statement, integrating your bank with the online portal? So therefore, the first leg of the entry is passed. The second leg of the entry is what is required. Can you go into OCR, voice interface? Can you head into automation? So there are a lot of things which is possible, right? And this is a classical solution which I use, and this has been so much of a time savior, right? Because today, if you see, most of the clients have transactions available in the digital format. It could be their invoices is available, their GST2A is available, their bank statement is available. I think if you have all of these three, 40 to 60% or even 75% of accounting you can complete. And this is a simple tool which can do it, E2 Tally Datasoft. Get that format in Excel, fill in the ledger, say submit, your entire transaction is over, right? Or you want to use a solution which is basically a Desi version. You have solutions available. But before we get into Desi versions, I think we all need to watch this clip because we will understand what is the importance of having a localization. I mean, this was obviously with a pinch of salt and just for fun, but I think it talks about a very, very important thing. We have our own style of doing things. What is done in the West cannot be followed here. But we have a Desi version of everything. And that is exactly what we need to imbibe into our practice. When Nirma wanted to be sold at every household, right? They had a huge competition from companies like Wheel. And these had huge amount of advertisement budgets, etc. And what did Nirma have? Very little. What did they do? They simply hired 10 household women. And the job of these household women in each locality was just to go to that shopkeeper local guy. All of you will go one after the other and ask, do you have Nirma washing powder? The shopkeeper will say, I don't have it. They will just walk away. Okay, sir, I will go take it from the neighbor. And by knowing the fact that everybody is asking for Nirma washing powder, shopkeeper started stocking. And shopkeeper started selling, sir, Nirma washing powder is good, Nirma washing powder is good. And that's how they picked up their sales. We need to start being something locally being driven. And there are a lot of things which we can do. A simple example is a cloud accounting. Can I do accounting from my own house for the world? Solutions like this is possible. Zoho Books as a simple example. And why do I take Zoho Books as one of the use cases is that they are an Indian company. Data center is in India. They follow the highest data privacy requirements and they're being certified. And not to forget, they are making a good amount of money. It's not that tomorrow they're going to be shut like other companies which took place recently, right? And what does CloudBooks bring it for you, right? It could be starting from online payment gateway integration, or it could be sending automatic reminders, self-service portal for customers, getting instant reviews, creating purchase orders, doing automated entries, scan-based entries. All of these are possible, right? And these have interesting features. You can go ahead and customize fields. You could go ahead and automate it. Establish a rule. Say, for example, every invoice, whatever I get, I know I actually get because 10% goes as TDS, right? I know out of, if I bill it for 118, I will get probably 108 because 10% is gone as TDS. So can I define rules based on that? Those are possible, right? And you can also have accounting on the go. Sitting over here or sitting somewhere else, you can actually go ahead and do it. And you don't require huge amount of infrastructure. You just require a simple setup where your bank statement is uploaded, certain fields are uploaded, you go log in and you start doing it. And this is where you're going to bring in a new era of services, right? And not just Zoho Books. There are a host of them which have these features, right? A few of the examples are what you see over here, right? Each solution has something different. The question is, can I use them to automate my processes? And that's why I said one size fits all will never work. Some people say, I want to be on the cloud. Some people say, I want to be on probably the normal server. I say, whatever you do, be on earth, right? You ensure that you have your system and processes in place, right? Can I use an RPA? This is a simple example of an RPA robot which is being used in a Tally accounting software. It's called Zapier.ai. What it does is it opens, you have a Tally screen, you open the accounting voucher, you obviously have an Excel sheet. Of course, for simplicity's sake, I've just written suspense to bank, right? You have a debit and a credit, and you go back to the workflow, you have a workflow defined. And this is something which you can easily do it. It's not complicated at all, right? All that you will do is go back to Tally, open the voucher, right? And the moment you open the voucher, you have kept the data ready, you have your Excel with the data, and you just have to click the start. It keeps on reading it. The straight workflow is for debit. The right side workflow is for credit. Automatically entries are getting passed. Of course, for simplicity's sake, I've just written suspense account, but can I do this? The answer is yes. What is the advantage? I need not hire a person. The robot can do it for itself. What is the flip side? This is a process-enabled automation, which means somebody has to do one step before, and it has to be running on a system where nobody else can use the system, right? The other example, which I told you, E2TallySoft, the earlier example, has a simple feature where you classify and you upload, it will automatically upload within a 5 minutes, your entire work is over and you can get back to this work. Whereas here entry is getting passed one by one. This is exactly how a human being passes the entry. So each solution has its own advantage and disadvantage. You will have to explore and see what works best for you, right? Some of us use solutions for obtaining the bank confirmation, vendor customer confirmation, audit confirmation, right? So you have confirmation.com, they have a tie-up with ICA. By the way, all these solutions which I speak of are having some sort of a tie-up with an ICA, and therefore those solutions is what I'm focusing on. There are other examples also which you can probably look at, right? I'm not sure how many of them have used analytics in Excel, right? Because I cannot, because it's not connected to internet, I'm not able to show you the live demo. If you go to Excel, Microsoft Excel, you go under the Home tab, there is an option called Analyze Data, right? Any data which you have in a digital format, click on Analyze Data, it will auto-analyze and give it to you powered by artificial intelligence. You can do it. Go give it a try. Sir, I am taking my Tally dump is not coming in a proper format. Sir, there are softwares available to just to get your format properly extracted from Tally to Excel. Go ahead and give it a shot, right? How many of them have used this feature of an audit and compliance within Tally? There's a very, very powerful feature, which I personally like the most. It's called as relative size factor, RSF. The ratio of the first highest with the second highest in any ledger account. Now, what does it give me? It gives me cases of what all possibly could go wrong, because an RSF is a very, very powerful forensic or error discovery tool. And all of these are embedded within Tally. Sir, my Tally does not have this feature. All that you have to do is enable security settings in your Tally, right? Or you want data in digital format and do analysis. This is possible. ECAT suite. A simple example is, I want to do an analysis of the same stock from the same vendor, different locations. What is the price? Same stock, same vendor, price is different. I can use it with the solution. It's called as the same, different analysis, right? I want to do some bit of MIS study. I want to do some bit of analysis. All of these are possible thanks to the solutions which it offers. And if I want to bring the data from Tally to Excel, here it is, TCAT, right? The solutions today are plenty number. And let me tell you, all these solutions are probably, 1,000 to 2,000 rupees per month maximum, right? And I think these are necessary, because if you want to be future ready, I think we need to invest in all of this. And let's not forget one very important thing. The future, the revenue per client will still keep on reducing. So if I have to earn the same 1 lakh rupees which I'm earning per month, instead of me rendering 5 clients, I may probably 5 clients 20,000 each. I may have to render 7 clients or 6 clients or 8 clients to earn the same 1 lakh rupees. And that's going to keep on happening, because the expectation, the value addition they pursue is slowly declining. And that is where technology can be a big savior, right? Let's look into another interesting thing. This is another solution. It's called Tally on Cloud, Tally Data on Cloud, right? And what it does is you can integrate, of course, they have a few free models, you can go and visit their website. What it does is you log in, you create an account within them, right? Sign up on their website. And once that is done, you can bring the data from Tally into their software, and the software can help you in various things. Example number one, where it can help you. It can bring up financial statements to a reasonable extent. One time classification you have to do, the next time it is automatically done. Right? It can probably go ahead and do some bit of interesting analysis. It can probably go ahead and bring in some interesting analytics purpose. Right? Now, for example, you go click on the analytics module. It can give you all those exceptions which you want. For example, debtors having a credit balance, creditors having a debit balance, negative ledgers, tax audit non-compliances, all of this is possible. Your financial statements is ready at a click of a button. Right? Now, this is where you need to slowly start heading into. And these solutions are fairly affordable. Fairly affordable. Go ahead and give it a try. And that is where I'm saying, my dear friends, the future, you can still do the traditional practice. Nothing wrong in it. Just use these solutions and see what is the benefit you are able to draw. And that is where you become a unique proposition. And that's where you become something unique. Right? Now you can go into this analysis report, which I was making a mention, and you have a host of these ledgers. Cash ledger having payments more than 10,000. Of course, earlier 20,000. Right? It can give you negative balance. Cash ledger, advance from customers, debtors billing not matching. Host of these. Right? So this is exactly what I'm referring to from an accounting and a process automation perspective. Let's come into compliance automation. There are solutions available which can help you track what compliance is, where it is. Many times we do not know which client we have completed, which client we have not completed. Right? So these solutions can probably help you out. It can create a workflow. It can give you a dashboard. It can send reminders, alerts. Right? These are a few examples. Right? For example, Pepilio has a tie-up with our ICAI. Simplify Practice has a tie-up with ICAI. And these are solutions which are exclusively tailor-made for small and medium practices. Right? And you can use those things much more faster and much more better. And then coming to the era of non-audit automation. Some of the times you might be doing an analytics work, you might be doing a due diligence, investigation, fraud. Right? A simple example, Veratech. Log into their website, name of the company, it will go search, do a complete report and give you probably a 30 to 100 page report about a particular company. Right? Another example, this is my personal favorite, Insta Financials. You're doing a search report about a particular company, right? It will give you a beautiful summary of this, starting from company highlights, ownership, borrowings, financial statements, schedules, breakup, and all of this by just analyzing what is uploaded in the public domain, right? And can I use analytics to the next level thanks to solutions like Power BI? This is a simple example. Have you tried giving these sort of dashboards to your clients? Please remember, just like how CA firms are also getting, moving with times, even the clients are also moving with times. You have the second generation or the third generation client who actually expect something more insightful than just a compliance-based perspective, right? For example, can I bring in a tool like this, which gives a dashboard where I can go double click any of them and these values change. And this is just done using Power BI, a simple Excel dashboard, right? Why can't we spend time? And this is where I say that, yes, if I feel that I am not able to learn the technology, that doesn't matter. Have people who are interested and excited to do that. The direction and strategy is what is important, right? When an honorable prime minister or a chief minister, he cannot do everything. He has people to guide him and help him out. And he knows if I give this work to so-and-so person, it will get done. And that's exactly the approach we need to follow, right? And this can be done even on a simple mobile phone, right? You want to give a mobile phone enabled dashboard, these things are possible. And not just Power BI. These are all other solutions which can help you out. But please understand, each solution has its own perspective. If I want to use Power BI for my audit automation, it is not possible because it's a dashboard solution. For that, I should use an ACL or an IDEA or an ECAT, which I explained earlier. So each solution has its own perspective. And today we want to work remotely. This one solution has got everything. Starting from, your communication software, your Click, your work drive, and during pandemic, this single solution saved so many people's lives, right? So many companies were simple getting digital and opting, right? And these things are possible. That means the solutions are always available within our reach. We just need to try and experiment, right? The other thing which we do is remembering passwords. Most of our passwords are written in Excel sheets, right? Because we have 20 clients and 20 clients and 20 Excel sheets, or one Excel sheet with 20 names and details. It is obviously a cause of concern. Can I use solutions like this? Split key, LastPass, right? Zoho Vault. Can I scan a transaction and can it get automatically entered in the books? This is the software, right? Do I have a backup system in my office? That's a very important question, right? Because today we are having new age risks in the form of ransomware, which can actually attack your system and probably take away the data. So these are innovative things which are actually coming up here. And this is one such example. He will basically compress the data at your location, encrypt the data and save it in his server. And you want to retain the data for the last 365 days, you define it. So if I want my data 1 year back, how it was, he will give it to you. Right? And this is a simple solution called Vaultin, right? Again, a Make in India product. Interesting question. Many of them keep on asking, sir, I want to get adopted to AI in my office practice. These are a simple steps. For example, these are the solutions which are AI enabled accounting solutions, but you feel that these are too much for me to adopt or adjust. Start with very basic things. For example, PowerPoint. Most of my PowerPoint slides are designed automatically by artificial intelligence. I give the context, I give the information, it is auto-designed, right? Excel, I don't know how many of them have used a feature called Flash Fill, Control E, a very, very powerful feature in Excel, which can auto-fill certain data, which can auto-do certain activities and transactions, right? You have ideas, which I just spoke of. Click on the data tab, analyze the data, it can analyze data and give you automatically. Word, tired of typing documents? No problem. Read it out and the Word, Microsoft Word will listen to you and get everything written. Audit reports and so many other things, you can actually go ahead and do it, right? So we feel that, we may not have the typing speed. No problem, sir. Just switch on the dictate mode, slowly dictate, Word will capture all of them and start going ahead. That means there are huge amount of solutions available. The question is, am I willing to invest time? So what are the last few thought process which I want to give up, right? Disruption creates opportunity. Disruption is the one single factor which will always create opportunity, because only when we disrupt ourselves will a newer opportunity come up. Unless Flipkart or Amazon started selling things online, we were not comfortable with buying and using a product online. And today, for everything and anything, we first take our mobile phone and check what is the price online, what is the information online. Tomorrow, if we do not disrupt our own work, somebody else will come and take it forward, right? Two IIT engineers will get funded for about 100 crore or 1 billion, and they will run a financial automation. And the clients will just come into that onboard itself and start doing all the work, right? It's going to happen. So what is the future for us when it comes to clients, when it comes to services, when it comes to talent? When it comes to clients, your clients are going to be beyond geography. Please be very, very clear. You need to have that global outlook. You need to have the national outlook. You need to have that statewide outlook. You may probably be one-stop solution for all, but each of them specializing in their own buckets, right? You may have technology-driven solutions, but please be very, very reminded that the clients will no longer be loyal. They will keep on swapping. As long as you're delivering a value-added service, I think you should be happy about it. Look from a services angle. Focus will shift on advisory, because that is where people see value from compliance. Focus will shift on bundling of services. Can I group the services together, right? What happens if I start doing traditional and non-traditional services together? Can I start offering? Yes, the answer is yes. So start looking from that angle. And from a talent, probably start going into multidisciplinary firms. Okay, he may not be a partner. Give him a fancy designation, director of operations, whatever, right? You figure out what actually best fits that person, right? Risk-taking ability, I think firms should have. And we need to be ready to manage millennials. And millennials are the young generation of kids. Each of them have different expectations and thought process. I think mentally we'll have to be ready with all of this. And these are a few sample things in terms of future of technology for, from professionals, advanced work from home, data will automatically start moving from the client to our systems, right? Audit will slowly start happening real time. If blockchain comes in probably 3 years or 5 years or 10 years down the line, the relevance of audit will change. What you need to audit will change, right? Remote audit, increase in IT engagements, increase in forensic audits, all of these are going to come into play, right? And of course, these are a few things which I already spoke of. So the last thing, how do I gear up for this? What is it that I need to do to get started? First and foremost is identification of the need. The need that where I stand and where I need to go. The need of where I'm actually held up and stuck. And that is where the first thing. And the moment you're done with it, start using any of these solutions. I just gave a few examples. There are plenty number of solutions. Explore, research, start using them. And once you have tested it before you're committing it, see whether you can define an SOP or process and ask somebody else to follow it and you go to the next level, right? And that is what as leaders, we need to do. And my key message, which I'm going to bring it to you, the world's biggest problems are the world's biggest opportunities. So if you keep thinking that, hey, my practice is dying out, hey, I'm going to get only very limited, I think you'll still keep thinking that way. But there is a solution provider who thinks, can I do automation powered by technology? And my last and the most important message, okay, before I get into that, this is a very beautiful framework. Many people keep asking me, sir, all these are good. How do I get all these going on a regular basis, right? There's one nice framework called as the Accounting Plus Skill Framework, something which you can Google and probably get some information from Ernst & Young, a good piece of research. The other book which I recommend all of you to read is Future of Profession. Future of Profession is also available as an audio book in case you're comfortable hearing audiobooks. And I think we need to read books, right? And those books are other than GST and income tax. No doubt that we will read. We need to read something different. Each of us have their own passion. Each of them have their own thing. In fact, the other day I was reading some small things in Bhagavad Gita, and I was thinking, how can I relate Bhagavad Gita with today's technology? Actually, what Krishna said that day makes relevance today, right? He said a simple thing: attachment is the root cause of suffering. I understood the attachment which he referred was the email attachment, because if an email attachment was malicious and you download, your entire office is corrupted. That attachment is the root cause of suffering. So everything what was told historically can be made present today, right? And my last concluding message to begin, please begin somewhere, right? Thank you so much for being a wonderful and patient audience. And for those of them, who keep on asking, sir, what are the new technology services you can render? This is just a sample or an example of the technology services you can render. What we do at office, and there are much more you can do it, right? But this is purely technology based. Using this, I can still render my traditional area of practice. The choice is yours. Always, all options are open. And I'm very happy. And thanks to the organizers. Thank you for bringing me here. It's wonderful to meet, greet, and see so many of you, because I've been tired looking at myself onto the screen, onto the webinars, right? I did I think about 350 to 400 odd webinars in the last 2 years, right? It was literally almost every day I had a webinar, especially the first year of pandemic. It was crazy. Morning a webinar, it was like just like having 3 meals a day. I had 3 webinars in a day. But anyways, it was fun. It was nice learning, right? We had to redo a lot of things. But now I'm getting to meet people in person. Thank you so much for the patient hearing. Please be in touch. Would like to meet all of you and be probably connected. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Many new things we have learned, especially this tally on wheels. Of course, we are dealing with the tally for the last many years, but this tally on wheels was something new to me. So definitely we will try to utilize those tools which you have demonstrated on this day. Thank you very much, sir. Now may I request SICASA Chairman of Vijayawada branch, CA Uppulur Jayant, to present a memento to Speaker E. Narasimhan. Thank you. Thank you very much. Before we go into the Yeah, dear delegates, we'll be into the last session of this day. I request all of you to please reassemble in the conference hall. We will start the last technical session in a very short while from now. May I request all of you to please reassemble in the conference hall. Friends, I request all of you to please reassemble in the conference hall. Of course, this session deals with your bread and butter. It is legal framework of faceless assessments. I think it is the most important topic for all of you for the practicing chartered accountants in this part of the world. I think legal framework of faceless assessment is a very important topic which is to be deliberated upon. Now may I request the speaker of the session, CA Sachin R. Jain, to please come on to the desk, and I request CA Akkai Naidu, former chairman of Vijayawada branch, to welcome the speaker with a book bouquet. CA Sachin Jain is a chartered accountant and a LLB and DISA. He has qualified in May 2000 and having experience in various income tax matters for 22 years by this time. He is expert in all types of income tax matters, including search, survey, assessment, and reassessment. Handling appellate matters up to IT80, and he is a member of IT80 Bar Association, New Delhi, member Sales Tax Bar Association, Delhi. He is a speaker in number of seminars organized by NIRC, CIRC, and other CPE study circles in Delhi, and from this session onwards from SIRC also. So may I request CA Sachin Jain to please take over the session.
Thank you, sir. First of all, thanks a lot to the Vijayawada branch and all the August gathering who is listening since today morning. And so today I am going to give you the homework also. As all of us know that when we read in the school, in the last, teacher gives us the homework. So I will also give you the homework today. So again, a thanks for calling me to the land of victory, to the land of the Lord Venkateshwar. I am very, very thankful. I am also thankful to Mr. Manish Jain, who was waiting for me at the airport since morning. I am also thankful to Manish Jain, please. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. And on a lighter note also, since most of the members are sitting there also for tea. So on a lighter note, I would say that today I am the third Jain speaker. So today we have hacked your conference. Jains have hacked your conference. So I am the third speaker of Jain community. And I came to know that here also in Vijayawada, 50 among members of Jain community are there. So friends, we all are facing the music of faceless assessment right now. And this music is troubling us day by day. So I am feeling, आप सबने तारे ज़मीन पर film देखी होगी, जरूर देखी होगी. As we are also seeing, just in the morning, Vimalji was saying that South films are coming to Delhi also. So I am thinking that I am like Ishan Nand Kishore Awasthi, in whose mind every day legal framework of the faceless assessment is coming and going. Because when I read for the first time in 2018 about the faceless assessment, I thought that how that faceless assessment can be done. Because as we know, faceless, what is meant by faceless? Without face. So without face, when you are not having a face on the body, how you can do the assessment without ear and without eyes? You are not having the ears, not having the eyes. Whatever I am saying to the officer, he is not listening. All of you have an experience of, we had an experience. And I think all of you also have experience of virtual hearing, in which we are saying, and the officer is not listening anything. We are saying, he said, okay, you just talk. We do the same thing, but we have decided in advance. So I had done a research. Today topic allotted by Mr. Prasanna, who was having a smiling face, was faceless assessment. So, but I requested him that, sir, I had made a research on the faceless assessment, and I want to share my views and my questions with the August gathering of Vijayawada branch. So he changed my topic to legality of faceless assessments. So I dedicate my today's deliberation to my Guru Rajkumar Gupta ji in Delhi, who has taught me how to read the Income Tax Act in my articleship. We ignore young chartered accountants are also sitting here, but in my articleship, I taught how to read the Income Tax Act by full stop and comma. And when you read the Income Tax Act by full stop and comma, you will definitely find lot of questions. The wordings will change. So being a student of income tax, I tried to create some questions. I will put these questions as a homework to you for the Vijayawada August gathering with all the circulars, notifications, and the act. So, sir, my today's crux of the seminar is that I will read the questions I had created. Will all the assessments made by the National Faceless Assessment Centers before 30th March 2022 become invalid since no power was there with the NFAC to issue notice under section 142(1) as per section 142B of the Act? You can note down, the NFAC has no power to issue notice under section 142(1) as per my understanding of the law. And I will discuss this. Second question, whether all assessment made by the NFAC are invalid since no power to issue notice under section 143(2) with the NFAC. Third one, whether all assessments made by the NFAC were invalid since no faceless jurisdiction was there till 28th March 2022 as per section 130. Then fourth, whether all reassessment, that is under section 148 proceedings, made by NFAC were invalid since no power to make reassessment under section 148 before 1/4/22 as per section 144B, capital B. Fifth, whether all notices issued by the assessing officers in non-faceless manner, as we all are receiving the notices under section 148 from the relevant jurisdictional officer. So these notices issued after 29th March 2022 under section 148 or any other section are invalid in view of section 130 since all notices to be issued in faceless manner as per automated allocation. Sixth is whether power to issue notice of demand under section 156. We all have received notice under section 156, demand notice under section 156 since 2018 in a faceless regime. So my study is that whether power to issue notice of demand under section 156 of the Act in a faceless manner was available to NFAC or not as per section 157 capital A. Next, without any exemption notification issued as per section 151 capital 1A. That is, I will discuss 151A also later on. So these questions came into my mind and I started reading the faceless assessment thereafter. Faceless assessment history. History is that since section 143 3A and 3B were introduced with effect from 1/4/2018 in the statute books, as we all know, and that through those two sections, the faceless assessment scheme in the name of e-assessment scheme were brought by the government of India. So e-assessment scheme were notified by 1/4/2018 through section 143 3A and 3B of the Income Tax Act. Thereafter, that 9th October 2019, that e-assessment scheme was changed as faceless assessment scheme, as we all know. Thereafter, 1/4/2021. 1/4/2021, section 144B was introduced, as we all know, faceless assessment. And in that section, before that section, section 143 3D was in the statute books after 143 3A and 3B. So 143 3D, what says is that all the notifications, schemes, or the powers as in given in 143 3A and 3B were abolished with effect from 31st of March 2021. So the e-assessment scheme and faceless assessment scheme as notified by the government were become abolished with effect from 31st March 2021. And from 1421, the section 144B came into the statute books as a faceless assessment. Thereafter 1422, the section was amended again, as we all know. This is the history of the faceless assessment. And in the Tola Act, as we all know, Tola Act came. In Tola Act, almost 15 sections were brought for faceless regime. We all have not read it in detail. Tola mein 15 sections were there, which were assessment, jurisdiction, collection of information, inquiry or valuation, reassessment, rectification and issue of notice under section 156 and blah blah. 15 various sections for faceless regime were brought by the Tola Act. So I had gone to the definition of assessing officer, sir. So because the game is of the assessing officer only. Who is making our assessment? NFAC is making our assessment. But in my view, NFAC has no power to make the assessment. And I will prove through sections of the Act. So, but prior to that, we have to read section 27A, 2(7) capital A, which defines the definition of assessing officer. What is this is, AO means the ACIT, DCIT, income tax officer who are vested with the relevant jurisdiction by virtue of directions or orders issued under section 120, subsection 1 or 2 or any other provisions of this Act to exercise or perform all or any of the powers and functions conferred or assigned to an AO under this Act. So AO ki definition, it was there in the statute books, and no other person can enter into the shoes of the AO without any power. We also have to read section 119. I am giving you the homework. Please read these sections, and you all know, came to know that the jurisdiction issue is almost vanished from the Income Tax Act with this faceless assessment. So section 119 subsection 1 gives the general power to the Central Board of Direct Taxes to issue orders for proper administration of the Act. And subsection 2 says that without going into the generality of the powers given under subsection 1, power of the CBDT to issue general or special orders for the purpose of proper and efficient management of the work of assessment and collection of recovery of tax. So subsection 2 of the section 119 gives specific power to the Central Board of Direct Taxes to issue any order or notification in respect of assessment and collection of recovery of tax. Every power of the board is coming from section 119 subsection 2 in respect of assessment. Now, for brief background, 144B is the section for faceless assessment. In that section, in subsection 2, if you all read, subsection 2 of 144B gives power to the Central Board of Direct Taxes to exclude any class of assessees from faceless assessment. This is written in subsection 2 of section 144B. So 144B gives power to the Central Board of Direct Taxes to exclude any other person, and through that notification, they have excluded the persons covered under central charge and international taxation from the faceless assessment, as we all know. So persons of the coming in the under the central charge and the international taxations were out of the purview of section 144B, that is faceless assessment. So my understanding is in section 119 subsection 2, there is no power to the CBDT to issue any notification under section 144B because that section was not mentioned in the sections given in the list of sections which gives power to the central board. 144B was not mentioned in 119 subsection 2. When there is no power given to the Central Board of Direct Taxes, how it can go beyond that power and issue the notifications in respect of section 144B. This is one. Second, some persons may argue that section 119 subsection 1 gives power into the CBDT, but section 119 subsection 1 gives power for general administration of the act, and subsection 2 gives power for specifically assessment and recovery of tax. So subsection 2 will prevail, which is the specific section, specific power given to the Central Board of Taxes. Then I read section 124. Section 124, because we don't read these sections, we skip these sections, but section 124 is the jurisdiction of the assessing officer. Now, jurisdiction of the assessing officer, section 124 gives jurisdiction to the assessing officer as per the area. It is the area specific jurisdiction given to the officers, assessing officers. Assessing officers has to work as per section 124 in respect of a particular area. They cannot travel beyond that area. Whether section 127 what says? 127 is, if your jurisdiction shift from one state to another, assessing officer has to pass an order in writing before transferring your jurisdiction from one state to another and gives you an opportunity of hearing. But in that case, whether this opportunity is given by the officer, 127 is abolished. How? Government has no power to abolish the section 127. With this faceless assessment regime, government has taken my opportunity of hearing before transferring my case from Delhi to Chennai or Chennai to Delhi, vice versa. So this is the faceless assessment government is doing. Thereafter, I read section 130. Section 130 was brought in the statute books from Tola. What's 130 says? 130 says that faceless jurisdiction. The heading of the section is faceless jurisdiction of income tax authorities. This section was introduced, and what this section says that the central government may make a scheme by notification for the purposes of, first is, so purposes of this section 130 are, I am reading, 4 purposes were given by the government. First one is exercise of all or any of the powers and performance of all or any of the functions conferred on, or as the case may be, assigned to the income tax authorities as referred to in section 120. So 120 is the jurisdiction of the assessing officer. 120 says, so all or any of the powers or functions become faceless. Government has to bring a scheme. Thereafter, B, vesting the jurisdiction with the assessing officer as referred to in section 124. As I read, 124 is the jurisdiction of the assessing officer as per area. So that has to become faceless. Third, exercise of power to transfer cases under section 127, which I had discussed. And D is exercise of jurisdiction in case of change of incumbency as referred to in section 129. So 129 what says is that if your officer got changed, so he has to give you the new notice. New officer has to give you the fresh notice. And these are the purposes. Then the government gives reasons reasons were given that so as to impart greater efficiency, transparency, and accountability. These were the three reasons given by the Government of India in the Income Tax Act for bringing the Section 130, that to impart greater efficiency, accountability, and transparency. And these three reasons, how it can be achieved. So government says that by first one is eliminating the interface between authority or any other person to the extent technologically feasible. So government says that we have to break the link between the assessing officer and the assessee. Second, optimizing utilization of the resources. Okay. Third one, introducing a team-based exercise of powers and performance of functions by two or more income tax authorities concurrently in respect of any area or class of persons. So these were the three methods given by the Government of India in Section 130. And then subsection 2 of 130 was that government may give direction that any of the provision of this act may be exempted or modified or adopted, but the notification has to be come by or on or before 31st March 2022. After 31st March 2022, no notification can be issued by the Government of India under Section 130 subsection 2. Thereafter, the scheme comes into existence. The scheme comes into existence under Section 130, which was dated 28th March 2022. We can find the scheme on the portal of the Income Tax Department. This scheme is dated 28th March 2022. What is this scheme said? This scheme may be called as Faceless Jurisdiction of Income Tax Authorities scheme. And this scheme will applicable from 28th March 2022. Please note down the date, sir. I am referring. Then the scope, powers, and performance of functions of income tax authorities were mentioned in this scheme, that all the powers and exercise of the powers and performance of all functions under Section 120 and 124 of the Act shall be in a faceless manner through automated allocation in accordance with and to the extent provided in Section 144B or appeals or penalties or etc. So this scheme said that all the powers and performance of the functions will become faceless with effect from 28th March 2022, and this faceless manner will be exercised through automated allocation. What is automated allocation? So Government of India has given the definition. Automated allocation ki definition means an algorithm for randomizing allocation of cases by using suitable technological tools, including artificial intelligence and machine learning, with a view to optimize the use of resources. So with this automated allocation, the manual intervention of any assessing officer becomes zero. No manual intervention can be there after this scheme as per Section 130. Now this scheme, when I read in detail, some questions came into my mind that no scheme was notified till 31st March 2022 for Section 127 and 129. As I had told you that in Section 130, 4 purposes were there: 120, 124, 127 and 129. For these 4 sections, the scheme has to be introduced, but scheme was introduced only for 2 sections, that is 120 and 124. There was no scheme for 127 and 129 as on date today. So from 28th March 2022, as per the understanding of law by me, read with Section 130 and the scheme, all powers become faceless. 28th March 2022, the jurisdiction become faceless. No manual notice can be given by the assessing officers after 28th March 2022 under any circumstances if section 130 is to be read. Now, we all are receiving manual notices under section 148. And under what circumstances officers are issuing manual notices under section 148? When section 130 is in force. 130, after section 130, no manual notice can be given. But if you read the notice, there was the name of the officer written, ward is written, everything is written. So my understanding is no manual notice can be given after 28th March 2022 under any section. So it is my request to read the law. And if we go reverse now, so from before to 28th March 2022, is there any faceless jurisdiction? There was no faceless jurisdiction. How officers were who has given them the power to do the faceless assessments before 28th March 2022? And if I had asked this question from me, if the government was right, I think that government was right. It was making the assessment since 2018 under the faceless scheme. How, first of all, how they are doing without this? If they are doing correctly, then what is the need of section 130? Then there is no need to bring section 130 faceless jurisdiction. If the faceless jurisdiction was there before 28th March 2022, how they were doing? This is the question which came to my mind, and we all can use this in the courts or in the appeals. Then the scheme says that the powers shall be in faceless manner through automated allocation and in accordance with and to the extent provided in section 144B. Now, in section 144B, there is no whisper of section 130. If you read the complete section 144B, there is no single time 130 section is mentioned. When there is no mention of section 130, how this scheme will work? How the faceless jurisdiction came into existence? Whether section 127 will become inoperative because there is no scheme for faceless 127. About his jurisdiction, because my officer is sitting in somewhere in Kanyakumari or in Delhi or in Jammu Kashmir. How I came to know about my assessing officer? I am not able to ascertain who is my assessing officer, who is the additional commissioner of that assessing officer, and how section 144A, if we read 144 section A, section says that we can approach to the additional commissioner for giving directions to the assessing officer during the assessment proceedings. Now, when we don't know about our assessing officer, how can we know our additional commissioner? Whether section 144A become redundant with this faceless regime, how I can approach the additional commissioner of an officer sitting in Chennai whom I don't know for taking directions under section 144 capital A. This is one of the question. Then, as I told you that under section 130 subsection 2, government can give directions to exempt any class of person from section 130. And that notification has to come on or before 31st March 2022. That notification has not yet come, and it cannot come now because government has given the deadline. There is adaptation, modification, or exemption from section 130. When there is no exemption, how assessees under central charge or international taxation will be taxed? How? Because if you remember, as per section 144B, there is an exemption notification that assessees of central charge who were raided and the assessees of international taxation were not subjected to faceless assessment. They were not subjected. But as per section 130, they have to be faceless. All the jurisdiction has to become faceless. So what government is doing, I cannot understand. Section 142, as we all know, section 142 notice has to be given. What is this? That inquiry before assessment. We all know about 142.1 notice, section 142.1. This inquiry before assessment was conducted after giving notice under section 143.2, as we all know, sir. But section 142 capital B was inserted with effect from 1/11/2020. And what this section says, that there is a power given to the central government to make a scheme for issue of notice under section 142.1, 142.2, 142.2A, that is the audit, special audit, and valuation of any asset. And again, subsection 2 was given in section 142B, where government was given power to give directions to give exemption, adaptation, or modification of that section. In view of this section 142 capital B, a scheme came into existence with effect from, this scheme came into existence with effect from 30th March 2022. So 30th March 2022 was the date when this scheme was notified. What this scheme says is the scheme may be called the Faceless Inquiry or Valuation Scheme 2022. This scheme was notified by 30th March 2022. Now, the scope of the scheme is, for the purposes of this scheme, issuing notices under section 142 subsection 1 of the Act, or making inquiry before assessment under section 142.2 or 142 capital 2A shall be in a faceless manner through automated allocation in accordance with and to the extent provided in section 144B of the Act with reference to making faceless assessment of total income or loss of assessee. Now again, this scheme was notified on 30th March 2022, sir. Before 30th March 2022, all the notices issued under the faceless regime under section 142.1, are they valid? As per my understanding, they are not valid. Someone argued me that, okay, these are not valid, but you have attended the proceedings. So these become valid as per section 292B or 292BB. If you have attended any proceedings in response to any notice which is invalid, then this notice become valid as per section 292 capital BB. But in this case, that section 292BB does not validate the jurisdictional issue. 292BB only validates the clerical mistakes in the notices. They did not correct the jurisdictional mistakes in the notices. If there was no jurisdiction to issue 142.1 under the faceless regime, how the officers were sending 142(1). And if they were having the jurisdiction, then there is no need to bring section 142 capital B. This is my study. Thereafter, specific power to issue notice under section 142 capital 1, 142 subsection 1 is given in 144B with effect from 1/4/2022. If you read both the act, both the old provisions of section 144B and new provisions of section 144B, there was a difference. In old 144B, there was no mention of any 142(1) notices. There was no mention in the whole 144B section about issuance of 142(1) notice. There was mentioned that any appropriate notice. Now that whether that appropriate notice can be converted into under section 142(1), which is specifically mentioned in the act. This is the question to be raised. Because in my view, when section 143(2) notice is to be issued, that was mentioned specifically in section 144B. Why not mention the section 142(1) notice in 144B before 1/4/22? There was no mention of any issuance of notice under section 142(1). So under what power the officers were issuing 142(1) notices? So as we all know, without 142(1) notice, no assessment can be completed. Without inquiry, how an assessment can be completed? And if the notice issued under section 142(1) is not as per the jurisdictional law, how it can become valid? This is again the homework given to you, sir. You all, as I said in all my seminars, that a chartered accountant, a person who becomes a chartered accountant is a person of open mind without using any unfair means. Every profession can be achieved with unfair means, but a chartered accountant cannot become a chartered accountant with unfair means. So I am giving you the homework. You just read the law, you just read the notifications, and take the decisions. As per section 142(2)(a), AO has to take prior approval from the principal, chief commissioner, principal commissioner, commissioner of income tax. Now, who will be the jurisdictional higher authority and how assessee can check about the jurisdictional issue? Because as in the old regime of 148, we ask for the reasons, we ask for the approval authority. Regime, how I can know who is the additional commissioner, whether he has given the proper approval to the officers? I don't know. I have no choice. Then section 143(2). As we all know, section 143(2) is the main section. This is for assessment. As per section 143(2), notice can only be issued by assessing officer or the prescribed income tax authority. As this all we know, sir. Okay, assessing officer or the prescribed income tax authority. That prescribed income tax authority is mentioned in Rule 12E. And Rule 12E says that the prescribed income tax authority shall be an income tax authority not below the rank of the income tax officer who has been authorized by the CBDT to act as income tax authority for the purposes of 143(2). So the question came that how NFAC is issuing 143(2), whether he is an assessing officer or the prescribed income tax authority. I will discuss later on this issue. I will discuss later on. Thereafter, Government of India has issued the notification on 31st March 2021 that only the additional, assistant commissioner or deputy commissioners, only the assistant commissioner or deputy commissioners having their headquarters at Delhi can issue 143(2) and no other officers except AO, assessing officer. So in the faceless regime also, only ACIT or DCIT having headquarters at Delhi can issue a notice under section 143(2). No other officer can issue 143(2). This is the notification, and the notification number is the notification number 187/3/2020 dated 31st March 2021. And when I read this notification, one more question came into my mind. This notification is dated 31st March 2021. And as we all know, section 144B came into existence with effect from 1/4/2021. Without coming a law into existence, how a notification can be issued under that section? That section 144B came into the statute books with effect from 1/4/21. And this notification under section 144B, which gives power to the central board, issued on 31st March 2021. Then some of my friends said that there can be dual jurisdiction. Sir, in my view, there cannot be any dual jurisdiction. There cannot be two assessing officer of the same person at the same time. There has to be one jurisdictional assessing officer at the same time, in my mind. Because if there are two assessing officers of a person at a single time, one is sitting in Delhi and one is sitting in Chennai, then there may be huge hue and cry. If both had issued 143(2) at the same time, one from Delhi and one from Chennai, they can do if they are having the jurisdiction, dual jurisdiction. So in my view, there cannot be any dual jurisdiction. Then section 151 capital A. 151 capital A comes, that is faceless assessment of income escaping assessment. That is section 148, which we all are facing since last year, 1/4/2021, sir. When the act was changed, we all go to High Court. High Court has quashed the notices. Then again, this procedure was in the existence, and we all are waiting section 148A(D) orders. So this section 151 capital A was introduced by TOLA and a scheme to be notified till 31st March 2022. And this is scheme to be notified for 4 purposes. This is scheme to be notified for 4 purposes. First one is assessment, reassessment or recomputation under section 147. First one. Second one, for issue of notice under section 148. Then the third one, conducting of inquiries or issuance of show cause notice or passing of orders under section 148 capital A. And the fourth one is sanction for issue of such notice under section 151. These were the 4 purposes for which the scheme was to be introduced on or before 31st March 2022. Now, the scheme was notified. The scheme was notified on 29th March 2022. So the 3 schemes were notified. First 28th March, second 29th March, third one is 30th March. The 3 days, 3 notifications, 3 schemes. This scheme was notified on 29th March, and this was named as E-Assessment of Income Escaping Assessment Scheme 2022. So this scheme was notified only for clause A and clause B. That is for reassessment, under section 147 and issue of notice under section 148. For the other two purposes, the scheme was not notified yet. That other two sections were 148A and 151. So what happens now? A scheme for A and B only and not for C and D right now. Now what will happen to the C or D, sir? Whether these have to be under faceless regime or manual regime? This is a big question because the scheme is not notified. The faceless scheme is not notified. As per Government of India, there has to be faceless 151 or 148A, but the scheme was not notified for the reasons best known to them. When there is no scheme, so section 151 and 148A is to be manual, and section 148 and 147 are faceless. Whether this can work, that I have to issue notice under section 148A in manual mode. Thereafter, I have to take permission under section 151 in manual mode. Then I have to reassess the income in faceless regime. And again, issuance of notice under section 148 in faceless regime. It cannot work. How an officer who has conducted the inquiry under section 148A and passed the order under section 148B, and that other officer who is issuing notice under section 148 in the faceless regime, how he can use the inquiry done by the officer under section 148A in manual mode? To my mind, he cannot use, sir. So as per today, as on today, 148A is manual and 148 is faceless as per the scheme of the Government of India. Then, as we all know, in section 144 capital B, that is faceless assessment, these three words were added. What the three words were? Reassessment, recomputation, and one word is assessment, recomputation, and one word more is there, were added for making assessment under section 148 in faceless manner with effect from 1/4/2022. Before 1/4/22, there was no mention of 148 in 144B. So these were to be done in manual manner. They cannot be done in faceless manner. But we all are receiving the orders from the National Faceless Assessment Center under section 148. We all are receiving. Sir, you have received? So National Faceless Authority was not having any power to issue assessment order under section 148. How they are doing? Until today also, in section 144B, there is no power given to NFAC to issue notice under section 148. No power was given. If you read section 144B, NFAC was having power to issue notice under section 143(2), but they are not having any power to issue notice under section 148. When they are not having any power to issue notice under section 148, how the faceless assessment will be done? Yes. Pardon? Pardon? Yes. Sir, first you receive 148A subsection. Yes, you have replied. Then 148A D order will be received by you. In that order, he has to mention whether he is dropping the assessment or issuing the notice under section 148. The time limit is in which you have filed the response, that after completing that month, 1 month. Yes. So now a question will again issue that who will record the reasons? Sir, who will record the reasons? Because whether this is manual or faceless. No exemption notification was issued under section 151A subsection 2, and now the same also cannot be issued. As I told you, in every section there is subsection 2 which says that a notification can be issued by the central government on or before 31st March 2022 if they want to give any exemption, modification or adaptation. But no such exemption was given. Now the game begins here. What is that? As we all know, in case of search, now assessment will be under what section, sir? In case of search, which section will be applied for assessment? 148. Okay, sir. Now 148 section will be applied in case of search. So as per section 151 capital A, reassessment and issue of notice under section 148 to be faceless. Okay, but that assessment has to be completed under section 144 capital B. This is the procedure for assessment. In that section 144 subsection 144B, there was an exemption notification issued by the government that the assessees in central charge and international taxation will not be subjected to faceless. So now the assessee in whose case search is conducted, they become फंस गए. अब वो क्या होगा, कैसे होगा, ये हमें देखना है सर. Because in one of my cases, I told you, in one of my cases, I had filed the writ petition in Jammu and Kashmir High Court. 12 writ petitions I had filed. The search was conducted in financial year 1920. When I read the sections as per the TOLA and the section 153 capital B, which is the time limit for completing the assessment in the case of search, old sections, I came to know that there was a fault. And on that issue, I had filed the writ petition in the Jammu and Kashmir High Court. The government of India, the assessing officer cannot recover a single penny from my client on that issue. So there are several ways of reading the Income Tax Act. Each full stop, comma, sir, gives you a different meaning. And on that issue, I am 100% sure because I had filed the writ petition on 30th September 2021. And thereafter, that DR madam has taken at least 10 dates. She cannot file even the counter reply. So I will win on that issue only. Thereafter, section 157 capital A. 157 capital A was brought into the statute again by TOLA. Now 157A, what is this 157A? 157A says that the central government to issue a scheme for faceless rectification under section 154, amendments and issuance of notice under section 156 in a faceless manner. Now, when this scheme has to be in the statute books, but this scheme was not notified till date. So section is there in the statute books as section 157 capital A, the faceless issuance of notice under section 156. Now we all are receiving notices under section 156 since 2018 in the faceless regime. How the officers were issuing notices under section 156 in the faceless regime when they are not having any power. They are not having any power to issue notice under section 156. And if suppose I accept that they were having the power to issue notice under section 156 in the faceless manner, in the faceless regime, as has been done by them since 2018, first in e-assessment, then faceless assessment, then by NFAC. Then what is the need of this section 157 capital A? There was no need, because as per section 157A, there was a power given to the central government to issue the notice under section 157 in faceless manner. This is also a big question, because we all know that without demand notice under section 156, no demand can be enforced. There cannot be any demand. And from after 31st March 2022 also, whether the order under section 143(3) was to be issued by the National Faceless Authority as per section 144B, and demand notice to be issued manually. If I read the law as a whole, because as per section 157A, the government has to bring the scheme for issuance of notice under section 156 in faceless regime, but that scheme has not come. And when there is no scheme to issue the notice under section 156 in a faceless manner, how the government, the assessing officer can issue faceless notice under section 156? How they will enforce the demand? Then I came to the National Faceless Assessment Center. What is this National Faceless Assessment Center, sir? That National Faceless Assessment Center, in my view, it is a group of officers sitting in a specific building who are working for assessment. This is the, or I can say that they are just like a building. In building, 100 of officers are sitting as NFAC. They are named as group, name as NFAC. So NFAC word came from where? I had read the Income Tax Act as a whole, the complete Income Tax Act. I don't find any section which gives any powers, any duties, any definition of National Faceless Authority except in section 144B. In 144B, there was a power under subsection 3 given to the board to set up NFAC to facilitate the conduct of faceless assessment in a centralized manner. This is the power given to the board, which I had discussed that this power is beyond the powers given in section 119. Now, subsection 3 has given the power, sir. But the board, the NFAC is working since subsection 1 only. This is just like a child who was given birth in subsection 3 who starts from subsection 1. When there is a power given in subsection 3 to set up NFAC, how the NFAC can start working from subsection 1? This question also came into my mind. When a child is given birth in December, how he can start working in October? So if you read the new section 144B, sorry, old section 144B, which was introduced with effect from 1/4/21. I had given my PPT to sir, in which I had differentiate between the two regimes of 144B, old 144B, which is from 1/4/21, and the latest one from 1/4/22. If you read both the sections, in older section, there was no, the NFAC was working as a postmaster. NFAC was working as a postmaster, sir. The wordings were that the assessing unit will send the notice through NFAC. Everywhere the NFAC was used as a postman. So when you are a postman, you cannot issue any order. You have not signed the order, signed by the assessing unit. So who will become the party to the appeal? National Faceless Assessment Center or assessing unit? Because assessing unit is signing my order, not by us, National Faceless Assessment Center. Then one more question came into my mind, that in section 144B, the opening words in 144B are notwithstanding anything contained to the contrary in any other provisions of the Act. Now, when I think that whether the central government or parliament can disturb the whole Income Tax Act by writing these words, I had discussed that section 127 will become redundant, 144A will become redundant, many of the sections will become redundant. So this is not the way Parliament may think. I don't think there may be some drafting mistake or something, because 144B cannot override 119, 127, 144, 143. Every section they have overridings. Then faceless assessment or assessment, which is legal. Now there are two sections, sir, in the statute books, section 143 and 144B. 143 is assessment, as we all know, older section for assessment. 144B is the new section for faceless assessment. To my mind, when the new section has come into existence, 144B with effect from 1421. So, and all the assessment will become faceless. So faceless assessment will survive. Thus, orders has to be under section 144B, not 143.3. This is the question came into my mind. And when I read, there is 144B is only a procedural section, because 144B is only a procedural section. This is not a substantive section. Then the procedural section cannot override the substantive section. Procedural section says that the method of making the assessment under section 143.3. And in section 143.3, if you read, there was no whisper of section 144B. When there is no power given in section 143.2 or 3 that provisions of 144B can be applied, how the provisions of section 144B can use the sections 143.3 and 143.2. Then the problems in faceless assessments. The problems are that, which came into my mind, is that no appeal can be filed against order under section 144B. There was no mechanism given in section 246A to file an appeal against the order under section 144B. This is also a mistake, drafting mistake. Maybe there may be a drafting mistake because as I discussed, the order has to be passed under section 144B now. If there is a mention in section 143.3 that the order under section 143.3 may be passed in accordance with 144B, then it is okay. But now there is no mention in section 143.3 that the order can be passed under section as per section 144B. So how an appeal can be filed? We are all are filing appeals against the assessment orders, but how these can survive, I don't know. Whether income tax officer can sign the order or notice issued by the NFAC. As I discussed, there is a circular notification issued by the board that no notice can be issued, no notice can be signed by an officer below the rank of ACIT or DCIT. So an ITO cannot sign the order, but if you remember, in all orders or notices, there is a simple line written that ACIT, DCIT, income tax officer, additional commissioner, all ranks are written and no cutting is there. So to my mind, there can be the order of Supreme Court can be applied here also, like in penalty cases. Because unless and until I know who has signed the order, the judgment of Supreme Court can be applied as we applied in the penalty cases. Who has thought that just don't cutting one word will delete all the penalties. All the penalties will be deleted just because of a single word not deleted by the EU. So then how to find who had signed the order or notice? We don't know. Pardon, sir? No, sir, no. It is not signed by the assessing officer. So no, digital signatures were not of the assessing officer. There was a name written who is giving power by the NFAC to sign all the orders. If you see all the orders, there was signature of only one person. Then whether faceless assessment orders can be revised under section 263 or subjected to revision under section 264. Because in 263 also, there is no words written for revision of section 144B order. Then can rectification under section 154 be made by ITO in case any mistake is found in order passed by the NFAC? Because in the NFAC order, as I told you, that the designations were mentioned as additional commissioner, assistant commissioner. Now, an ITO, whether an ITO can pass under section 154 order, passed by his higher authority. He can say that the order passed by my higher authority was having a mistakes. Then who will give stay of demand? Right now, we all are running behind the assessing officers. Now, who will give the stay of demand? When the jurisdiction become faceless under section 130, to whom I would go? I don't know. Pardon, sir? But sir, section 130 came into my way. As per section 130, which I read, that all jurisdiction become faceless now. So how they will stay the demand? They have bring the sections in the statute books, but how the section will work? They were all crossing each and every section is crossing others. So these three notifications, I will request all of you to read, because these three notifications were issued and these were available on the statute books. And I had given my PPT for difference between the new and old income, old 144B, because I am running short of time. So with these words, I conclude, and thanks a lot for the patience listening. Yes, I had given, sir. I had given the PPT. And if there is any question, I am available.
If you have any query, any member, you may please raise and pose your query to the speaker. Sir, that was very much interesting. And also, we have some chat messages appreciating your presentation. One Sivakumar in the virtual, sir. This is both physical and virtual mode. This is being live telecast on Zoom also, sir. One Sivakumar posted that path breaking analysis likely to result in more amendments in the Income Tax Act. And Sujit Patnaik says that it was a great analysis. So, sir, as Prasanna sir rightly pointed out, you have made a research on this topic.
Thank you.
And that was very much interesting. And the participants in the virtual mode also, they were very much listening to your presentation with great interest, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much to all the participants. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. So virtual participants, thank you very much for your patient listening. Now, may I request CA.M.R. Prasad to please present a memento to the speaker, Sachin ji. Sir, M.R. Prasad is the former chairman of Vijayawada branch, sir.
Space, 'cause you're rocking the bass.